Chapter 576, -10 points. The White Horse constellation was where the 9 great clans of humanity and all the other most noble clans resided. One could say without exaggeration that those who lived in the White Horse constellation were the elites and privileged members of human society. The vast majority of the Lore Realm's strongest human warriors were gathered here. No white horses could be seen in the White Horse constellation, only plenty of Prince Charmings who could ride upon white horses. Perhaps because of the Dragon Ascension Conclave, there were many young warriors wandering on the streets, their heads proudly raised, all of them like shining knights on white horses from children's fairy tales. The city appeared to have no limit, and the buildings were all rather low. For some reason, the more deeply situated a city in the Lore Realm was, the simpler the buildings were. The streets were paved with grey stones, and many homes had large stone statues in front of them, large cinnabar gates studded with bronze nails separating them from the outside world. At a glance, it was as if he had returned to ancient times. There were many other races besides humans among the crowd. Be it in the Yu family or in Myriadopolis, Xia Fei had never seen so many other sapient species before. Some of them were like giant green slugs, ambling about with large heads. Others were a brilliant blue and appeared like festively decorated cars as they walked down the street. There were also ones who were so short that one might accidentally step on them while walking on the street. In short, White Horse Constellation was a very bustling and very strange place. Humans and other intelligent races lived together here in this ancient, vast, and complex city. Mu Fuping remained by Xia Fei's side, not disturbing him at all. At times, she would explain the origins and races of these intelligent life forms as she pointed out any interesting points of the White Horse Constellation. "Isn't this Miss Fuping of the Mu family?" I recognized her, too. "Who is that with her?" "Don't know, but he doesn't seem like a member of the Mu family. He doesn't have their emblem on his chest for one. They're standing at the spatial gate leading to Myriadopolis. Could this man be from there? A warrior of a minor clan? Miss Fuping has a rather strange personality, but it shouldn't be so bad that she would lower herself to interact with those minor clans, right?" The streets here were wide and thronged with people. Mu Fuping and Xia Fei standing at the end of the street and looking around attracted quite a lot of attention. Mu Qingping stamped her feet, believing that this was beneath her dignity, and the 2 strong men also unpleasantly frowned and savagely glared at the curious pedestrians. Xia Fei could naturally hear the conversations of the passers-by, but he had a very thick skin and did not care what people thought of him. It was Mu Fuping who gradually grew more and more embarrassed, becoming anxious to leave this bustling street. At this time, Yu Xiaobei emerged from the spatial gate. He had set off earlier than Xia Fei, but he had arrived even later, and his servants had also been held back by the guards. The sight of Xia Fei and Mu Fuping going through the gate had ignited a flame of envy in Yu Xiaobei's heart. Xia Fei nodded at Yu Xiaobei, which could be considered a sort of greeting. Yu Xiaobei pretended not to see him, raising his head and walking away. Xia Fei shrugged. He told the lady beside him, "Miss Fuping, thank you for your care. If there's nothing else, I'll bid farewell from here." Mu Qingping coldly snorted, muttering to herself, "I suppose that you have some tact. I can't believe you would stand with my sister in the middle of the street." Xia Fei pretended not to hear. He had no intention of getting close to Mu Fuping, but she insisted on getting close to him. Young ladies like this were always trouble, and Xia Fei was determined to split off with her and head to the reporting area alone. Mu Fuping was startled. "You're also participating in the Dragon Ascension Conclave, so why not go together?" Xia Fei shook his head. "Miss Fuping, you've also seen it for yourself just now. These people on the street all have unfriendly gazes on me, presumably because I'm with you. If this goes on, I'll become targeted by everyone before I can even get to the Dragon Ascension Conclave." Xia Fei spoke rather tactfully. Mu Fuping truly lacked experience when it came to the ways of the world. She felt that since Xia Fei had saved her life, he deserved a reward. It was a very simple starting point, but she had no idea how much trouble it would bring Xia Fei. After all, the difference in their status was too obvious. Lightly nodding, Mu Fuping reluctantly agreed. As he strode away, Xia Fei suddenly turned his head as if he wanted to say something. However, after a daze of several seconds, he swallowed back his words, gave a light bow, and left behind a very disappointed-looking Mu Fuping. "What were you about to ask her just now?" Phantom curiously asked. Xia Fei said, "I suddenly understand why her father and all the other members of her clan are so hostile to me. It's probably because this girl accidentally said something she shouldn't have. So why didn't you ask? Xia Fei sighed. Young ladies like are always a problem, so it's best to maintain my distance with them as much as possible. Besides, how would making this blatantly obvious help? It's not like I can just make other people shut up, right? Saying this, Xia Fei glanced around at several youths on the side of the road. They had emblems on their chests with the word Noah. Presumably, they belonged to the Noah clan of the 9 great clans. These young warriors were now giving Xia Fei looks which could be described as unfriendly. Look there. As I said, regardless of which family they're from, young ladies always bring trouble, Xia Fei muttered. With the pass card for the Dragon Ascension Conclave hanging around his neck, Xia Fei smoothly found the reporting area. This was a rather luxurious mansion, outstanding even in the White Horse constellation. There was a long line at the entrance, and the words Dragon Ascension were written on the nameboard over the gate. Without Mu Fuping at his side, Xia Fei followed the rules and took his place in line. The participants coming from Myriadopolis could only enter through the side gate, while those from the 9 great clans or other noble residents of the White Horse constellation could enter through the main gate without needing to stand in line. This was the class division of the circle. A member of a small clan had no status to speak of in the White Horse constellation where the nobles gathered. The noble scions all had emblems on their chests, their heads held high as if they were the masters of this place. In truth, Xia Fei could also bear the emblem of the Yu family, but rather than respect, that would just win him disdain and scorn. After all, the Yu family was not some noble clan in the circle. Wearing emblems indicating the clan one belonged to was a privilege that only the rich and powerful could enjoy. There are quite a few people. Each of the big clans has sent several dozen people, as many as 100, to the Dragon Ascension Conclave, Xia Fei muttered as he stood in line. The young man standing one place in front of him waved his fan and nodded. The 9 great clans all get 99 spots, and any youth with a tiny bit of talent basically gets the opportunity to participate in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Small clans like ours just can't compare. Xia Fei glanced at him. This fan-holding young man had a fair face and cherry lips, his steps exuding grace and elegance. My name is Ludi. Xia Fei. Standing in line was rather boring. As the line slowly moved forward, Xia Fei chatted with this young man called Ludi. Why haven't I seen any warriors from other races reporting? Xia Fei asked. He had seen many other races on the streets, but none of them had come here. Ludi blinked. The White Horse constellation is the gathering place for humans. Other races naturally have to report back with their own races. How do you not even know this? Xia Fei frankly said, honestly, had you not told me this, I truly didn't hear a word about this. Ludi waved his fan and smiled. The Dragon Ascension Conclave is a big deal. Normally, a single conclave will span over 3 years. This time, the White Horse constellation is hosting the qualifying assessment and the actual assessment. Once it's over, the elites of the various races will gather together for the overall examination, and the second stage of the examination can be held. Only then will the candidates for the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall be selected. Xia Fei creased his brows. Just the test for joining Dragon Ascension Martial Hall takes 3 years? What's so great about the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall? Ludi nonchalantly said, think about it, even the children of the noble 9 great clans are trying as best as they can to get into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Isn't that enough? I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm just here to go through the motions. My father spent a lot of money to get me this spot so that I can gild myself a little. In any case, we're both people who are participants of the Dragon Ascension Conclave, so it will be much easier for us to marry someone from another clan. Xia Fei softly chuckled. Ludi was a very frank speaker and seemed to have no desires or demands. From his fair and tender hands, Xia Fei could tell that this person had never paid much attention to martial arts. He was the classic playboy who spent all his time evaluating the women around him. After finally getting inside the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, they had their identities verified and received the guidebook for the conclave. By the time the procedures were all done, it was dusk. Looking at the thin sheet of paper in his hand, Xia Fei could not bring himself to be happy. The first test is math. Xia Fei frowned as he muttered. Not even in his dreams could he have imagined that the first test of the Martial Hall would be mathematics. Add latest chapters at Frihognovlo only. What are you standing around for? It's not every day you can go to the White Horse constellation. I'm treating today. Let's go to the fragrance courtyard and play a little, Ludi casually said. As soon as he got out the door, he threw away the paper listing the exam syllabus without even glancing at it. Xia Fei sighed. Why is the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's examination even testing math? These words drew countless sighs. It appeared that there were many warriors like Xia Fei who were not good at math. What's so weird about it? I heard that they even tested embroidery one time. A muscular examinee sighed. Unfortunately, this is the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. They can do whatever they want. It's all over. From the 7 topics on the preliminary exam, it seems like I won't have a chance to enter the proper exam venue, another examinee bemoaned. Xia Fei naturally did not go playing with Ludi. He found an inn to stay the night, pulling an all-nighter to brush up on his math. The next day, it was the first trial of the preliminary examination of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, Math. As soon as Xia Fei saw the test paper, he gave up. Xia Fei could not understand the abstruse formulas and geometric designs, let alone answer the question. When the results were announced that night, Xia Fei unsurprisingly got a 0. On the third day, music theory. A martial hall's examination was testing music theory. Xia Fei almost vomited blood. 0 again. The fourth day, painting. Xia Fei was utterly speechless. He simply drew a black turtle on the test paper. This time, not only did he not get any points, he was so lacking in skills that he got -10 points. After 3 days of testing, Xia Fei's list was at the very bottom of the massive ranking list, obvious at a glance, 10 points. Someone managed to get negative points. It seems like I'm not the worst, a towering figure of a man smugly said, gaining back some of his self-confidence through Xia Fei. Everyone laughed. There was no doubt that the vast majority of people on the list had miserable results, but none of them was as miserable as Xia Fei, who now had negative points. In the crowd, Mu Fuping scowled. She secretly came to take a peek at Xia Fei's scores every day, but the result left her feeling very disappointed. Mu Qingping smugly said, haha. Xia Fei, that big idiot, he's made a record in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. Has there ever been anyone who managed to get negative points? In my view, he should hurry up and withdraw to save himself the humiliation. Humph. Mu Fuping immediately turned to leave, asking, where is Big Brother Xia Fei now? 3 out of 7 of the topic of assessment have already been wasted. This isn't good at all. The faces of her 2 strong bodyguards darkened. After hesitating for a while, they finally stammered out, Xia Fei went with his new acquaintance Ludi to the fragrance courtyard. The fragrance courtyard? What place is that? Mu Fuping curiously asked. On the side, Mu Qingping was already blushing. A place for dancing, one of the bodyguards said through clenched teeth. At a time like this, he's still in the mood to go dancing? Come on, let's go and find him, Mu Fuping grumbled. You can't. The 2 bodyguards panicked. Young miss, only men can go there. You absolutely mustn't go. Chapter 577, The Brothel's Secret Riddle. The drifting fragrance courtyard could be called famous in the White Horse constellation. Besides young ladies like Mu Fuping, almost everyone knew about it. Large crimson lanterns were hung high in the air, and the road was lined with drooping willows. The drifting fragrance courtyard was located in a very inconspicuous location, quiet and not ostentatious. There was no one on the road, but an intoxicating fragrance drifted out from the courtyard. The drifting fragrance courtyard was called as such because it was planted with numerous azaleas, which flowered throughout the year and filled the air with their fragrance. Through the gate was a large courtyard in which several dozen chairs and tables had been set up, and across from these was a dancing stage. At night, there would be song and dance atop the stage, but it was still early, so there were only a few people lingering around. Several women in resplendent clothes were moving between guests, and joyous laughter filled the air. Xia Fei and Ludi found a quiet place to sit. Ludi waved his hand, throwing out 4 grade 4 origin crystals as he said, get some good things to eat and drink, and please, don't try to save money on my behalf. These girls, who grew up in this environment, had seen every kind of rich guest. Neither servile nor overbearing, they served fruits and snacks as they poured. In addition, 2 rather pretty young women sat down next to Xia Fei. Xia Fei said nothing, but Ludi drove these 2 girls away, his eyes occasionally glancing at the second floor for some reason. Strange. Someone who failed 3 tests normally wouldn't be in the mood to enjoy the beautiful spring scenery, but you suddenly had a change of heart today and came with me to drifting fragrance courtyard, Ludi smiled and said. Xia Fei gave a mysterious smile. I've been too depressed after the last 3 days of testing, so I need to relax a little. Ludi said nothing. He was a frequent patron of this establishment and treated the place like home, feeling no restraints. He was quite happy to see Xia Fei accompanying him. However, as time went on, Ludi realized that something strange was going on. It was not long before the courtyard was packed with people, and he knew all of the visitors. He had seen all of them before on the testing ground. Weird. What's up with today? Are all the examinees so depressed that they've all decided to come to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard? Ludi muttered to himself. Xia Fei casually said, who knows? It might be a coincidence. What weirded out Ludi even more was that, despite there being so many examinees here, none of them ordered a girl and just sat there. This place was a brothel, yet none of them had come here to seek pleasure. Why was that? Ludi frowned and said to Xia Fei, this is bad. It seems like these fellows are all after Miss Yang Kaiu. It seems like I have a lot of rivals today. Xia Fei was unaware of the situation and asked, is Miss Yang Kaiu very famous? Ludi sighed. If she were famous, I wouldn't find this situation so weird. Each night, a girl will take the stage to display her skills. Of course, I'm not talking about those girls who just do a little song and dance, but rather the last person to take the stage every night. The last one to take the stage tonight will be Miss Yang Kaiu. I only found this out a few days ago, and I immediately developed a liking for her, but this is Miss Yang Kaiu's first time at Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. How could I already have so many competitors? Ludi was very frustrated, believing that everyone was his rival in love. When the final song is done, according to custom, Miss Yang Kaiu will take the man that she's taken a liking to her room and spend a night of pleasure. I wonder if she'll choose me. Xia Fei found it very laughable, but he kept his silence, sipping tea and eating melon seeds. More and more people gathered in Drifting Fragrance Courtyard, 100% of them being examinees of the Dragon Ascension Conclave. At dusk, there were more than 100 in total. Of the 10,000 some examinees in the preliminary exam, 10% of them had come to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard as if they had all agreed on it. Somewhat far from Xia Fei's seat, Mu Fuping, Mu Qingping and those two stalwart men quietly entered in disguise. Even after she found out what sort of place Drifting Fragrance Courtyard was and despite her status, Mu Fuping still stubbornly insisted on going, so the girls had disguised themselves as men to get into this place. As the curtain of night fell, the lanterns were lit and the dancing on the stage commenced. Xia Fei absent-mindedly watched while Ludi anxiously awaited the arrival of Miss Yang Kaiu. Everyone around him was an opponent, leaving him very restless. Mu Fuping observed Xia Fei for a very long time, and when she saw that he was really just here to see the song and dance, her face gradually relaxed. I just knew that big brother Xia Fei wasn't that sort of person, Mu Fuping told herself. Time went by very quickly, and it was finally time for Miss Yang Kaiu to appear. The moment the master of ceremonies announced Miss Yang Kaiu's name, Ludi stood up and clapped for all he was worth. Whoosh! 100 pairs of eyes turned to Ludi, all of them dripping with scorn and disdain. No one else besides Ludi was clapping. Finding this rather funny, Xia Fei pulled Ludi back down. Ludi frowned. What's going on here? Isn't a brothel a place you're supposed to have fun? Why are they all so grim and stern? Did I do something wrong? Xia Fei put on a naughty smile. In any case, you can relax. No one will be competing for you over Miss Yang Kaiu. A few moments later, a cold-faced woman of 30-some years stepped onto stage. She wore no makeup and had a grim gaze, appearing very much like a tigress. Ludi got very excited, but just when he was about to stand up and shout Yang Kaiu's name, Xia Fei pulled him back down. If you want to keep embarrassing yourself after this, I won't stop you, Xia Fei mysteriously said. Miss Yang Kaiu stood on the stage and coldly swept her gaze over the crowd. Some of you might have already guessed that I am the chief proctor of this Dragon Ascension Conclave's preliminary examination, Lu Kaiuan. All of you are very perceptive examinees, to see the true meaning behind the first 3 exams, possessing excellent observation and analytical abilities. Let me first congratulate all of you. Ludi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets after he was done hearing all this. No wonder all of the visitors tonight were examinees. This was a secret riddle. The girl he was set on was the chief proctor. He had only moments ago been trying to get in the good graces of the chief proctor to spend the night with her. What sort of situation was this? So you already knew? Ludi sobbingly asked. Xia Fei silently nodded. Ludi's heart thumped in fear. It was a good thing that he had done anything out of line just now, or else he would have died without a grave. In the distance, Mu Fuping and Mu Qingping were also stunned beyond compare. So Xia Fei did not come to have some fun at a brothel? Rather, it was a requirement of the riddle. Humph! I can't believe I got fooled by him, Mu Qingping spat. On the stage, Chief Proctor Liu Kaihuan deliberately coughed and sternly spoke. The first topic was observation. All the examinees who have completed tonight's riddle will receive an additional 30 points on the next 4 tests as a reward for completing the secret riddle. Saying this, Liu Kaihuan glanced at Mu Fuping and said, "Your Mu family's people can attend the proper exam without attending the preliminary examination. Miss Fuping is so attentive when it comes to the exam, and so intelligent to guess the answer to the hidden riddle. I will explain things to the chief proctor of the proper exam and ensure that you are given a suitable reward." Mu Fuping's face went red. She knew nothing about any secret riddle and had simply been following Xia Fei. She had never imagined that this would result in bonus points. At this time, Xia Fei gave Mu Fuping a nod. It seemed that Xia Fei already knew that she was here and had just been pretending not to see her. However, Liu Kaihuan's tone changed, and she glared at Ludi, saying viciously, "There are some examinees who should know their place. If they do anything so frivolous again, they should take care that I don't crush them to bits." Everyone laughed, knowing that she was referring to Ludi. Everyone here came tonight because they had noticed the secret riddle. Only Ludi had been foolish enough to believe that Liu Kaihuan was an actual prostitute, even wanting to spend a night with her. However, Ludi's luck was really rather good. Even like this, he had still gotten the secret riddle and obtained extra points. The crowd dispersed. Xia Fei, Ludi, Mu Fuping, Mu Qingping, and the 2 guards from the Mu family walked out together. Ludi's legs were still trembling as he grumbled, "Brother Xia, why didn't you say anything earlier? You made me make a fool of myself tonight." Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, "Don't take it too seriously. Although you didn't notice the secret riddle, you still came to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard tonight and got the bonus points. This is luck, and at times, good luck is very important to a warrior." Ludi pursed his lips. Xia Fei's words made some sense. From the first day he came to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard, Ludi had set his sights on Liu Kaihuan. Tonight, even if Xia Fei had not come with him, he still would have come. "However, I truly must beg to differ when it comes to your taste," Xia Fei casually said. Everyone laughed. Liu Kaihuan was a fierce and savage woman. For Ludi to feel love at first sight could only mean that he had rather eccentric tastes. Mu Fuping blinked and admiringly said, "Big brother Xia, you're truly formidable. How did you notice the secret riddle?" Ludi asked, "That's right. We're both examinees, so how come I didn't notice any secret riddle?" Xia Fei smiled. What was the topic of the first day's math question? The derivation of concentric circles. The second day. A music test, performance, and tune, the butterfly fragrance travels 100 li. And what was the topic of the third day's painting exam? A landscape, cuckoos amid drifting leaves. Xia Fei nodded. From the first topic, we get the word circle, from the second we get fragrance, and from the third we get drifting. Put them together. I get it. Before Xia Fei could finish, Ludi excitedly said, "Around the fragrance drifts, Drifting Fragrance Courtyard. So that's the secret riddle. Drifting Fragrance Courtyard is most known for its azaleas. The final topic matches precisely that place's scenery." Xia Fei replied, "Not just that, on the little booklet we received the first day, by taking the first word of every line and putting them together, one would get this phrase, so the examinee could easily notice the secret riddle." "You're talking about the examinee manual?" "I threw that thing away without even looking at it," Ludi said in frustration. The topic of the third day also had one last hint. There were 3 lines in all, and by taking the last word of each line, one would get sea, rock, autumn, sea yang kaiu. Xia Fei smiled. That made it very obvious that there's a secret question in the exam, and the subject of the riddle was to go to Drifting Fragrance Courtyard and see Yang Kaiu. Yang Kaiu is none other than Liu Yang Kaiu. Mu Fuping's eyes shone with admiration. She had not expected that Xia Fei would notice such a well-hidden riddle. Mu Qingping pursed her lips. Though she did not want to admit it, she was forced to acknowledge Xia Fei's impressive observation and analytical abilities. After saying all this, Xia Fei strode toward the inn he was staying in. Before leaving, he said, "From now on, Miss Fuping, please don't follow me unless you need me for something. Even if I want to go to a brothel, it has nothing to do with you." Chapter 578, Xia Fei's Revenge. Every day, when Xia Fei went to the branch of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall in the White Horse constellation, he would always pass that long list. Recorded on this list were the names and scores of every examinee. Of course, it also recorded which clan or family they came from. A clan's rise and fall was always one of the most important things in the lore realm, even more important than how many points an examinee got. The White Horse constellation was very strange, foregoing the technology of electronic screens and writing these lists by hand. Though it was a time-consuming and exhausting effort, these people were happy to do it. It was as if breaking free of advanced products was a sign of a clan's or martial hall's long history. Fortunately, Xia Fei's name was rather obvious. Along the lengthy wall of grey bricks, Xia Fei's name could be found right near the entrance. Unfortunately, while Xia Fei's name was immediately noticeable, his score was pitifully low, even to the extent of being absurd. Among the 10,000-some examinees, he was the only one with a negative score. In the third test, the painting test, the exam paper noted that, if one did not know how to or did not want to draw a scene of cuckoos amid drifting leaves, they could draw whatever they were interested in, with no restriction on the topic, but the score would be halved. No matter how perfect one's drawing was, one could only get 50 points at most. Thus, Xia Fei drew the most disastrous black turtle and encountered a proctor who had seemingly been having a bad day. He had not only given Xia Fei a 0 but also even taken away 10 points. Just like before, Xia Fei and Ludi entered the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall through the main gate, their pass cards hung around their necks. As they passed through the gate, several people gestured at him. When the ranking was released last night, Xia Fei's name swiftly spread, and he became somewhat of a celebrity. Before this, Xia Fei was not the only one with a 0, so he did not appear very obvious amid the pile of duck eggs, but his negative score triggered an uproar, and even his fellow duck eggs found a source of comfort in the fact that someone was beneath them, as that they would make them look better by comparison. "Xia Fei," someone in the crowd shouted, and he turned his head to see quite a crowd holding their bellies in laughter. "So you're the one? You're Xia Fei? Not bad, not bad." Two warriors walked past Xia Fei and called him despite the fact that they did not know him. Even more people giggled behind Xia Fei as they gossiped with one another. Ludi, who benefited from Xia Fei last night, deeply admired him, so when he saw all these people jeering at the latter, he rolled up his sleeves and furiously stormed up. Aren't you Ludi from the Xingyi trading house?" "Ludi? That fellow whom the young miss of the Zi clan kicked into the river. He didn't want the young lady, instead wanting to get with her mother. Serves him right. There's something like that? This Ludi is also a very special character, then. It's no wonder they're walking together. Birds of a feather truly flock together." Xia Fei had not imagined that the mention of Ludi's name would earn even more jeering than his own. Pulling Ludi into the martial hall, Xia Fei looked at the pale-faced Ludi with malicious intentions. "Xia Lanyi is my former fiancée, I think that her mother is prettier." Ludi's explanation left one speechless. While this fellow looked very refined, he had a very special taste, he only liked mature women. Without even asking, Xia Fei could guess that Ludi had indulged in fantasies about his future mother-in-law and ended up infuriating Miss Xia Lanyi to be kicked out. The marriage was also naturally over. Xia Fei smiled. Strange taste was Ludi's affair, and Xia Fei had never had interest in the domestic matters of others, nor did he like it when people meddled in his affairs. "I don't regret it," Ludi raised his head and obstinately said. "Xia Lanyi's mother truly is more beautiful than Xia Lanyi. Even if I had to do it again, I would still love her mother." Xia Fei was startled. While Ludi seemed weak, he had a stubborn streak. The White Horse constellation branch of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was very large. As Xia Fei and Ludi made their way to the assessment ground, they received no small amounts of criticism. Bad news always spread quickly, and it was not long before people knew about Xia Fei and that special person next to him, who tried to get at the mother of his fiancée. "How could you be so deaf to these jeers? Do you really not care?" Ludi curiously asked. He could not understand how Xia Fei was able to endure all these jeers. Xia Fei shrugged and helplessly replied, "What does it matter if I can't endure it? Should I fight all of them?" Ludi stomped his feet, a helpless look on his face. Phantom did not believe this at all, whispering to Xia Fei's ear, "What trick are you playing? Not avenging a wrong is not your style. Xia Fei was very frank with Phantom, smiling. Just watch. Today will be a very interesting day. Phantom was taken aback. Time and again, it had been proven that when Xia Fei had this sort of naughty smile, someone was about to meet with disaster. Tell me, who's the unfortunate soul this time? All of them, Xia Fei softly said. 12 spatial gates were erected on the assessment ground. At the scheduled time, the assessment ground was closed, and all late examinees would be unable to get in even if they cried for their parents. After a head count was taken, the spatial gates opened, and the examinees passed through them to the assessment ground, the same as they had done for the previous 3 tests. Several minutes later, Xia Fei arrived at the location of today's test. Unlike the first 3 tests, today's assessment was being held in the wilderness. A large flat alloy platform extended to the horizon. Cages were set up at given intervals, each one a square kilometer in area and holding an exotic beast, their incessant howls frightening to hear. 12 spatial gates, this enormous assessment ground, the exotic beasts, and the cages that held them. The strength of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was truly wondrous. As the examinees were chatting with one another, a round platform suddenly rose up. Standing on it was a wild beast of a man who did not seem completely evolved, his body covered in hair. At his side was Chief Proctor Liu Kaihuyan. Xia Fei saw Ludi's eyes flash when he saw her. It seemed like he was not willing to give up just yet on this furious woman. This is Chief Proctor Liu Kaihuyan of the human race. I am her assistant and the supervisor of today's exotic beast exam, Kedira. The rules of the exotic beast exam are very simple. You pass as long as you can tame the exotic beast in the cage. How high you score will depend on how much time you need and the degree at which you can tame the beast. Saying this, the hairy Kedira disappeared. A moment later, he appeared inside a cage. Across from him was a hummingbird, its sharp beak bristling with saw teeth and its appearance savage. Kedira pointed his hand at the hummingbird and roared, "Lie down." Rumble. His voice was like a rumble of thunder, and that savage hummingbird instantly lost its temper, sitting its butt on the ground while trembling. The examinees also sighed in wonder at Kedira's power. With a single phrase, he had scared this beast king out of its wits. Kedira smugly said, "If you can do this, you'll get full points. There are 120 cages in total, and all of them contain beast kings. There are high-ranking and low-ranking ones, and the cage you get sent into will depend completely on your luck. Remember, while taming these exotic beasts, you can't injure them, and even touching them will get you 0 points. This old man will take 100 points from anyone who dares to punch one. One of you already has negative points. Anyone who wants to be the second can come forward now." The examinees all laughed. Clearly, Kedira was talking about Xia Fei. All kinds of weird and jeering looks turned to Xia Fei, which made it so that even those examinees who did not know who Xia Fei was at first would soon realize. Xia Fei continued to smile at all this mocking, but his fists quietly clenched as he said to himself, "Keep laughing. You'll all be crying soon." "Silence!" Kedira roared, his face cold. Taming exotic beasts doesn't depend on strength but rather on presence. Exotic beasts are extremely sensitive to hostile aura. If your presence can overcome theirs, they will yield to you. Cut the chatter. The test begins now. You'll all be automatically sent into the cages. Saying this, Kedira returned to the round platform and joined Chief Proctor Liu Kaihuyan in looking down at the examinees. A crafty smile appeared across Xia Fei's lips as he silently closed his eyes. He placed his hand into his bosom and lightly stroked Furball. "Get started. Today's objective is a total wipeout. Leave no survivors. The Beast Spirit Codex. The art of the chaotic demon dance." Mental energy came forth from Xia Fei's mind, enclosing the entire assessment ground in an invisible net. Chaos. Awoo. Roar. Unsettling information instantly entered the minds of the exotic beasts, stimulating their nerves and causing them to go insane. The somewhat calm assessment ground was instantly engulfed with hellish howling. All 120 exotic beasts had gone mad. Their eyes turned red as the Beast Spirit Codex made all of them sense danger, extreme danger. Beasts were extremely sensitive. Just then, Xia Fei issued a signal which had seemingly come from the Death God. To survive, they must fight back and take their vengeance even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Awoo! Letting out a howl, a golden-haired bear threw its body at the cage, wanting to escape, but the alloy cage was not something it could move. Seeing that it could not escape, the bear hardened its heart and prepared for a desperate battle, its hair standing up as its eyes gleamed with savagery. The stimulation of the beast spirit codex had mobilized the fighting will of all the exotic beasts. At this time, Furball let out a low growl. It was so soft that it was difficult for humans to make out amid the roars of all the other exotic beasts, but not for other exotic beasts. They could clearly tell that the one making this noise was much stronger than all of them. This was an order from a stronger being to die. Fight to the death or meet an even more tragic end. Exotic beasts had an extremely powerful desire to live. The stimulation of the beast spirit codex and the majesty of Furball merged together firmly told the 120 beast kings that, if they wanted to live, they had best start killing. The mood became very strange. In the space of 1 second, the assessment ground had exploded. The beasts let out terrifying roars, their lungs almost exploding from the exertion. The examinees turned pale and began to back away in fear. Alas, the exam had already begun, regardless of their fear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The first batch of examinees, 120 in all, was sent into the cages. The waiting exotic beasts immediately lunged. Their jaws opened, and they began to fight without even a pause. Awoo! Mother! This is too much. Let me out. I want to withdraw. Is that not okay? Screams filled the air. Xia Fei made a wicked smile. As he looked at the amusing and gruesome sight taking place in the cages, he muttered, "Do you know why I didn't take vengeance for their mocking?" Phantom laughed. "Because you would take revenge here." "Correct answer," Xia Fei softly said. Chapter 579, Scheming Against Each Other. The assessment ground was in complete chaos, and the entire morning was spent in disarray and unease. The busiest of all were the doctors. In white coats, they constantly moved between the candidates and took the wounded away. What had been a taming exam now became an exam which tested their ability to flee for their lives. The concern of every candidate now was not whether they could tame an exotic beast but how they could flee from the maws of the frenzied beasts. The Dragon Ascension Conclave was callous, and whether the candidates were willing or not, they were sent into the cages. Trying to back out right before the exam? Not possible. Stand aside. 2 doctors carrying a wounded candidate walked past Xia Fei. Xia Fei remembered this person. Right before he entered Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, this guy had placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and naughtily smiled. "So you're Xia Fei, that fellow with a negative score." He now had a pale complexion, his jaws clenched as blood gushed out from his right arm. He no longer had the disdain he possessed when he mocked Xia Fei. His arm, which had been bitten off, could just be reattached and was not fatal, but there was no hope of getting a score now. He could only wait to accept his 0. At this time, Xia Fei saw Yu Xiaobei walking over with a cold face. He was not injured, but his situation was even worse. The exam rules had clearly stated that one could not hurt the exotic beasts and could only suppress them with presence. However, in the end, he could not take it any longer and punched an Aardwolf. Not only was he not getting a single point, he was also getting a deduction of 100 points. There were many more people in Yu Xiaobei's situation. The exotic beasts were in a frenzy, and trying to suppress them with presence was basically impossible. After being pushed to the limit by these exotic beasts, they would be forced to counterattack, but in counterattacking, they fell for the trap, their point total falling. The higher their cultivation, the more likely the warrior was to fall into this sort of trap. Yu Xiaobei had quite a beautiful expression on his face. He had done poorly on the first 3 exams, managing a few dozen points, but now that he had gotten a deduction of 100 points, his score was even lower than Xia Fei's. "How did you do? What else do you think? I'm going to have a negative score tomorrow. How could you be so careless? Wasn't it said that you weren't allowed to counterattack?" "That's easy for you to say. Once you get in there and try, you'll understand. These exotic beasts have all gone crazy." "Crazy, you understand? I of course don't fear a single beast king, and killing it will be as easy as lifting a finger for me, but subduing it is something I know I can't do. If you think you can, I welcome you to try." Xia Fei heard the conversation between the 2 candidates. Those participating in this exam were all elites, and they all had high cultivations. Alas, this was not a test on killing exotic beasts, but subduing them. Subduing a frenzied beast king through presence was easier said than done. On one side was the combined pressure from the holy beast Shatterstar and the beast spirit codex, on the other side was a law sovereign warrior. These exotic beasts were not dumb, and they could see that the holy beast was naturally more frightening, so they did everything in their power to attack their opponents. Being beaten yet unable to strike back? This was probably the most annoying battle these candidates had ever been through. If any of them got impatient and slapped an exotic beast, they would immediately fail and lose 100 points. Xia Fei was a good example. He was very strong, a peak law sovereign at his young age, and he cared a lot about his dignity. After the exotic beast had lunged at him a few times, he lost his patience and punched the beast king. He had vented his anger, but he had lost all his points because of it, which was the most frustrating thing of all. Look there! Someone has successfully suppressed an exotic beast. Xia Fei looked over and saw a girl with her hair done in braids successfully using her presence to subdue an exotic beast. That bat with a long tail was obediently sitting on the ground, not daring to attack her, not even when Xia Fei used the Beast Spirit Codex to pressure it. Ha! That's Miss Suchun of the Li clan with a Law Emperor cultivation for you. Can anyone else compare to her? Xia Fei was startled. It appeared that his move was only effective on those warriors below the Law Emperor level. At the Law Emperor level, the Beast Spirit Codex was no longer very useful. After all, the distance was too great, and Xia Fei was controlling 120 exotic beasts all at once, his focus scattered. In the Eternal Ice Plains, Xia Fei had been able to control 13 Beast Kings to attack Mu Kaiubo without a problem. From this, one could see that the distance and the number of beasts had an effect on the Beast Spirit Codex's effect. Xia Fei pursed his lips unhappily. Phantom laughed. Don't get too greedy now. The trouble you've caused today will cause the vast majority of candidates to fail, and the slightest lack of caution will have them losing points like Xia Fei. Be happy with what you have. They just mocked you a little, and you've already made things miserable enough for them as is, avenging the greatest wrongs. Xia Fei said nothing. As the exam continued, more and more strong ones became evident. Xia Fei had not expected that, though none of these people was older than 30, there would be no fewer than 50 with Law Emperor cultivation. Truly, the elites of the Law realm were gathered here. All of the geniuses had gathered at this place. There were also some people who, though not Law Emperors, were able to rely on special methods to tame the exotic beasts. These profound and mysterious methods were unheard of. There was even a way of controlling scent so that the user could imitate the scent of a divine beast and subdue the opposing exotic beast. What a beautiful move! It seems like I underestimated the Dragon Ascension Conclave. These various methods and skills have broadened my horizon. Xia Fei said. Phantom commented, there's one other advantage to the trouble you've caused today, you forced out all those experts in hiding. Remember what these people look like so that you can avoid directly clashing with them in the future. Xia Fei was taken aback. He had just been planning to take revenge, but this had inadvertently allowed him to take note of his opponent's true strength. It was not just Xia Fei. Many other shrewd warriors were silently recording the situation on the testing ground. Who was their rival, who was stronger than them, and who could not take a single strike, all of this could be seen with one glance. At his side, Ludi suddenly screamed, "Oh, no! It's my turn next!" The emblem on his chest flashed, and a moment later, Ludi was sent into the cage. Although young Master Lu had a Law Sovereign cultivation, his martial arts were very sloppy. Facing down the two-headed, color-changing dragon in front of him, he immediately went pale from fear. Thump! Young Master Lu was so panicky that he immediately dropped to his knees, his entire body shivering as his face turned from white to green. However, to everyone's surprise, that savage two-headed dragon was even more frightened than Ludi. When Ludi got to its knees, that beast king prostrated. Its heads faced the ground, and it did not dare to raise them. What's going on here? Ludi scratched his head in confusion. Full points. Someone got full points. The spectating candidates gasped in alarm, all of them admiring Ludi's exotic beast taming method. What method did he use? I don't know. Maybe it's some secret art. I don't think I've heard about the Lu family having some secret beast taming art. A true man remains inconspicuous. The Lu family might have been hiding it this entire time. True. Anyone who can pass today must be an expert. Take note of Ludi's name. This playboy is playing the pig to eat the tiger. In the future, remember not to take his bait. The warriors all chattered, all of them shocked at how Ludi had simply kneeled to subdue the exotic beast. They had no idea that, if not for Xia Fei, let alone subdue the exotic beast, Ludi might even turn into an appetizer. Whoosh! With the task done, Ludi was sent back, and the crowd parted to open a path. Some of them even came forward to gain Ludi's flavor. In a flash, Ludi had gone from wastrel to master Ludi. Xia Fei smiled. Congratulations! Brother Ludi was hiding his power and easily passed. Seems like this preliminary exam is no match for you. Ludi bitterly smiled. Don't tease me. Do you think I don't know what I'm capable of? That two-headed dragon really prostrated on its own. I did nothing, really. Xia Fei solemnly said, Brother Ludi, Xia Fei truly admires your caution. Everyone clearly saw it, so there's no need to keep hiding. If my guess is correct, you are at least a law emperor. You might even be a great law emperor. Among the tens of thousands of candidates, you're the one who tamed your exotic beast the fastest, but what method did you use to hide your cultivation? Hidden cultivation. Ludi knows how to hide his cultivation. The crowd whispered as they listened to Xia Fei's words. Ludi frantically stomped his feet. He truly wanted to explain, but that two-headed dragon truly obediently prostrated before him as soon as it saw him, leaving him powerless. Xia Fei had an idea and engaged in a whispered conversation with Ludi, after which, he appeared enlightened and exclaimed, I see. Brother Ludi is amazing. In truth, Xia Fei and Ludi had not exchanged any words at all, but it appeared as if they had engaged in some secret conversation. So Ludi really was a law emperor. Note that down fast. In the future, we must avoid any conflict with Ludi. Several busybodies took out notebooks and wrote down Ludi's name while looking at him with weird looks, causing this playboy not to know whether he should laugh or cry. Teacher, you're here. Kadira frantically said, rushing up to an old man who had entered the supervision center and deeply bowed. It's all because your student was lacking. Something weird is going on in the testing ground, but I can't even find the reason. Kadira rebuked himself. Putting aside the chaos, those lacking in cultivation had been injured by the exotic beasts while those with high cultivation but lacking in patience were being sacrificed on the altar of Xia Fei's scheme. At this time, 5,000 candidates had already gone through the test, but fewer than 5% had passed. 20% had suffered the tragic fate of a loss of 100 points, while the rest had gotten zeros. This was the first in Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's history that such a chaotic exam had been held. Liu Kaihuan also brought her hands together and bowed to the white-bearded elder. Senior Nai Ying, you are the best beast tamer of the Martial Hall. Please, you must help us identify the troublemaker. If captured, they won't be shown mercy. Nai Ying seemed very relaxed, smiling. Isn't this perfect? By spurring the exotic beasts into turmoil, that person has taught these fellows lacking in cultivation or patience a lesson. We are the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. We only accept genius super elites. Every time, there are incompetent fellows that participate in the assessment, and I've long gotten sick of seeing them. Liu Kaihuan frowned. But they broke the rules of the Martial Hall. Nai Ying heartily laughed. Someone who can drive 120 exotic beasts into a frenzy can only be a beast-taming genius. Changing the topic, Nai Ying, but this young man is a bit too crazy, and his hand is rather vicious. He truly needs to be taught a little lesson. I've already decided on a course plan. I'll first have him remove the incapable candidates for us, and then I'll personally come out and give him a stern lesson as punishment for disrespecting the Martial Hall. So you already know who he is? Kadira hastily asked. Yes, two rather interesting fellows. Two people. Not really. One is a human, but the other isn't. Liu Kaihuan and Kadira scratched their heads. Nai Ying was a beast-taming master, yes, but too long with exotic beasts had made him rather eccentric. One was a human, but the other was not. What did that mean? Xia Fei, who was enjoying the success of his scheme, had no idea that when he was scheming against someone else, an old master who specialized in beast taming was also scheming against him. Chapter 580, Exotic Beast Evil Wind. Everything was going according to Xia Fei's plan. The 120 beast kings were under his control, all of them growing more frenzied and more dangerous. To warriors with law sovereign cultivation, a single beast king might not be something to be afraid of, but things were very different if they were trying to suppress the beast through presence and were unable to counterattack. After all, the candidates with law emperor cultivation or with special beast taming arts were in the minority. The vast majority of candidates were in passive positions the moment they entered the testing ground. The exotic beasts were insane and did not care about injury or death. As long as they could destroy their foes, they did not care what price they must pay. Many people got 0 points, and those lacking in cultivation were injured. As for those who lacked restraint, they lost 100 points. People moaned and sighed within the crowd. Why had these exotic beasts suddenly gone mad in the middle of the test? They had all become frenzied, causing many of them to suffer bitterly. How did you do? 0 points, and I even took a blow to the back. It's a good thing I was wearing alloy armor, or else I might have lost my life. HAAA. Stop complaining. 0 points is already pretty good. I got -100. How could you be so careless? It's got nothing to do with being careless. We're warriors, so when we see a savage exotic beast lunging at us, striking back is instinct, or are we just gonna wait for us to get gnawed to death? That's true. We can only be beaten and not hit back, and we must tame these beast kings. It truly is too difficult. How did the third Lang brother do? The third brother has a fiery temper, so the moment he saw an exotic beast lunging at him, he kicked it and lost 100 points. What of the second Gu brother? He got bitten. 0 points, and he's lying in the infirmary. The two of them fell silent. The few comrades whom they were somewhat familiar with had all suffered disaster, getting injured or losing points. It was truly a frustrating result. Xia Fei craftily smiled. He was delighted to hear this conversation. Since these people had provoked him, they must pay the proper price. It had always been his principle to repay any mocking. As the sun continued to travel across the sky, the exam moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 90% of the candidates had finished their trials, but Xia Fei had yet to go up. An alloy platform silently rose in the north. A silver-haired elder sat cross-legged on the platform, distantly glancing at Xia Fei with a smile. There was a strange light in these eyes, and Xia Fei instantly sensed this gaze. Turning around, he happened to meet eyes with Nai Ying. Nai Ying had an emaciated figure, appearing for all the world like a walking skeleton. He lightly nodded at Xia Fei, a profound light in his eyes. Startled, Xia Fei returned with a bow, his heart uneasy. This emaciated old man had come out of nowhere and was smiling at him. Xia Fei did not feel like this was a good thing. Xia Fei turned his head back around, but that burning gaze on his back left him very uneasy. The exam soon arrived at the second to last round, but it was still not Xia Fei's turn. It appeared that he would go with the very last batch. Look there! An exotic beast has died. The crowd exploded into an uproar. Slapping an exotic beast would lose 100 points, so killing one must be at least -1000. Xia Fei turned in the direction of the voice, wanting to see which unfortunate soul had actually killed an exotic beast. A black fatty with triangular eyes was standing in a daze. Across from him was a golden-scaled python, already dead and lifeless, half of its long pink tongue sticking out of its mouth as white froth bubbled. It's really dead? Phantom asked. Xia Fei nonchalantly replied, this golden python had a very low rank, only a level 2 beast king. It's very normal for it to be unable to take an attack and die. It's just that the fellow who killed this beast will have a rough time of it. Whoosh! The black fatty was sent back to the crowd, not far from Xia Fei. He had an unsightly look on his face, seeming even more miserable than if his parents died. Those candidates who knew the fatty quickly came up to ask him what had happened. Brother Bunyan, you struck a little too hard, hey? You actually managed to kill that exotic beast. The black fatty was dejected, speaking in a sobbing tone, I didn't use any strength at all. I just gave it a light push. Brother, such power! With one push, you managed to kill that beast king. Incredible! Truly incredible! It was hard to tell if these words were said in sincerity or in jest. In any case, the fatty's face turned green. Man, my luck is awful. I told myself before going in that I wouldn't strike back. Even a 0 was better than losing points, but that golden python moved too fast. I was too slow and let it get close, so I pushed it a little. I didn't expect it to just die. I've been wronged. Really? The black fatty moaned, but everyone ignored him. They had all seen it happen, and no one believed that he was being wrongly accused. The golden python's body descended into the ground on alloy slabs, and a few seconds later, the slabs rose back as a new exotic beast was put in the cage. Evil Wind. The replacement exotic beast is Evil Wind. Heavens! It really is Evil Wind. Anyone who gets put in that beast's cage has the worst luck of all. The crowd gasped. At the end of this chaotic exam, the strongest exotic beast of all had taken the stage. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. The exam would end with one more round, so there was no reason to let out such an unbelievably powerful exotic beast, was there? A turtle-like exotic beast lay in the cage, its body covered in long green fur. When the wind blew, the long hair would sway. It was as if a grass lawn had appeared on the alloy boards, or perhaps some furry green turtle. Xia Fei swallowed. He was well aware that this striking green fellow was not as harmless as it appeared. This was the exotic beast Evil Wind. A cruel pangolin king. What is that green thing? Phantom asked. Exotic beast Evil Wind, a pangolin, Xia Fei replied seriously. Is it very formidable? That beast king is the closest to a divine beast. What do you think? Closest to a divine beast? What do you mean by that? Phantom was aghast. In his view, beast kings were beast kings and divine beasts were divine beasts. What did this beast king closest to divine beast mean? Xia Fei's expression turned very grim. The highest rank of beast king is 9, after which is divine beast, and this Evil Wind is 9.5, so he is in existence closest to divine beast and is called a quasi-divine beast. A quasi-divine beast? Phantom exclaimed. There was even something like that. If Evil Wind weren't completely inhumane, it would already be considered a divine beast. It lacks sufficient intelligence, and intelligence is one of the important factors for determining a divine beast. This is what has left it in such an awkward position. Evil Wind has another nickname, the untamable divine beast. Phantom half understood, but he could tell from Xia Fei's explanation that this furry green pangolin was very terrifying. If it's inhumane, doesn't that mean that your beast spirit codex has no effect on it? Phantom asked. There's no need to speculate. I just failed, Xia Fei sternly said. It turned out that he had already tried using the beast spirit codex to control Evil Wind, but he ended up failing. In this testing ground of 120 exotic beasts, the only beast that Xia Fei could not control had appeared. Two people appeared next to Naiying, Lu Kaihuan, and Kedira. A show was about to start, and they did not want to miss it. They had left the supervision centers so that they could see Naiying deal with the troublemaker with their eyes. Teacher, that person can control 120 exotic beasts at the same time. Can Evil Wind stop his mental interference? Kedira said, a scowl on his face. Naiying rolled his eyes. You take me for a block of wood? With me here, it doesn't matter what kind of trick he tries to pull. He won't succeed. Still, I must say that this kid's mental control art really isn't bad. Which clan's ultimate technique is it? I truly want to exchange a few pointers with him. Exchange pointers? These words meant that Naiying had taken a liking to the Beast Spirit Codex. It must be understood that Naiying was the beast-taming master of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, yet he wanted to exchange pointers with Xia Fei? If Naiying knew that Xia Fei had only learned the first 6 levels of the Beast Spirit Codex, he would be even more astonished. Naiying deeply sighed. He's only using a mental technique, not law energy, but in the battle for control over Evil Wind, I already used the law of Thundercloud Beast. It's not a law, but it's second only to law energy. This is the first time I've seen this kind of mind control technique. Lu Kaihuan was not that knowledgeable when it came to beast taming, but Kedira was a professional. He said in shock, you used the law of Thundercloud Beast which you made your name on? That means this other person's technique is. As a beast tamer, Naiying did not understand the so-called ways of the world that much, so he very bluntly said, correct. My mental control technique isn't as good as his, so I had to use law energy. Kedira pursed his lips. Law energy was naturally above mental control techniques. Naiying, a beast-taming master, had lost when it came to mind control techniques. He had been forced to use law energy. Kedira was keenly aware of how strong Naiying was, so he could completely rule out cultivation as a weakness. The only possibility was that the troublemaker's mental control technique was of a higher tier than Naiying's. Kedira was stunned to hear that a candidate possessed such a powerful mind control technique. After all, this is the lower realm. A low-tier mental control technique may be powerful in the lower realm, but in our circle, we focus more on laws. Now that you've used your law of Thundercloud Beast, you must give that troublemaker a stern lesson. Besides, this is the quasi-divine beast Evil Wind, Kedira respectfully said. Naiying did not like flattery, sternly saying, a beast tamer must have a clean mind free of distracting thoughts. If you have too many thoughts in your mind, it will affect your progress on the path of beast taming. If you keep flattering me like this, you'd better watch out that I flatten you if I get in a bad mood someday." Kadira instantly dropped his head and said no more. All beast tamers had very strange personalities, and those without could never become true beast taming masters. Na Ying was a classic example of someone with simple thoughts and an eccentric personality. What worries me more is Evil Wind. That person also has an exotic beast, more formidable than Evil Wind. Na Ying smiled. Only 30 seconds left. Time is truly passing very slowly. I can't wait to have a little test of skill with these two interesting fellows. Lu Kaihuan frowned and asked, an exotic beast even more formidable than Evil Wind? A divine beast. For a candidate to be carrying a divine beast with them was truly shocking news. Lu Kaihuan's and Kadira's eyes went wide as they looked at Na Ying in disbelief. Smiling, Na Ying shook his head. Not a divine beast. Then what else could it be? A holy beast. He has a holy beast. Chapter 581, The Law of Thundercloud Beast. The vast majority of people felt fortunate that they had already been through the test. Whether they scored low or high, at least they would not be running into a quasi-divine beast. If they were placed in the cage with Evil Wind, they would no longer have to worry about just their score, but their life, too. There was one last round of the examination, and somebody would be sent into Evil Wind's cage. Amusement and sorrow at the show that was about to commence rapidly spread through the crowd. Evil Wind. I wonder which unlucky one will pull it. Who cares who? In any case, I managed to get through. Though I got a 0, it's better than having to go against that terrifying Evil Wind. Putting Evil Wind into the ring? Isn't this against the rules? How is it against the rules? Evil Wind isn't a divine beast, only the highest existence among beast kings. It doesn't count. A short girl near Xia Fei, who was listening to the conversations around her, now knew the terror of Evil Wind, and her face turned ghastly pale as she began to shudder in fear. What do I do? It won't be me, right? The little girl muttered to herself in dejection. Xia Fei had not noticed the turmoil around him. His eyes were on that green furry animal in the distant cage, his mind rapidly working. The highest-ranking Beast King had suddenly appeared, and then someone had disrupted the Beast Spirit Codex. No matter how hard Xia Fei tried, he could not establish a connection with Evil Wind. The Beast Spirit Codex was mysterious and profound. However, even the most profound technique needed ocular cognition and telepathy to work. Right now, whenever Xia Fei used his ocular cognition on Evil Wind, they would be reflected back like a mirror, and his telepathy was also being blocked by some mysterious power. The opposing party was like a knife, cutting apart the telepathic net that Xia Fei had laid down and shattering everything. An expert is targeting me. Xia Fei determined this. The situation was obvious. Evil Wind's appearance and that mysterious power interfering with him were no coincidences. He had fallen into someone's trap. Whoosh! The second to last batch of candidates was teleported back. As Xia Fei had already withdrawn the Beast Spirit Codex, those exotic beasts were no longer frenzied, so half of the candidates had passed, causing the rest to feel envious. Xia Fei breathed deeply and closed his eyes. There was no doubt that he would be the one pitted against quasi-divine beast Evil Wind. This would be a hard battle. Whoosh! The pass card on his chest flashed, and Xia Fei disappeared. A second later, he appeared in a cage. Haha! It's Xia Fei. Xia Fei got pulled into Evil Wind's cage. A delighted and amused voice rang out, swiftly followed by laughter from the crowd. It was human nature to hit someone while they were down, and these candidates, who were miserable and dejected from their results, naturally hoped to see someone else in their situation or even worse. Only then could they even feel the balance in their minds. It was only natural that all of them laughed upon seeing that Xia Fei was the one fighting Evil Wind. Xia Fei is the original lowest scorer, and now that he's gotten Evil Wind, he's bound to still end up in the last place, yes. What an unlucky fellow. He's managed to pull the only exotic beast that transcends its rank. Truly, the heavens have eyes. Score? He'll be lucky if he makes it out alive. There's no need to think about a score. Makes sense. After all, that's the quasi-divine beast Evil Wind. Surviving is good enough. Xia Fei did not even need to listen purposely to know that those behind were delighting in his predicament. Pa! The green signal light turned on, and a countdown of 3 minutes began. Xia Fei would have to subdue Evil Wind in 3 minutes or fail. Xia Fei knew that this was no contest between him and Evil Wind but rather him and that expert controlling Evil Wind from the shadows. The Beast Spirit Codex could tame Holy Beast Shatterstar. Could it not subdue a puny quasi-divine beast? It would be very hard. Furball had been very young at the time and not in prime condition. Moreover, Furball had been with Xia Fei since he was an egg, so the two were very familiar with each other. Meanwhile, Evil Wind was in its prime, physically and mentally, and that was not even considering the mysterious expert helping it. The situations were incomparable. Boom! The moment the first second ticked down, Xia Fei struck. He slammed his fists into the ground. The test's rules did not allow attacking the exotic beast, but there was no rule against hitting the ground. Xia Fei was exploiting this loophole, doing all he could to subdue this quasi-divine beast. Bang! The heavy blow distorted the alloy floor. Weighing at more than a ton, the Evil Wind beast was still bounced in the air by the shock. This was the power in Xia Fei's blow. His eyes exploded. Beast Spirit Codex. Ocular Cognition. A special art that could intimidate or even control all exotic beasts that met his gaze. Watch this. Beast Spirit Codex. Xia Fei was planning to use close-distance ocular cognition to seize control of Evil Wind. In the distance, beast-taming master Nai Ying was taken aback, his lips curving into a smile. A smart move. Evil Wind was lying on the floor, so you used a powerful shock to bounce it in the air. In this way, your eyes could meet and you could use ocular cognition to maximum effect, taking control of Evil Wind in one go, Nai Ying mentally remarked. Smart enough. Alas, your opponent is me. Nai Ying was planning to relinquish control of Evil Wind, but a moment later, he changed his mind. Why not see how strong your abilities are? Four eyes met. Evil Wind's green and slippery eyes met Xia Fei's, and invisible mental energy forced its way into the beast's mind. The progress was so smooth that Xia Fei could not help but be suspicious. Something's wrong. It's too easy to get in. Xia Fei mentally noted in surprise. Suddenly, a pair of invisible giant hands materialized in Evil Wind's mind and grabbed him. They were grabbing at the sliver of thought that Xia Fei had sent into the beast's mind. You came at the perfect time. Let's see who you really are. Furball, having already received Xia Fei's order, waited on his shoulder. Destroy him. Furball suddenly went crazy. His belly swelled, his mouth opened wide, and he let out a deep and lethal roar at Evil Wind. An invisible soundwave instantly traveled to every person on the testing ground, and every exotic beast heard this berserk roar. Awoo! Shatterstar! That's Holy Beast Shatterstar! A candidate with good eyes recognized Furball and shouted. A holy beast! That fellow has a holy beast! That legendary holy beast Shatterstar that can destroy a world with one strike! How could it end up in Xia Fei's hands? Has Xia Fei tamed a holy beast? The crowd was stunned. A test with so many twists and turns already was pushed to the climax by the appearance of both a quasi-divine beast and a holy beast. I'm seeing a legendary holy beast with my two eyes. This makes the trip entirely worth it. Who will win? Who's going to come out the victor in this contest? There's no need to wonder. It will be Xia Fei with his holy beast Shatterstar. That's not for certain. Evil Wind has the combat power of a divine beast, and it doesn't have too many brain cells. Tisk. A brainless exotic beast is still no match for a holy beast, right? That's no advantage. That depends on the type of contest. It's true that Evil Wind lacks intelligence, but its lack of intelligence means that it's not afraid of anything. Don't forget that this contest is to subdue an exotic beast without attacking it. As the saying went, the ignorant knew no fear. While Evil Wind lacked intelligence, it was essentially unhinged, daring to fight against the most formidable expert. It cared not about its welfare or the dignity of its status. It could not understand such things, either. Nai Ying's body swayed, and his gaze darkened. There's no doubt that's a holy beast. One roar has this old man swaying. Nai Ying mentally remarked. Though Xia Fei was apparently intimidating Evil Wind, in truth, he was intimidating the expert behind Evil Wind. Just when Nai Ying was about to ambush Xia Fei's mental energy, Furball unleashed a surprise attack. He had created a huge mess in Evil Wind's mind. The consciousness, which Nai Ying had stored in Evil Wind's mind, was assaulted. Looking back to the testing ground. Besides Evil Wind, all 119 exotic beasts were prostrating. When a holy beast appeared, all beasts bowed. Let alone resistance, these beast kings did not even dare to open their eyes. This was the majesty of a holy beast. Level 6 of the Beast Spirit Codex. Overwhelm it. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Na Ying's moment of hesitation was Xia Fei's chance. He completely unleashed his telepathy. At such a close distance, Xia Fei was intending to use his ocular cognition in combination with his telepathy to seize control of Evil Wind's mind, turning from guest to master. He placed his fingers on his temples, and the veins on his forehead bulged. When Xia Fei used the strongest attack of the Beast Spirit Codex, his face became rather savage. Na Ying was still a master, and though he had been shaken for a few moments by Furbal's roar, he would not so easily lose control of Evil Wind. Law of Thundercloud Beast, stir. Roar. The green-furred pangolin suddenly became extremely agitated. It was not much of a thinking exotic beast, and through the power of the law, Evil Wind felt its entire body boiling with hot blood, and only tearing apart the world could calm this wildfire. Wind cutting like a blade. When Evil Wind struck, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and black bullets of wind were fired at Xia Fei and Furbal. This was Evil Wind's nature-type ability, Wind Control. Wind Control ability users were few in number, but what Evil Wind released was the Black Wind. Wind with corrosive powers. A black hurricane stirred and began to sweep through the testing ground destructively. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The waiting experts of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall moved out, using the law of space to block off the battlefield and prevent the other exotic beasts or candidates from being hurt. Several seconds later, the blackness withdrew and the wind ceased. The candidates looked at the sight before them in disbelief. The alloy cage holding the exotic beast was on the verge of collapse as if it had been immersed in highly concentrated sulfuric acid. Xia Fei was enclosed in Silver Desert, his liquid war armor, but his situation was not much better. While Evil Wind had not injured him, it had worn away at his armor. Silver Desert had really become like grains of sand, metal flecks constantly drifting off it. Xia Fei and Holy Beast Shatterstar were contending against Beast Taming Master Na Ying and Quasi-Divine Beast Evil Wind, Mental Control Arts contesting against the Thundercloud Beast Law. In the first round, Xia Fei had been utterly defeated. Wait. Xia Fei has the protection of his armor, but Holy Beast Shatterstar doesn't. Is it okay? Someone shouted. Everyone's hearts tightened. Oh, no. At this time, there was still 1 minute and 39 seconds until the 3 minutes was up. Chapter 582, Quasi-Divine Beast? Die. The black gas that Evil Wind had released gradually dispersed. As a Quasi-Divine Beast, Evil Wind possessed a formidable ability, which could be seen by how much it was able to corrode the Silver Desert armor. Fortunately, Evil Wind's attack, while powerful, did not last a long time. Xia Fei stood against the black wind, his face cold and grim. Not only was there the corrosive poison, the expert hidden behind Evil Wind had chosen to exploit Xia Fei's momentary haste to clear out his will from Evil Wind's mind. Such a powerful move. Xia Fei's planned offensive had utterly failed. In the first round, Na Ying and Evil Wind got a complete victory over Xia Fei and Furbal. Even the Beast Spirit Codex lost to Na Ying's Law of Thundercloud Beast. He's not dead. Liquid War Armor. Xia Fei's wearing Liquid War Armor. That sort of high-level armor is extremely tough. Ordinary armor would probably be completely ruined. After all, Evil Wind's poison is more effective against tough alloys, but Liquid War Armor is made from the most bizarre liquid metal, so there's an essential difference there. Xia Fei has Liquid War Armor, but his Shatterstar doesn't. Is that cute holy beast okay? The spectators were all fearful. There was no way that Furbal could resist this poisonous gas that could corrode metal into dust. Whoosh! A ball jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder, furiously growling. It was none other than Holy Beast Shatterstar. Xia Fei's personal exotic beast. However, Furbal appeared to be in a rather sorry state this time. His beautiful white fur was mangled, like hair that had not been washed in 800 years, matted and gnarled like a carpet that someone had picked out of the trash. He was far from his majestic and intimidating state. Haha! Holy Beast Shatterstar turned out like that? It seems like there's no way Xia Fei can hold on. Without the Holy Beast's help, how can Xia Fei fight against Evil Wind? I think so, too. If even Holy Beast Shatterstar got off this badly, Xia Fei should be thinking about escaping by now if he knows what's good for him. Mocking laughter broke out in the crowd, but a handsome young man in white and floaty robes argued, "Don't you think that it's odd that a quasi-divine beast managed to make such a mess out of a holy beast?" Once this was pointed out, everyone truly did find it strange. Yes, Furbal was many ranks higher than Evil Wind, so it was very abnormal for it to be beaten into this state. I don't know the reason, but I can guarantee you that holy beast Shatterstar is positively furious. How could a holy beast's dignity be profaned by others? The result? The result will be very difficult to predict. On the distant platform, Na Ying wiped some sweat off. Although he had successfully banished Xia Fei's consciousness from Evil Wind's mind, he had no intention of relaxing. On the contrary, he even became more nervous. As a beast tamer expert, Na Ying could sense the shifting of Furbal's demeanor. He knew that, even if he did not want to, he would have to face the wrath of a holy beast. Ray! Yet another guttural row that was brimming with killing intent, a resolve to win, and the pride that holy beasts were born with. Evil Wind backed away. It burrowed its head into its long green fur, not daring to meet Furbal's god-killing glare. No matter how stupid Evil Wind was, it knew that it had provoked someone it should not have. This was an indescribable fear, that deathly energy so close that no one could refuse it. Xia Fei frowned, whispering to Furbal, "Are you injured?" Furbal could understand what Xia Fei was saying and lightly shook his head, but his eyes remained fixed on Evil Wind. The fire in his eyes grew larger and larger, his small mouth opening and closing. Furbal was like an old monk muttering sutra, saying something that no one could understand. It was just a string of random syllables, and Xia Fei naturally could not understand it, but on the other side, Evil Wind began to shiver from these words. In the distance, beast-taming master Na Ying's face turned icy cold. "Teacher, what happened?" Kadira noticed how grim Na Ying had become and sternly asked. Na Ying did not answer, but his palm swiftly turned over, powerful energy rising from it. Law of Thundercloud Beast. Haste, fuse, intimidate. Rumble. There was an explosion that felt like the air was tearing apart. The candidates hurriedly turned to look and realized that two proctors and an emaciated elder were standing together, and that elder was radiating a white light that made him seem like a god descending from the heavens. The most up-to-date novellas are published on Fruitnoelo. What's going on here? Who's that old man? While the candidates were still confused about Na Ying's identity, the Law of Thundercloud Beast activated. Bang! The white light on Na Ying's body exploded, flying out like a comet toward Evil Wind. Rumble! The white comet struck Evil Wind, and at that point, the enormous figure of the quasi-divine beast was enveloped in light. Its body began to shrink. A few moments later, it had become a little pangolin the size of a palm. "Senior Na Ying, what are you doing?" Lu Kaihuan asked in a panic. Na Ying's actions were so obvious that even a fool could tell that he was controlling Evil Wind. As the chief proctor, Lu Kaihuan naturally could not just sit around. "Don't ask. Teacher has a plan. Look. The true contest is starting." Kadira grabbed her and sternly said. "Harumph." Furbal grunted, and Evil Wind backed away 3 more steps. Suddenly, Furbal jumped onto the ground and began to swagger toward Evil Wind. He was like a warrior in bloodlust, a saber in his hand ready to take the head of his foe. The green-furred pangolin was enclosed in white light. This was Na Ying's Law of Thundercloud Beast, which he was using to control Evil Wind and stop it from retreating as it faced Furbal, but as Evil Wind advanced, its eyes were full of despair. Awoo! At a distance of no more than 2 meters, Furbal and Evil Wind opened their mouths and roared at each other. Corrosive black gas gushed out of Evil Wind's mouth as it prepared to take down Furbal. Using the same tactic twice in a row was taboo for strategists. How could Holy Beast Shatterstar fall for the same trick twice? Like a powerful hairdryer, Furbal sent back the black wind which had been blown in his direction. The alloy floorboards cracked, and deep fissures began to appear in the ground below. It was only the sound coming out of his mouth, but this sound was tearing apart the earth. So powerful! Still, since you can't attack, what can you do? Na Ying sneered. Although Evil Wind was very afraid, Na Ying's powerful law was compelling it to step closer and closer to Furbal, its white teeth mottled with yellow spots emitting a nauseating odor. Furbal was getting rather anxious. Xia Fei had already ordered that he was not allowed to attack Evil Wind, so he was relying on his voice and presence to suppress it. Furbal normally would not have taken a mere quasi-divine beast seriously, but that Evil Wind had a powerful beast-taming master behind it. This simply was not a fair fight. In normal circumstances, Evil Wind would have been dead 100 times over, but today, the mighty holy beast Shatterstar could do nothing to it. Furbal's eyes filled with blood, on the verge of tears. Frustration. Incredible frustration. Xia Fei's opponent was not a quasi-divine beast but rather a quasi-divine beast and a master beast tamer with law power. The strengths on both sides had never been equal. Besides, Xia Fei and Furball could not even hit back. They were being forced down. Na Ying smiled, his face smug. The rules were right there, and no matter how formidable Furball or how cunning Xia Fei, they could not attack. From the start of this battle, Na Ying was undefeatable. This was why he had sworn to give Xia Fei a harsh lesson, for he was truly capable of such a thing. Just when Na Ying was delighting in humiliating Xia Fei, the situation suddenly changed. No one was able to make out what Xia Fei did, and by the time they realized what was going on, Xia Fei had already thrust the blood crystal into Evil Wind's tough shell. A wicked smile on his lips, Xia Fei put strength into his arms and twisted. Evil Wind let out a heart-wrenching screech. The bloodthirsty dagger crazily sucked away Evil Wind's essence blood, absorbing its life. It was not just Evil Wind. Even the distant Na Ying felt like he was being emptied out. The strength he had poured into Evil Wind was rapidly disappearing. Xia Fei had killed it. Did he not know that the rules forbid attacking the exotic beasts? Screw your rules! Xia Fei viciously said. Whoosh! Xia Fei pulled out the blood crystal and proudly stood tall. Bang! With all its blood drained, Evil Wind was left a dried-out husk. Xia Fei stomped on it and instantly broke it into pieces. All of his frustration was instantly swept away. Yes, Xia Fei truly could not suppress a quasi-divine beast under the control of a beast-taming master, but Xia Fei could kill it. Consequences? Rules? If Xia Fei cared about such things, he would not be Xia Fei. Pa! Xia Fei spat at Evil Wind's body and raised his head, callously gazing at Na Ying and the other two, the look of betrayal in his eyes. Everyone was stupefied. No one had imagined that the end of this absurd exam would be just as absurd. Xia Fei killed a quasi-divine beast in front of everyone else. In truth, Xia Fei was not the only warrior who felt frustrated at the inability to strike back against the exotic beasts, but all of them had chosen to just bear with it, and even when they accidentally punched a beast once or twice, they would still feel regret. However, Xia Fei had no shred of regret. He had clearly done this on purpose. This was probably how Xia Fei differed the most from the other candidates. He faced the same unfair rules, but when the vast majority of people chose to endure them, Xia Fei decided to break the rules, heedless of the consequences. I've wronged you just now. When Furball jumped back onto Xia Fei's shoulder, he threw him a grade 4 origin crystal and even helped him comb his messy fur. Everyone else just glared in dumbfounded amazement, not knowing how to describe Xia Fei's conduct. Plush! Na Ying vomited blood, his body swaying. Gritting his teeth, he sternly said, I can't believe it. He's so unreasonable. Chapter 583, Failing the Exam but Winning Respect. The Yu family. That enormous warship was still wandering through space. Ever since Crow City was destroyed by Xia Fei, the original custodian Yu Peng had been promoted, going from a custodian of Crow City to a guard captain of the Yu family's main city. The main city, which was home to several 100,000 people of the clan, was enormous. As guard captain, he had 500 clan warriors under his command, and his salary doubled. The difference was like that between night and day. After sunset, the new guard captain quietly left the city and came to an orchard 30 kilometers south of the city. This was the Yu family's second largest fruit production base. Apricots, peaches, strawberries, grapes, and other kinds of fruits had been planted across 6 million acres. There was someone already waiting for him under the peach tree. The pink peach blossoms were beautiful, and the flowers concealed the man's face, but from the voice, one could tell that this was the same person who had appeared at the swamp of Crow City. Warily looking around, Yu Peng cautiously said, Why were you in such a hurry to find me? I was just promoted to guard captain of the city, so I can't go wherever I please. The man in the peach flowers did not answer his question, sternly saying, The situation has changed. Yu Peng was startled, his brows furrowing. What happened? Is that side getting impatient? Your guess is correct. That side truly can't wait anymore. We must give them an answer within 1 month. If we're late, we must bear the consequences. Yu Peng clenched his jaw. Easier said than done. They're in such a rush, do they want us to force the patriarch? That'll make all our previous efforts be for naught. The man in the flowers helplessly shrugged. Provoking the patriarch will have dire consequences, but provoking that man behind us will have even more serious consequences. Yu Peng fell silent, acknowledging that this view was correct. I didn't come to ask for your opinion but to inform you that a few people will be coming in the next few days, and you need to let them into the city. Yu Peng grumbled, I just took control over the city guard. I still haven't gotten the trust of my men. That's your problem. I only came to inform you, the man coldly stated. That group on Snake Isle is about to come back. Yu Peng was stunned, then he sternly said, so Yu Guding has emerged from seclusion? The Yu family is about to have its third law emperor. Yes, the patriarch is quite the vicious fellow, penning up his grandson in Snake Isle for 20 years, not letting him out unless he advances to a law emperor and even sending a large number of guards. He said that it's to protect the sky-raising modeled python, but it's really to protect his precious grandson. Yu Peng bitterly smiled. Since Yu Guding is leaving Snake Isle and has become a law emperor, it means that he's met the requirements to become a patriarch. I presume that the patriarch will be formally announcing this news soon. After all, the grandson is his flesh and blood. The man in the flowers nodded, appearing to be somewhat disappointed. In the law realm, humans had very long lives, particularly those with high cultivation, and would often live for several hundred years. The changing of the patriarch was extremely important, as each patriarch would hold absolute authority over a clan for several decades, perhaps even several centuries. The Yu family had once had its heyday and had been a clan of some fame in the circle, so the changing of its patriarch would affect other clans. After all, their welfare was all linked together. This is a problem. The patriarch offended Duba because of Xia Fei, but then Xia Fei lost his trust because of his rashness. At present, the only one loyal to the patriarch is Yu Jin, but if Yu Guding emerges from seclusion, the balance will shift, and the grass swaying on the walls of the elder court might turn in favor of the patriarch, Yu Peng seriously analyzed. The man in the flowers smiled. Political power? You're still thinking about that at this time? Your vision is a bit too short-sighted. For many years now, everyone has known that that item is with our Yu family, but no one has ever tried to steal it. Do you know why? Because of the protection of the Moonward clan and the Nine Fan clan, Yu Peng said. Correct. Both clans protect the Yu family because they're worried that other people might get that item. Everyone's welfare is bound together, impossible to be separated. If the Yu family wants to continue developing, it must escape from this messy situation. We no longer have the strength to keep playing the political game. Everyone gets this except the patriarch. He continues clinging onto that treasure, vainly hoping that the family can regain its splendor. If my guess is right, besides coming back to take the seat of patriarch, Yu Guding is also going to try and subdue that item. Yu Peng shook his head. We can't let him succeed. Once that item recognizes a master, it will stay bound for the rest of its life, but the patriarch himself couldn't do it, so Yu Guding probably won't, either. In the end, it won't come to anything. The man in the flowers regretfully sighed. The patriarch might seem open and honest, but he's the most selfish of us all. Yes, as patriarch, he has never been corrupt, always impartially enforcing the law until now, but he has hidden the best and most important thing for himself. Yu Peng said, I know. In the Yu family, only two things are most important, one is the post of patriarch and the other is that item. These two things far surpass everything else. Even if Yu Guding is no good, Yu Guding will have sons and grandsons. If there's no change in the Yu family, those two most important items will continue to be passed down in that patriarch's lineage. The man in the flowers paused for a moment, then he continued speaking. Thus, the Yu family must change, and for there to be change, blood must flow. Yu Peng said nothing, but he constantly stroked his short hair, appearing rather nervous. Great Law Sovereigns Hang, Chi Kong, Weston, Reese, and Lane, Law Emperor Guo Yu, and Great Law Emperor Signs. Remember these 7 names. In at most half a month, they will arrive at the Yu family, nominally for a law conference. You must watch them and keep an eye on all their movements. Yu Peng frowned. Using 5 law sovereigns and 2 law emperors to deal with the patriarch? It seems that someone is getting impatient. The man in the flowers shook his head. No, those are the people the patriarch sent to guard Yu Guding. Yu Peng was stunned. How could the patriarch mobilize these experts? Could it be? These are only the ones I know of. There's no telling how many others there are, but there's no need for you to be afraid. The patriarch is very powerful, but we are even more powerful. With these words, the man in the flowers disappeared without a trace. Yu Peng sighed and returned to the main city. The night had settled in, and the lights of the Yu clan's main city seemed very enchanting. All was at peace, utterly unaware that a war was approaching. Counting on his fingers, Yu Peng muttered, "The patriarch actually has 4 law emperors on his side? Things are getting more and more interesting." All of this transpired when it was still day back at the White Horse constellation. When Yu Peng was counting with his fingers the men the patriarch could mobilize, Xia Fei had just finished killing Evil Wind. "Screw your rules." Xia Fei stood up and coldly said. "Since this rule is so frustrating, I'll crush it." Furball excitedly ate while it nuzzled against Xia Fei, clearly agreeing with its owner. If Xia Fei had come to such a realization earlier, it would not have had to go through so much suffering. No fighting and only using pressure? This was probably the most frustrating battle Furball had ever fought. Now that Xia Fei had ignored the rules and killed Evil Wind, Furball felt all its frustrations being swept away. It must be said that Furball truly had a rather cheerful personality. It took only a while for it to return to its smiling and mischievous self. He felt an indescribable sense of relaxation, and he discovered that it actually was not that hard to break the rules. Was it not just some Dragon Ascension martial hall? What did it matter how formidable it was? He did not care. With a gangster-like aura, Xia Fei kicked aside the decayed cage. The alloy was brittle from Evil Wind's toxic gas and easily shattered. Lighting a cigarette, he began to walk back. Behind him, that giant cage, which had occupied a square kilometer, collapsed into a pile of debris. Many of the girls present saw this clearly, and they felt an indescribable feeling welling up within them. Xia Fei was wanton and unrestrained, despising the conventions of the world and tinged with danger. These were all elements that young women liked. Such was the reasoning behind the phenomenon of girls like bad guys. If Xia Fei had obediently completed the exam according to the rules, even if he got full points, he would never have drawn as much attention as with his frenzied display today. A young girl with a healthy tan shouted Xia Fei's name, her cheeks blushing. "What are you so excited about?" No matter how brash Xia Fei is, he still failed the exam. If that incautious fellow who accidentally killed an exotic beast gets deducted 1,000 points, Xia Fei will probably lose 10,000, a cold-faced youth next to the girl sternly said. The tanned girl argued, "He didn't fail. Xia Fei is much cooler than all of you. Did you forget how silly you looked earlier while being chased around by that exotic beast?" "Correct." That fair-faced white-robed young man began to speak again. "In this round, Xia Fei didn't lose. On the contrary, the rest of you lost." "What do you mean by that?" Smiling, the youth scanned the crowd and spoke in a mocking tone. "Ask yourself honestly, during the exam, which one of you didn't want to kill those menacing exotic beasts? Yet none of you had the guts to strike. It wasn't that you couldn't beat them, you just feared the Dragon Ascension martial hall behind those exotic beasts." The young man spoke in a sharp tone, his tone aggressive. Someone with fear and apprehension in their heart will never be able to become a true warrior. If you were to encounter some powerful foe one day, I would wager that you people would be the first to turn traitors. While Xia Fei won the battle and failed the exam, at least he didn't lose his dignity. "What about you?" Everyone fell silent. The restraints of the rules had made this exotic beast exam even more frustrating than the math exam. They had clearly been able to beat these exotic beasts, but they could only stand around and be beaten. As warriors, how could they just accept this treatment? None of them had liked it, but the only one who actually stood up to fight it was Xia Fei alone. "Who are you? Who gave you the right to talk to us like this?" "That's right. Speaking such arrogant words at such a young age, how were your parents educating you?" The white-robed young man's words were stinging, and the candidates could not help but talk back. The young man did not answer, disappearing with a soft chuckle. "How come he has the freedom to enter and exit the assessment ground?" a big-headed and large man curiously asked. No one could answer. Nobody here knew who that young man was, able to come and go as he pleased. "He's Zanian Feng, the son of Dragon Ascension Martial Arts Hall's master Quzhen Feng," replied a somewhat older youth coldly. He had long ago recognized that white-robed youth, but since he kept it a secret until Zanian left, it probably meant that he did not harbor any good intentions. The assessment ground fell silent. No one had expected that an unremarkable young man would be such a big name. Zanian's words still lingered in their ears. "Xia Fei failed the exam, but you lost your dignity." Chapter 584, The Blood Crystal Evolves Again. The fourth assessment, the exotic beast test, was already over, but the storm that Xia Fei stirred up was far from over. As per normal, the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's White Horse Constellation branch should have posted the grades right after the test, but today, there was nothing at all. No poster was put up on the walls with the results. The candidates were very curious and gathered around the main gate, unwilling to leave. The grades would determine whether or not they could get into the next round was what all of them were concerned about. This was the glorious path leading to the peak of the martial path, the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Anyone who said that they did not care about their grades would definitely be lying. Thus, after the test, almost all the candidates lingered, waiting for the results to be posted. Xia Fei and Ludi walked through the crowd. Even though Xia Fei was not the strongest of the candidates, they still opened a path for him, allowing the two of them to walk through. A warrior's fighting power did not merely involve their cultivation but also their presence and methods, two aspects in which Xia Fei undoubtedly held the upper hand. The scene of him ignoring all the rules and killing evil wind still lingered in their minds, and there was also Shatterstar's terrifying roar. Many of them still felt like their eardrums were aching. "I'm treating today. You can pick any of the restaurants in White Horse City." Ludi heartily laughed. He was the most excited person today. For no reason at all, he had gotten full points, and put together with the extra 30 points from the secret question as well as his scores on the first 3 assessments, Ludi had a score which was not low at all and could be considered in the upper half of the pack. This was something that this playboy and the entire Lu clan found worth celebrating. Ludi believed that Xia Fei had been his bringer of good fortune, but his bringer of fortune had himself suffered defeat, leaving Ludi very apologetic. Thus, he wanted to invite Xia Fei to a feast to celebrate how easily he had gotten full points and to soothe Xia Fei's dejection. If there was one thing the Lu family did not lack, it was money. He decided that everything tonight would be of the highest standard. "What if I help you book the Bright Jade Pavilion, the venue owned by the 9 Phoenix Immortals?" Ludi timidly asked. Bright Jade Pavilion was also known as the Pavilion of Death's Charge, for it was essentially a black hole. Numerous Scions had gone there and come out half alive, and the 9 Phoenix Immortals were the supporting pillars. These were 9 sisters, each more beautiful than the last, with 2 of them even being twins. Anyone would be enraptured to share a bed with one of these 9 beauties. Ludi had money, a lot of money, but he still was unsure if Bright Jade Pavilion would take small-time customers like him and Xia Fei. In the lore realm, money could not decide everything. Thus, he was somewhat timid. Xia Fei waved his hand and said solemnly, "We'll talk about it another time. I still have some other things to attend to." Ignoring Ludi's attempts to keep him and with everybody looking at him like he was a weirdo, Xia Fei left. He appeared to be in quite a rush as if there really was something that he needed to attend to. A sigh came from a corner. Mu Fuping watched Xia Fei leave, her brows furrowed. "I understand. Thank you," Mu Fuping said to a young man next to her. The events which had taken place on the testing ground had been conveyed by this youth to her. Xia Fei's killing of evil wind, leading to that mysterious elder from the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall vomiting blood, was retold by the youth in a rather exaggerated manner, and Mu Fuping was naturally rather worried about how gloomy Xia Fei had seemed. It was this lowly one's honor to serve Miss Mu. The young man took his award, said his thanks, and departed. The Mu family was one of the 9 great clans, and the youth would have been willing to serve even without a reward. After all, everyone knew of the fame of the withered Mu family. Xia Fei had given Mu Fuping a small lesson earlier, but not only did this fail to push her away, it only caused her to pay more attention to him. It was just that this attention went underground, quietly burning in the depths. This is very bad. Big brother Xia Fei will find it very difficult to pass the assessment, and if he can't get into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, his future will be greatly affected, Mu Fuping worriedly said. Mu Qingping raised an eyebrow, delighting in Xia Fei's plight. Serves him right. Who does he think he is? Breaking the rules of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall whenever he pleases. In my view, once the results come out, Xia Fei may even be kicked out of the assessment. It's not like Dragon Ascension Martial Hall hasn't done such a thing before. Mu Fuping became even more anxious at these words, even forgetting to rebuke her younger sister as her heart throbbed in fear. After some thought, the bodyguard standing behind Mu Fuping sternly said, "If young Miss seeks the master's help, the Mu clan has enough prestige to let Xia Fei continue taking part in the assessment, but after what happened last time, the master holds a very deep grudge against Xia Fei and probably won't agree." Mu Fuping clenched her teeth and began to move, saying, "I have to try at least. Big brother Xia saved my life, he's my savior." Rather than returning to the inn, Xia Fei used his speed ability to move to a small and deserted mountain outside of the city. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Xia Fei lightly stroked a finger across his spatial ring and took out a dark red dagger which he examined in his hands. The dagger had no edge. It was like a spike but did not have the sharpness of one, like a bayonet but longer and thinner. Xia Fei looked at it for a while and still could not find the proper words to describe it. It seemed to occupy a category of its own, different from any other kind of known weapon. "This is the blood crystal," said Phantom finally after a long days. Xia Fei nodded. "When I was putting it away, I felt that the blood crystal was evolving again, but I didn't think it would turn into something like this." Phantom's shock was at maximum saturation. He had heard tales about the assassin sect's most wicked sect master, Slaughter Shadow, and the blood crystal had its own extremely foul reputation. It had been built by the ancients and existed to drink blood. The stronger the expert of the blood it drank, the more quickly it would revive. On the day the dagger was reborn, the entire world would grow dark due to its evil nature, and the seas would boil. Slaughter Shadow had killed countless people over his lifetime, but he had still been unable to revive the blood crystal. However, today, in Xia Fei's hands, the blood crystal had evolved again. Did this mean that this wicked dagger was going to be reborn? The first time, Xia Fei had used the power of the law of primal chaos to twist the attributes of the blood crystal, allowing it to absorb not just the essence blood of humans but also the life of all living beings. Even if Xia Fei stabbed himself, the blood crystal would not show the slightest courtesy. From this, one could see how cruel it was. The second time was when the celestial zero hammer fell, causing the blood crystal to evolve again. Besides absorbing essence blood, it could send a portion of this energy to Xia Fei, allowing the user and the blood crystal to advance together. The blade had also become sharper and longer. This was now the third time the blood crystal had transformed. Could it be that this mysterious and cruel weapon was finally about to break out of its cocoon and reveal its ultimate form? Could it be that Xia Fei was about to realize the dream that Slaughter Shadow had failed to achieve? No one had ever seen the blood crystal's ultimate form, but this dagger's aura truly had changed. There was no doubting that. "This dagger of yours is very strange." Lying in the ring, Lionheart Emperor Oro suddenly spoke. Xia Fei was taken aback. He had almost forgotten about this extremely powerful existence at his side. "What do you mean by that?" "Its killing aura is no more," Oro shrugged his shoulders and said. "I know. Whenever I took out this dagger before, I myself could feel its intense killing aura, but now, it's like a newborn infant, its aura pure and clean." Could the blood crystal have devolved? Oro shook his head. There's a theory that says that when a killer goes from a butcher to a killing god, their killing aura will gradually be hidden. When killing becomes a part of life, as routine as eating and sleeping, the killing aura will naturally disappear. This is a kind of state where killing has reached its apex. I'm not sure about anything else, but I can clearly sense that this dagger has a life force. Look at its dark red color. If you stop killing, this hue will slowly recede, and when the red is completely gone, the blade will have died. A weapon with a life force. Xia Fei was stunned. To keep the blood crystal alive, he would have to kill constantly. Otherwise, the dagger would die. This was far too wicked. It forced Xia Fei to make a choice. He must keep killing to sustain the dagger's life, or he would have to give up on this peerless and wicked blade, allowing it to become a piece of scrap metal. The reversal of the law of primal chaos, the reinforcements of the celestial zero hammer, all of it would be for naught. An attentive person might have noticed that the Yu family had become much more heavily guarded as of now, with sentries posted both out in the open and in the shadows. In the main city, there were clearly many more strangers who seemed to be in a hurry. As Xia Fei passed through the spatial gate and returned to the Yu family, he happened to run into an old man wearing a large bamboo hat. He had a pair of sharp eyes that could pierce through everything, and when these eyes passed over Xia Fei, he could not help but shiver. "Xia Fei! Why are you coming back now?" Yu Hua said in surprise. As if they had made an appointment, Xia Fei, the mysterious elder, and Yu Hua had arrived almost at the same time. "There's a small problem in the Dragon Ascension Conclave. The test has been suspended for 3 days, so I came back," Xia Fei breezily said. The pause in the assessment was naturally because of the trouble he had caused in the 4th test. The Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was still considering how to resolve the matter. Yu Hua frowned, apparently not happy to see Xia Fei. "So you're saying that you'll go back after 3 days? It's hard to say. The announcement still hasn't been posted. After all, Xia Fei had caused this trouble, so he felt that there was a 90% chance that he would be expelled from the assessment. The prices in the White Horse constellation were very high, he had no fixed place to cultivate, and Ludi was constantly pestering him. Xia Fei found it boring, so he decided to return to the Yu family. After all, he had a home here, and he was used to the cultivation chamber. He could also eat the zhejiang noodles made by Pod. Zhejiang noodles and smoking were both very important to Xia Fei. Who's this old man? He's got a vicious gaze, Xia Fei frowned and asked. Law Emperor Guo Yu, a master of the law of matter, Yu Hua softly said, his eyes momentarily flashing. Oh, no wonder his presence is so imposing. So he's a law emperor. Xia Fei nodded. It was very normal for experts to move between various clans, so Xia Fei did not think too much of it. After saying goodbye to Yu Hua, Xia Fei nonchalantly returned to his residence. Xia Fei, why is it that you came back exactly at this time? Yu Hua muttered as he watched Xia Fei leave. Chapter 585, Discovered. Xia Fei had once considered that the combined power of Celestial Zero Hammer and Law of Primal Chaos would be immensely strong, and this was not even considering that the bloodline of a divine beast, the offspring of the Empress Spider and the Pastel Ice Spider, had been mixed into it. With all these ingredients, the blood crystal ought to have been forged into an unfathomably powerful weapon. However, in reality, the blood crystal had changed in only two ways. First, it could absorb all the blood of a life form. Second, a small portion of the energy would be sent to Xia Fei's body. For normal weapons, these two effects alone were on the divine level, but Xia Fei felt like something was missing. Xia Fei quietly sat in the cultivation chamber, lighting a cigarette as he pondered. If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't notice. Your seventh brain region really does have a new multicolored glowing node. You're sure that it's because you killed Evil Wind today? Phantom asked. Xia Fei nodded. I'm certain. This is the first actual battle that Blood Crystal has been in since it was modified by the Celestial Zero Hammer. I clearly sensed the energy absorbed from Evil Wind being sent to the seventh brain region, forming this unremarkable existence. Earlier, when I accidentally cut my finger on Blood Crystal, I sensed it sharing some of the absorbed energy with me, but that energy was so weak that I didn't care about where it ultimately ended up. But today, Blood Crystal absorbed somewhat more energy, and that was when I noticed this new change. Phantom was confused at first and then delighted. I told you ages ago that the Blood Crystal is the assassin sect's greatest secret, its most precious treasure, but you didn't believe, always taking it as some stupid knife. Now, this stupid knife is showing its true strength. This energy in your brain is extremely pure, many times purer than origin crystals that have been purified. Though I don't know what purpose it has, it's definitely not a bad thing. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Phantom's analysis seemed to be biased toward his sect. To him, while this little ball of energy in his brain region might not be dangerous, it still left him very gloomy. This was because Xia Fei never liked things that he did not understand or could not control. After thinking it over, Xia Fei told Lionheart King Oro about this matter. He was not in a very good mood today. Seeing Xia Fei act all wanton and unrestrained had stirred up his memories. This old man was even crazier than you were back then. Oro had spent the entire afternoon repeating this sentence. He had no freedom, and when he saw Xia Fei instantly kill that quasi-divine beast without regard for the rules, he could not help but be aggrieved by his lack of freedom. A human, a beast, a ghost, a robot, a little grass, and a death-seeking demon, this was the composition of Xia Fei's current party. There was no doubt that it was a powerful party. Furball was a mighty holy beast, Phantom was a master pharmacist, Pod was a king with the highest authority over the robot army, Peacock Blue was the most tenacious of the 30 immemorial mystical armaments, and Lionheart King Oro was a major figure of the demon race, whose cultivation was probably as high as the heavens. Xia Fei was fortunate and blessed to have such powerful companions, but in this powerful party, he did not have a single one who was somewhat normal. Even the most obedient Pod was a workaholic and could not rest for even a moment. To be more precise, Xia Fei could not be regarded as normal, either. He was the infamous madman Xia, a weirdo who never did anything that made sense. His reputation as a freak was gradually spreading through the lower realm. I'm not sure. The blood crystal has been modified into an all-new category by you, and only a ghost would know what sort of rank it was at or what abilities it has, Lionheart King Oro brusquely said. The more Xia Fei ran amok in front of him, the stronger Oro's desire for freedom became. Alas, there was still a long time until the contract's term of 3 years was up, and he needed to continue to endure. Xia Fei blinked, and then he very earnestly said, "Trust me when I say that not even a ghost would know." Oro rolled his eyes. "You've asked a ghost?" Xia Fei firmly nodded. He had just asked Phantom a few minutes, so he was telling the truth. "Bah! I'm not going to be bothered with you." Oro waved his hand and said. "The moon tonight is pretty good, and I'm suffocating to death in this spatial ring. Find some place with no one around and let me out to see the stars." Although the Yu family was based on a ship, it was a very large ship with all kinds of terrain, even deserts and seas. Lionheart King Oro felt depressed tonight and wanted to see the moon. Xia Fei naturally would not refuse his request. This demon who sought death was an important support for Xia Fei, and in the future, he would learn the law of life from him. Roaring Tiger Park was Xia Fei's territory, and it was a rarely frequented, desolate, and shabby place. Xia Fei thought that it was a safe place, so he used his speed ability to go to the park. Tonight, it was Gu Tong standing guard, so Xia Fei sent him home. He sat on the edge of the canyon and took out the giant ice coffin. Lying in the coffin, Oro could see the moon and the stars. "Why don't I teach you everything now so that you can free me a bit earlier?" After a bout of sighing, Oro asked. Xia Fei firmly shook his head. "You're of great importance, so you need to keep your word. Didn't we already agree? If in 3 years that foe of yours hasn't come to find you, I'll kill you. Even if he comes to find you the day right after the 3 years have passed, I won't make the slightest complaint." Xia Fei spoke sincerely, seemingly taking on an enormous risk, and Lionheart King Oro found that there was not anything else he could say. He was very confident in the formation he had laid down, confident that his foe would not be able to track him and Xia Fei down. After all, Oro had thought about that track obscuring formation in the millions of years that he had been imprisoned. However, trying to convince Xia Fei with just words was difficult. While he had a high cultivation, he was no match for Xia Fei when it came to reasoning, and besides, Xia Fei was never one to be reasonable. Xia Fei disliked the artificial moon very much, but he was still enchanted by the distant river of stars. Since he was small, he had liked looking up at the stars. It was like he belonged there. "Do you know about the Cosmic Gate?" Xia Fei softly asked. He was passionate about exploring the unknown and had never stopped. From the moment he learned about this gate in the universe, which represented the highest level of energy, a gate leading to the unknown, Xia Fei placed all his focus on it. Oro was taken aback, nodding. "Of course, I know. That's a place that the God race and demon race protect together. You've been there before?" "No. I once got very close to that gate, but in the end, my efforts were for naught," Oro said in a self-mocking tone. Comparing his resplendent past self to his current form, where death was better than life, made him realize just how far he had fallen. "Is the Cosmic Gate the end of the universe?" Xia Fei asked. "I don't know. Does it lead to the unknown?" "I don't know." A few black lines appeared on Oro's forehead. "Then what do you know?" Xia Fei frowned and asked. Oro was already in a bad mood, and having Xia Fei ask all these questions that he did not know the answer to only made him angrier. "What nonsense are you saying? Opening the Cosmic Gate requires the approval of both the God race and demon race, and these two supreme races have been fighting against each other for tens of thousands of years. How could it be that easy? Besides, you're still far from those two supreme races. As a minor character, you must be one of those who can never sit still. Humans are truly naive, for a puny law sovereign like you to dare think about glimpsing the Cosmic Gate." Xia Fei did not mind Oro's words. There was a light smile on his lips as he softly said, "I've been able to persist until now because I believe that everything is possible. One day, I will get a look at the Cosmic Gate." It was a soft but determined voice. Oro could not help but be moved by this intense desire to explore the unknown. The Cosmic Gate guarded by the two supreme races represented the highest power, the greatest secret, of this vast universe. While Oro admired Xia Fei's resolve, he did not actually believe that Xia Fei could ever get close to that most mysterious existence of the universe. Pfft! 100 meters away from Xia Fei, there was a soft chortle. Presumably, someone had been unable to suppress a chuckle upon hearing Xia Fei's bold declaration. Even law emperors did not dare to think about the Cosmic Gate. The dreams of a minor character like Xia Fei truly were quite fantastical. Whoosh! Xia Fei, the Lionheart Emperor Oro, and Phantom immediately turned ghastly pale. Oro was of the demon race, and he was an existence that some peerless existence had sealed away. If the secret that Xia Fei was hiding a member of the demon race was exposed, it would trigger a disaster. Today, Oro was in the mood to see the stars, and Xia Fei had agreed to his request. In the past, there would have naturally been no problem, but Xia Fei had no idea that there was an undercurrent surging through the Yu family, and things were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. Whoosh! The moment he heard that stifled chuckle, Xia Fei did two things in the following 0.01 seconds. First, he put away Oro's ice coffin. Second, he attacked with all his might. Chain blockade. 7 tornadoes swept toward the location of that voice. Everything within 5 kilometers of Xia Fei fell under his attack. Xia Fei, who had already cultivated the Tier 3 chain blockade in full, could unleash its full might. Secrets were secrets, and no one else was allowed to know about them. No matter who was spying on him, they must die. It had to be said that Xia Fei's reaction speed was absurd. It was like an involuntary reflex. While he had been talking about the future a few moments ago, a true warrior could enter a battle state at a truly shocking speed. Rumble! A gale stirred, and a tree at the end of the canyon was pulled out by the roots. The 70-meter-long tree swept up into the storm and torn to shreds by the berserk law attack. Over there! Xia Fei moved very, very quickly. The chain blockade was infused with the power of the law of primal chaos, and the laughing man had been discovered before he could escape. He was 100 meters from Xia Fei, a dark figure squatting on the ground. Whoosh! The blood crystal left its sheath. Xia Fei's left hand swung out in a punch, attacking from the flank, while the blood crystal in his right hand stealthily moved to block the man's path of retreat. The blood crystal was very inconspicuous, like a small snake slowly slithering in the darkness. The majority of people would not notice this unremarkable weapon at first glance, but the moment they ignored that bloodthirsty and callous dagger in Xia Fei's hand, he would get a chance. The more unremarkable the attack was, the more lethal it could be. As expected, that man moved back to avoid Xia Fei's wild storm punch. His intuition was telling him that this berserk punch was more formidable, but he failed to notice the blood crystal swinging toward him in an elegant arc. The chain blockade was an extremely noisy attack and would draw the attention of the guards. Xia Fei did not have much time left. Chapter 586, Causing a Little Trouble. Now that Xia Fei was close, he could finally see what the mysterious man looked like. He was an ugly middle-aged man with a mustache, which had clearly been well maintained, and a pair of small and round eyes, which were currently staring at Xia Fei. It was clear that he had not imagined that Xia Fei would react so quickly and strike with such lethality. Wild storm. His left fist, covered in a layer of white light, smashed at his foe. At the same time, his right hand swung through the air and thrust the blood crystal into that man's ribs. Turning his hand over, the man suddenly gathered numerous gleaming metal bits in his palm. These metal bits had been extracted from the soil. Besides a concealment ability, he was also a law of matter adept. As for that dark red bayonet-shaped dagger stabbing his ribs, he paid it little attention, merely moving an arm to block it. This man reacted very quickly. It must be understood that only a split second had elapsed since Xia Fei launched his attack. He was planning to meet Xia Fei's fist head-on and sustain an injury on his left arm to block the blood crystal. As long as he could avert the edge of Xia Fei's first offensive, he would have a chance to turn victory into defeat. Bang! Plush! Two different sounds rang out. The first was Xia Fei's fist smashing into that man's metal screen, while the second was the blood crystal stabbing into the man's arm. Not good. The man suddenly felt dizzy, and he immediately lost the feeling in his left arm. At the moment the blood crystal stabbed into his left arm, not only did he lose an immense amount of blood, he felt as if some monster had entered his body. The monster traveled through his blood vessels into his body, where it began to devour his organs. Intense pain. Fear filled the man's eyes. A monster drinking his blood and also burrowing into his body to eat his organs? This was double the torture. Xia Fei had no way of knowing what his enemy was experiencing, but from the change in the latter's eyes, he could tell that the blood crystal, after its rebirth, was likely able to do more than just devour blood. The man panicked and desperately tried to escape. Alas, the blood crystal did not let him go. It seemed to have grown teeth, doggedly biting down on his arm. Ah! With a scream, his arm rapidly began to shrivel, just like a withered tree in a desert. His skin lost its elasticity and his muscles dried up. His desire to live overcame the fear and pain, and that man struggled for all he was worth. tearing off the entire arm that the blood crystal was attached to. It was a gruesome sight. Xia Fei was stunned. He could clearly sense the change in the blood crystal. The more his opponent struggled, the tighter the blood crystal's grip became. It was seemingly magnetic, clinging to its foe, not resting until the man was sucked dry of blood. Could this be the ability of the reborn blood crystal? Using its pull to drag the enemies into the abyss of death? Xia Fei asked himself. He had no idea that the blood crystal's cruelty was not just on holding fast to its foe but also on devouring the enemy's organs. At this moment, the man's organs were basically done for. Even after tearing off his arm and freeing himself from the blood crystal, he could no longer escape the death god's pursuit. Cruel. Devilishly cruel. This truly was the most insidious bloodthirsty divine weapon. After its rebirth, the blood crystal was now in the process of revealing its original and savage form. Crack! As the arm parted from the body, the man's screams resounded through the night sky. The blood crystal had turned bright red from the blood it had absorbed, but the arm that it was attached to had become similar to a blackened tree branch. It was devoid of life. Plush! Before the man could fall over, Xia Fei stabbed the blood crystal into his heart. This time, he had no chance to escape. His eyes rolled over, and his body shriveled up in the space of 3 seconds. Get out of here! We'll be discovered by the guards! Phantom shouted. Xia Fei hastily pulled out the blood crystal and prepared to flee the crime scene, but before he had a chance to step away, a white light suddenly attacked him from the rear. Crafty approach. Xia Fei forced his body to turn around and, crossing his arms, decided to take the attack directly. This enchanting luster was the classic sign of a spatial tear. With this powerful momentum, it was clear that the attacker was much stronger than Xia Fei. Xia Fei's brows creased. He was very uncertain if he could actually take this sudden attack. Whoosh! Xia Fei was ready to be badly wounded, but when this spatial fissure was 1 meter away from him, it suddenly shot upward and into the clouds. Xia Fei, why is it you? Yu Hua appeared next to Xia Fei in a flash of light, exclaiming. That was close. I almost injured you. Xia Fei broke into a cold sweat. It was no wonder that attack had been so fast and powerful, far beyond the ability of his speed and movement techniques to escape. It was because the attacker had been Great Law Emperor Yu Hua. If Yu Hua had not drawn back his hand at the final moment, the consequences would have been very serious. Yu Hua saw the shriveled corpse on the ground and frowned. This was the old master's friend, Great Law Sovereign Qian Yuli. How could you kill him? The old master will definitely blame you. Xia Fei said nothing. What? Was he going to tell Yu Hua that he had taken this man's life because he had learned about the existence of Oro? Don't panic. I have a plan, Yu Hua said as he patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. Swoosh! 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 10 some figures suddenly appeared. The Yu family's guards had arrived at the scene, and their leader was unexpectedly Yu Peng. Xia Fei, Yu Hua, why are you two here? Yu Peng placed a hand on his waist and questioned. Thank you for covering for me, Xia Fei said, sighing in relief as he watched Yu Peng lead his men in the wrong direction. Yu Hua had a very grave expression. I can help you this time, but not for the rest of your life. This man was the old master's friend, and he is certain to investigate this incident. No matter what reason you had, you shouldn't have killed him. He glanced at the ground. The way that the man had died, all withered away, left Yu Hua alarmed. This man had clearly gone through some excruciating torture before his death, but Yu Hua, who had come a little late, did not see how Xia Fei had done the deed. Listen to me. The Dragon Ascension Conclave isn't over yet, so return to the White Horse constellation at once, leave the Yu family. Once there's news, I'll inform you as soon as possible. If the situation is bad, just run and never come back, Yu Hua sternly said. You have no idea what you did. While the old master seems like a gentle soul, his methods are vicious. If he finds out you killed his friend, your end will be gruesome. Xia Fei silently frowned. Thank you. Xia Fei firmly nodded. This was not the first time Yu Hua had helped him, and he was filled with gratitude to him. Stop standing here and leave. I'll cover for you right now, Yu Hua said. Remember, leave early tomorrow morning, quietly and inconspicuously. Find a remote place in the White Horse constellation to wait for news. I'll notify you as soon as I can. Several minutes later, Xia Fei left this canyon on the southern end of Roaring Tiger Park. Yu Peng returned with his men. After all, having headed off in the wrong direction, they naturally would not have found anything. Yu Peng had his subordinates take the body and report to Patriarch Yu Zhang in the morning. You're certain you want to protect Xia Fei? Yu Peng softly asked. He was no fool and could already guess at most of the truth. Yu Hua said noncommittally, I said it before, it wasn't me who killed him, and it wasn't Xia Fei, too. Yu Peng smiled and pointed in the direction of the main city. It's pointless to say it to me. The Patriarch has to believe it. I noticed that your relationship with Xia Fei truly isn't bad. I hope that this kid who so often ends up in trouble is worthy of your favor. Yu Hua coolly said, you wouldn't understand, not even if I explained it to you. The White Horse Constellation, the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's branch office. An extremely impassioned discussion had been going on for a long time, alas, no conclusion was reached even at this point. Besides Chief Proctor Lu Kaihuyan, Master Beast Tamer Nai Ying, 4th Exam Proctor Kadira, and the supervisors of the other exams, the Marshal Hall had even sent over one of Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's 4 Heavenly Kings, Busi. Beneath Hall Master Quzhen Feng, the 4 Heavenly Kings wielded the most authority and had the highest cultivations. For Busi to appear for the initial assessment personally was proof of the importance the Marshal Hall had attached to this matter. Lu Kaihuyan had a cold and aloof face, playing her part as the classic Iron Lady as she said, Lord Busi, I don't quite understand what you mean. Since the one who started all this was the candidate Xia Fei, why shouldn't we disqualify him from participating? Busi was black and the only human among the 4 Heavenly Kings. He had a young face, but those who knew him understood that Busi had been at the Hall Master's side for 80 years, his true age approaching 200. Busi's greatest attribute was his unperturbed face. He sat there like a statue, and even when he spoke, his mouth simply opened and closed. He was as emotionless as a robot. We've no evidence, Busi simply replied. Lu Kaihuyan frowned. Master Nai Ying's testimony isn't enough? Yes, Xia Fei's methods then were so exquisite that we could not acquire first-hand evidence, but I still don't quite understand. Does our Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall need to provide evidence to remove a single candidate? Lu Kaihuyan was right. The mighty Dragon Ascension was the summit of the martial path. It did not need evidence to expel an candidate. Nai Ying himself broke the rules. If not for him, this matter wouldn't have been so troublesome, Busi coldly said. Nai Ying immediately lowered his head. He was none other than the focus of the argument. All of the candidates had seen him use law power to control the exotic beast and cause trouble for Xia Fei. This was the greatest problem facing Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall. How could the dignified Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall interfere with the rules of the testing ground? The argument continued, with no one able to provide a solution to both punish Xia Fei while preserving the dignity of the Marshal Hall. Busi stood up with a cold snort and departed, leaving the other proctors stupefied. He went down the corridor into a secluded room. Pushing upon the door, he saw a young man in white with his legs propped up on the table while he whistled. Upon seeing Busi, the young man hastily got to his feet. Uncle Busi, you're here. The young man was someone that none of the candidates on the testing ground would forget, for this was Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall Master's youngest son, Zanian Feng. Busi gave a slight nod and sat himself on a sofa near the door. 2 very subtle wrinkles appeared on the forehead of the stone-faced Busi. His usually unperturbed self seemed to be vexed over something. You're saying that candidate Xia Fei might be of the Skywing bloodline? Busi sternly asked. There were no airtight walls in the universe. Yu Zhang knew about the problem with Xia Fei's background, as did Yu Hua, and now, one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Dragon Ascension, Busi, knew as well. Could it be that Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall's unprecedented halting of the assessment and the stone-faced Busi's worries were because of the issue brought about by Xia Fei's bloodline? Chapter 587, Xia Fei's bloodline. You are saying that candidate Xia Fei might have Skywing blood? Busi sternly asked. Zanian Feng smiled. That's the feeling I got. Do you remember how the Law Enforcement Board has that rather odd old man, Xia Zonghai? Yes, a stubborn fellow who doesn't care about anything, a typical member of the Skywing bloodline, Busi answered. From his tone, it was apparent that the Skywing bloodline did not have a very good reputation. Zanian Feng said, that day, I secretly went off to take a peek at the assessment and discovered that Xia Fei had quite the unusual aura when he went crazy, and it was rather similar to Elder Xia Zonghai of the Law Enforcement Board. That's why I began to wonder about his bloodline. The same surname Xia and the same aura? It's too much of a coincidence, right? As for whether or not he's actually of the Skywing race, I can't say. In any case, he's unreasonable and stubborn enough to be someone from Skywing. Busey leaned back and began to think. I've seen Xia Fei's resume. He's from a small planet in the Alliance called Earth. If he's of the Skywing bloodline, there would be no reason for him not to live in the White Horse constellation and certainly no reason for him to go to the Little Yu family, Busey muttered. Zanian Feng shrugged. Uncle Busey, it's not like you don't know the nature of the Skywing race. They've always been the most unreasonable, capable of doing anything. The entire race, from the old to the young, is crazy and can't be judged using common sense. Busey creased his brows. That's true. The Skywings aren't a major clan in the circle, but they're extremely troublesome and can't be judged using common sense. If Xia Fei is really a member of the Skywings, then this is truly a big problem. The two of them fell silent. It was as if the reputation of the Skywings was leaving Busey hesitant, which was very strange. The mighty Dragon Ascension Martial Hall did not fear even the 9 great clans, but it was so cautious when it came to the Skywings, which were not even part of the elite circle. Zanian, have you told your father about this? Busey asked. Zanian Feng shook his head. He has so many things on his plate that I can't trouble him over something that hasn't been confirmed yet. Nodding, Busey asked, then based on your judgment of the current situation, how would you deal with it? Zanian Feng replied, in a moment of impulse, Senior Nai Ying broke the rules of the Martial Hall. There's no way we can conceal this. Meanwhile, no one can tell how Xia Fei managed to control the exotic beasts. If you punish Senior Nai Ying and not punish Xia Fei, Old Nai's personality won't let him accept it. If you punish Xia Fei and don't punish Old Nai, if the Skywings learn of this, it will cause even more trouble. Busey nodded, expressing his agreement for Zanian Feng's words. It might be better to just treat the entire thing as a white sheet of paper and turn it over. Turn it over? Yes, render the results of the 4th test invalid and make no attempt to investigate. Treat it as if nothing happened. This, Busey let out a long sigh. It truly does seem viable. Zanian Feng continued speaking. As for whether or not Xia Fei is a Skywing, we can just ignore it. In the future assessments, we can just supervise them more strictly. As long as this incident doesn't repeat itself, everything will be fine. Busey stood up and patted Zanian Feng on the shoulder. Not bad. You're showing your mother's intelligence more and more. We'll do as you proposed. Early next morning, Xia Fei quietly packed his things and left the Yu family. Xia Fei did not feel much remorse for killing Patriarch Yu Jiang's friend. Even if the old master blamed him, it was still better than having Lionheart King Oro's existence exposed. When people left, there would naturally be people who came. As Xia Fei departed for the White Horse constellation, people began to converge on the Yu family from all sides. Last night's murder case did not cause much of a stir within the clan, and Patriarch Yu Jiang did not express much of a stance. It appeared that Yu Hua having Xia Fei swiftly leave was a little cautious. At an unremarkable inn in the White Horse constellation, Xia Fei sat by the window and examined the blood crystal under the light of the sun. The blood crystal had become more crystalline and transparent after absorbing the blood of a law sovereign, so vividly red that it seemed about to bleed. Under the sunlight, it appeared even more beautiful. I want to bask in the sun, Lionheart King Oro said. Xia Fei rolled his eyes. I advise you to stay in the ring obediently. Going out to see the stars last night ended up causing a whole host of problems. If you had been exposed then, it would have been bad for the both of us. Thankfully, Yu Hua covered for me, or else the consequences would be disastrous. Oro frowned. That man had an excellent concealment. I was so focused on my thoughts that I didn't notice his presence. I'll definitely pay attention next time. You think there's going to be a next time? Xia Fei snapped. Putting away the blood crystal, Xia Fei headed off to the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Xia Fei, where did you go in the last 2 days? Ludi came up to meet him, a hint of annoyance on his face. The 4th assessment's results were cancelled, and everyone's grades were made 0. You weren't punished either. Xia Fei nodded. This result was rather outside his expectations, but being able to continue in the assessment was a good thing. He knew that the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was powerful, and if he wanted to advance to the God race and get close to the Cosmic Gate one day, the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was undoubtedly his first choice, the path that could get him the closest to his goal. It's nothing for you, but I managed to get a full score, yet it ended up being cancelled, Ludi said in frustration. I was even bragging to my family. What will I do when the old man finds out? Xia Fei ignored Ludi's chattering. Nothing in life came easy. Xia Fei was the one who had gifted him the full score, but this fellow had taken it as his own luck. Though the fourth assessment's results had been nullified, the points from the secret question were still distributed. Xia Fei's score had been adjusted to 20 points, and while it was not high, it was still not negative. He was now free of the awkwardness that came from being at the very bottom of the list. After looking at the notice and the results list, Xia Fei planned to leave. He killed Yu Jiang's friend, and Yu Hua told him to be more inconspicuous for the time being. Xia Fei had taken this advice to heart. Suddenly, several men in their 20s blocked Xia Fei's path. Aggressive and domineering, they all had emblems with the word bright emblazoned on them. It seemed that they were members of one of the 9 great clans, the Bright Sea clan. Xia Fei shrugged and tried to go around them. After all, Yu Hua had just told him to be inconspicuous, and he did not want to get into any quarrels. However, these young men moved to block Xia Fei again. It seemed like they were looking for trouble. Xia Fei did not move. He coldly passed his eyes over these young men, remembering their faces. Several of the Bright Sea clan members opened a path, allowing a freckled fellow to swagger over. Ludi was known as a playboy, and he wore costly handmade clothes which were abnormally bright in color, and he even sported a golden snake accessory on his belt as well as an opal chain on his wrist. When he walked on the streets, he would often get looks from the young ladies. However, when compared to this freckled man, Ludi suddenly seemed much less bright, his opal chain less dazzling, and his little golden snake accessory rather ugly. There was not even a need to talk about Xia Fei, who usually wore simple attire. The freckled man was bedecked with glittering jewels, such that wealthy ladies would probably vomit blood with envy. He flashed under the sunlight as if he was afraid that others would not know how rich he was. That ring of veined jade on his left hand alone was worth 10,000 grade 4 crystals. It was a good thing that he was from the Bright Sea clan. If he had been from some minor house, someone probably would have marked him already. You're Xia Fei? The freckled young man placed his hands behind his back as he ambiguously asked him. Xia Fei lightly nodded. He had always been a bit of a hooligan, and even when he was standing in front of a scion in his cheapest exercise clothes, he would not feel the slightest bit awkward. Xia Fei's relaxed and laid-back personality angered this young man standing across him. The latter felt that the poor should be meek, yet Xia Fei clearly did not understand his poverty. There was even a hint of scorn on his lips, as if he was looking down on the latter. Miss Fuping of the Mu family isn't an existence at your level. If you know discretion, stay away from her, the freckled man said to Xia Fei, attempting to suppress his disgust for the latter. Mu Fuping? Xia Fei asked. You actually dare to utter Miss Fuping directly by her name, the freckled man angrily asked. If you can't call someone by their name, why even have a name in the first place? You. The freckled man was furious, but he continued to restrain himself, telling himself to maintain his composure. After all, he was from one of the 9 great clans, and he could not allow himself to be angered by some small fry like Xia Fei. In any case, remember that she's a member of the 9 great clans, not someone as insignificant as you can get close to. The Yu family? If I make the call, even their patriarch must bow his head to me. Take a good look at the emblem on my chest. Saying this, the freckled man turned to leave. Today was very strange. He was superior in both background and wealth to Xia Fei, yet in front of the latter, he still felt like he was a beggar. Xia Fei's attitude, which did not seem to care for anyone, was like something innately imprinted to his very bones, and it was very hard for others to imitate it. I forgot, Xia Fei softly said. The freckled man turned around and stared in disbelief at Xia Fei, his face pale. Say that again. I forgot whatever it was that you said moments ago, Xia Fei said, making sure to pronounce every word clearly. Whispering and soft chuckles came from the surrounding crowd. There were quite a few candidates gathered in front of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall to look at the list. These warriors from minor clans did not even dare to breathe too loudly in front of the 9 great clans, but Xia Fei retorted in the most disrespectful fashion, and that garnered a glance from everyone. The kind-hearted worried for Xia Fei, but even more of them felt excited to see someone else suffering. Nothing good would come from provoking a member of the 9 great clans, especially for someone like Xia Fei who did not have any backing. Phantom covered his face and sighed. He was well aware that Xia Fei's personality was like a spring. The stronger one pressed him down, the harder that indelible streak of stubbornness would bounce back. A young man in white watched from a distance, his eyes flashing. He was none other than Xia Fei, the youngest son of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's master. Xia Fei seemed to be very satisfied with Xia Fei's performance, mumbling, "Similar, truly too similar." The giggling and chuckling from the crowd was ear-splitting, and it sounded like they were mocking to the freckled young man. Whoosh! A silver knife appeared in his hand, its tip pointed at Xia Fei's throat. The freckled man swallowed and sternly said, "Say it again and die." Xia Fei's lips curved upward, and then he opened his mouth. At the same time, his left hand began to move toward his spatial ring. "No. He's a member of one of the 9 great clans." Phantom shouted. No one understood more than him that when Xia Fei struck, it was always with lethality. Chapter 588, The Death Hastening Assessment begins. Aura was something that was very hard to describe, and Xia Fei was concealing a murderous aura. Though he normally seemed very witty and meticulous, like some happy-go-lucky person, anyone who truly attempted to test his bottom line would not meet a very good end. The knife that this freckled fellow from the Bright Sea clan had taken out was not very sharp, and the hilt was studded with expensive jewels of various dazzling colors. This was truly a scion of a wealthy clan, for even his knife had so much work put into it. Xia Fei's aura instantly changed when that knife was taken out. Initially, he had regarded this freckled man as a crazed dog, and Xia Fei was not one to stoop to a crazed dog's level. However, now that this crazed dog bared its fangs at him, he naturally needed to give it a good beating. His eyes turned sharp and vicious. This cold and indifferent gaze of his was something that Xia Fei had developed through numerous lethal battles. Coupled with the sudden increase in killing intent, it caused that freckled and plump face on the other side to twitch. "Kid, you're seeking death." With a flash, the knife pushed for Xia Fei's throat. Xia Fei stroked his hand across his spatial ring, and a knife appeared in his hand. It was the October flying snow. Xia Fei did not want to reveal the cruel blood crystal out in the open. Besides, while his opponent's knife was incredibly extravagant, it was so fragile that it could not take even a single blow. Xia Fei would have never used it himself, as in his eyes, a knife had only one purpose, to kill. He would have no interest in a knife that could not kill no matter how extravagant it was. Bang! The blades of the knives met, and with a crack, October flying snow sliced through that beautiful knife as easily as if it had been cutting melons. The knife showed no signs of stopping, and before the freckled man could react, October flying snow had already returned to Xia Fei's ring. Xia Fei moved far too quickly. Nobody was able to make out what had just happened. The next thing they knew, the freckled man and his 7 cronies had already fallen to the ground. Each one had a faint line across their neck. Sly thrust. This was the classic sly thrust, killing without drawing blood, the greatest assassination technique of the assassin sect. "Xia Fei, how could you kill someone from one of the 9 great clans? We're done for this time. I think that you should start running. If those big hots find out what you did, it will be a disaster." Phantom frantically said. Xia Fei frowned and sternly said, "It's not right." "What's not right?" "These people were too weak," Xia Fei said. Phantom was startled. Xia Fei was right. While the freckled man had been very aggressive, he had had no strength at all. At most, he had been a common law warrior, and his subordinates were even worse. They were no different from random gangsters on the streets, and Xia Fei did not even break a sweat killing them. In the circle, where strength was so revered, someone who dared to make a challenge with this level of strength was suicidal. Murder. Xia Fei killed members of the Bright Sea clan. Let's get out of here. Don't want the 9 great clans to vent their anger on us. Those candidates from minor clans were shocked as could be and began to leave. Ludi, after a moment of hesitation, decided to continue standing at Xia Fei's side, putting on a righteous face. Surprisingly, this fellow was rather loyal. Clap! 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 Clapping came from behind them, and then the white-robed Xia Fei walked out with a smile. "He's Xia Fei, the most brilliant individual of the younger generation of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's Feng clan," Ludi whispered to Xia Fei. Ludi was actually a rather good person. It was just that he talked too much. He had already told Xia Fei about Xia Fei's appearance throughout the assessment several times, so Xia Fei already knew about this famous individual. Excellent work. They actually got off lucky, only getting death for daring to impersonate themselves as members of the 9 great clans, Xia Fei coolly said. Everyone was aghast. Zanian Feng claimed that these brash fellows had just been pretending. Xia Fei was also startled. He had already noticed that something was strange when he attacked, but he had not expected that these people were just impersonating the Bright Sea clan. Pretending to be part of the 9 great clans was very risky, anyone discovered doing so would die without a grave. These people had been so audacious to pretend as part of the Bright Sea clan and then challenge him in front of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Zanian Feng squatted and picked up the emblem on the freckled man's chest. Pa! With a slight exertion of strength, the emblem exploded into powder. True clan emblems are made from the tough and beautiful Salami's alloy. These emblems were all fake, as were the people, Zanian Feng breezily said. Trying to act as members from the 9 great clans? Such audacity! Take these bodies away and feed them to the dogs. As if they had been waiting this entire time, several strong men immediately emerged and cleaned up the 8 corpses. Xia Fei creased his brows even more. This entire event seemed off, though he momentarily could not understand why. Ludi sighed in relief and placed a hand on his heart, as did the other candidates. If Xia Fei had really killed a member of the 9 great clans, the consequences would have been too gruesome to imagine. I'm Zanian Feng. Xia Fei. You were swift with your handiwork moments ago. It's just a habit. Zanian Feng smiled. These people who pretended to be part of the Bright Sea clan are dead, and Dragon Ascension Martial Hall will take care of the rest. There's no need for you to worry. Xia Fei stared at Zanian Feng and questioned, why were these people so bold with their disguises? Also, how did they know that I wasn't on good terms with the Mu clan and challenge me using Mu Fuping's name? None of those makes sense. There was a hint of surprise in Zanian Feng's eyes as he smiled and said, I don't get it, either, but forget them. There are tons of weirdos in this world. Perhaps these fellows were on drugs or something. Maybe, Xia Fei said, unmoved. In any case, I must thank young Master Feng for helping me expose those evildoers. I was almost exposed, Zanian Feng said after he had returned to Busi's room. Wiping off some cold sweat, he said, Xia Fei's analytical abilities are formidable. He immediately noticed that there was a problem. Busi coldly said, his face unflustered, the acting was clumsy, so don't blame others for noticing something wrong. How could there be anyone who would be so bold as to pretend to be part of the 9 great clans? Zanian Feng said, it's precisely because no one dared to do such a thing that I had those hoodlums do it. You saw the result. I have no doubts about Xia Fei's resolve now. If it really had been someone from the Bright Sea clan standing on the other side, he would have done the same thing. Busi nodded. He truly is sufficiently fierce and vicious. Who else have you selected besides Xia Fei? Zanian Feng handed Busi a long list of names. Each name had a note after it that described their background, cultivation, and special attributes. You seem to have put in a lot of work in this. I hope that your eyes aren't wrong, Busi said. Zanian Feng replied, this is the first important job my father entrusted to me, so I naturally must do my best to accomplish it. I wouldn't be able to explain myself to him otherwise. Busi put away the list and sternly said, Dragon Ascension is Dragon Ascension because no one has ever been able to see through our true criteria for selection. They have no idea that the true assessment has already begun. Zanian Feng shrugged. The candidates are quite pitiful, believing that the score decides everything. Little do they know that we don't even look at it. In a rare sight, Busi cracked half of a smile. He and Zanian Feng were like 2 crafty foxes, old and young, hiding in the shadows as they watched and chose. These names on your list will be made to undergo the most difficult test on deck. As for whether they can pass, that will depend on their luck and their strength, Busi said. Zanian Feng nodded, a sharp glint in his eyes. The true assessment is finally about to begin. The next day, Xia Fei and Lud arrived on time at Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, the same as the other 10,000 or so candidates. Not even in their dreams would these warriors, who hoped to one day enter Dragon Ascension, think that the vast majority of them had already been eliminated, even though the assessment had yet to conclude. The more than 10,000 warriors proudly stood on the testing ground. None of them knew what sort of assessment would be coming next, and their hearts were uneasy with fear and trepidation. Lu Kaihuan coldly came onto stage, sternly saying, the final 3 assessments will be merged together, and the location and method will also be different. Each spatial gate has names next to it. Please enter the testing ground according to your name. I wish you good luck. After these short opening remarks, the candidates began to enter their respective spatial gates. Lud had been assigned to the 3rd spatial gate, while Xia Fei had been assigned to 11. So we were separated this time? How disappointing, Ludi grumbled. He thought that Xia Fei would bring him good luck, so he was unwilling to be parted from him. Through the spatial gate was a platform made of alloy and with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. It had been built by the beach, and behind it was a steep cliff that faced the sea. It was quite the lovely scenery. Xia Fei passed through the gate early, and he needed to wait for all the candidates to enter before the exam could begin. Thus, he lit a cigarette and quietly waited in a corner. Strange, Xia Fei muttered to himself as he shook his head. What's strange? Phantom curiously asked. Look. All of the Law Emperor experts are here, and the rest are all the tough and vicious characters. Just like what Xia Fei had said, this group he had been assigned to was a terrifying one. Around 50 of the warriors taking the initial assessment had Law Emperor cultivation, and all of them had been assigned to his group. The remainder, while somewhat inferior in cultivation, were all still experts. Many of them were also fellows who had passed the secret exam with Xia Fei. This was only the beginning. When the proctor entered, the situation reached its climax. A dark-skinned man wearing a black armor appeared, after which, the spatial gate closed, sealing off the testing ground. I am Busey, the proctor for this group, Busey tersely said. The 4 heavenly kings. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension is our proctor. No way? Isn't this only the initial assessment? Why is one of the 4 heavenly kings showing up? The candidates chattered, all of them stunned. Xia Fei did not recognize Busey, but he could tell from the surrounding conversations that this dark-skinned man held an extremely high status. There are King Kong eels in this sea. You have 1 hour to hunt them down. The passing score is 100. Your time starts now. Busey glanced down at his timer as he sternly spoke. Everyone was taken aback. The exam had begun just like that, without any sort of opening remarks. King Kong eels were a kind of extremely powerful aquatic exotic beast. Killing 100 of them in 1 hour? This meant killing one every 36 seconds. Were these conditions not too harsh? Not starting yet? Does none of you want to get into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall? Busey casually asked. Splash! Splash! Only now did the candidates frantically jump into the cold waters, not even attempting to complain. Killing 100 King Kong eels in an hour? This was not an assessment. This was practically hurrying them to their death. Chapter 589, King Kong Eels. Without even realizing it, Xia Fei had actually managed to squeeze his way into Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's watch list. Numerous experts had gathered at the Dragon Ascension Conclave, the vast majority of the Circle's geniuses included. The number of experts who had managed to reach Law Emperor before the age of 30 numbered no less than 50. Now, all the experts with top-class potential had been sorted into his group, undoubtedly raising the difficulty of passing. Trying to stand out from this group of 800 people would most likely be a trying ordeal. Splash! Xia Fei jumped into the icy sea waters, swiftly descending into the depths. Time was money. Killing 100 King Kong eels in 1 hour was only the passing score. To get better grades, he must kill as many as possible. King Kong eels had the nickname of the iron-headed arrows, and they were exotic beasts that ranged from level 6 to level 9. Unlike other eels that relied on their teeth to catch prey, King Kong eels had tough and round heads like those of a hammer. King Kong eels would curl at the seabed like snakes, their bodies able to store power like arched bows. The moment they discovered prey, the King Kong eels would spring up and smash into their targets with their hard heads. Even barges that were reinforced with steel alloys would not dare to venture through regions of the sea populated by King Kong eels, for schools of them were extremely territorial. Barges would often be considered as intruders and destroyed. King Kong eels used their explosive power and tough heads to bust a barge to pieces. This was just how terrifying their explosive power was. Since Busey had told them all to hunt King Kong eels, this area was presumably their territory. The Beast Spirit Codex noted that schools of King Kong eel resided in reefs at the bottom of the sea, and Xia Fei decided to first find their nest. Whoosh! Protected by his silver desert armor, Xia Fei swam through the waters. It was not long before he reached the head of the pack. Everyone was searching for traces of King Kong eels, but these crafty exotic beasts had seemingly been informed ahead of time and were unwilling to show themselves. Suddenly, several dark figures erupted out of a reef area, shooting toward the candidates like sharp arrows piercing through the clouds. Ha, they've finally shown themselves. The candidates were excited. They were all experts, with the worst of them being law sovereigns. They naturally did not care about a few puny eels. Rumble. The candidates began to use their skills. Some of them used the law of space to create barriers that could capture the eels, while law of matter adepts changed the shape of the seabed into traps. Some killed the eels with their bare fists, while others used weapons to hunt them down. These King Kong eels suffered disaster as the warriors took them down. Xia Fei used October flying snow to kill 2 eels, but he quickly stopped and he even stopped Furball from trying to help him. What are you waiting around for? If you don't get moving, all the King Kong eels are going to get taken. Phantom anxiously said. Xia Fei shook his head. These King Kong eels simply aren't enough. There are 800 of us, and even if each person only hunts 100, we will still need 80,000 eels. Phantom was startled. What was difficult about this task was not hunting the eels but fighting with others over them. In fact, the chaos ensuing right before his eyes was precisely because people were fighting over the prey. What do we do? Find an even larger school of eels. Xia Fei sternly said. I'm a speed ability user, so I have an advantage in speed. Moreover, I don't want to just meet the passing score. I must at least get to the top 3. Xia Fei declared. He was still worried about his score from the first 4 assessments. In truth, those scores did not actually count. The true assessment began now. This was not necessarily a bad thing to Xia Fei. He felt that he had fallen too far behind the others in score, so he exploded with even greater fighting intent. Trying to get to the top 3 among all these experts? Xia Fei's target seemed a little too ambitious. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was not just Xia Fei, many more experts had realized that there were not enough eels here, so they began to use their various abilities and laws to search the seafloor. Even in the water, Xia Fei could reach speeds of 5,000 meters per second. Like a high-speed torpedo, Xia Fei left a white shockwaves in his wake, causing the seawater to vibrate intensely. Experts. Experts everywhere. The King Kong eels living in this region of the sea suffered tragic fates. Even if they burrowed into the sand, they would be dragged out. This was no hunt. This was a massacre. This is the place. Xia Fei spent 20 minutes finding a suitable location, a massive region of spongy black reef with a diameter of 50 kilometers. The total weight was in the millions of tons. Furball. The waiting Furball growled in reply, his sound wave traveling through the water. Under the water, Xia Fei needed to use his armor's oxygen system, but Furball did not need this. He could even go to sleep on the seafloor if he wanted to. This was most likely due to the powerful life force holy beasts possessed. Ray! As Furball roared, numerous King Kong eels flew out of the giant reef in fright, trying to escape from this sound wave that made them feel uneasy. It's here. Exhilarated, Xia Fei used all the killing techniques he had learned in his lifetime. On the platform, a screen appeared next to Busey. On this screen were the names of the candidates and the number of King Kong eels they killed. The identification plate carried by each candidate had a special function, capable of recording their progress in the assessment. Zanian Feng stood next to Busey, watching the screen as well. Uncle Busey, these candidates are truly fortunate to have you as their proctor, Zanian Feng said. Busey replied, I'm already here, so it's only proper for me to take a look at the assessment as well. Zanian Feng smiled. It's probably because my father was somewhat uneasy over this being my first time as the scouter, so he requested your assistance. Busey was a straightforward fellow and nodded without apprehension. The scouter is an important role responsible for selecting talented candidates. Normally, it's a job carried out by an experienced elder of the martial hall. In my first time as a scouter, your grandfather sent someone to observe me too, so there's no need for you to be concerned. Zanian Feng shrugged. I'm actually fairly confident with my eyes. Look, the ones I've pointed out, Lin Suchun, Freddy, Bang Wei, Mil Yang all have pretty decent grades. From the very start, they have occupied the top spots. Busey replied, Xia Fei, whom you also pointed out, only has 2 points, though. Zanian Feng was speechless for a moment. Uncle Busey, you should understand that it's not just rank that matters when it comes to warriors but also aura and willpower. Xia Fei's rank might be a little low, but he has the aura of an elite warrior. Once he adapts to the testing environment, his score might get a little higher. As he spoke, the score next to Xia Fei's name began to rise. Smiling, Zanian Feng glanced at the timer. 20 minutes. It seems that Xia Fei was using these 20 minutes to find a school of eels. The number was rapidly changing, and in the space of 2 minutes, he reached the passing score. He was at 113 and showing no signs of stopping. 10 minutes later, the number had reached 955. He was close to the major threshold of 1000. Among the 800-some candidates, he was placed 39th. Now, it was 1727, 11th place. The number was still climbing. Busey nodded. If this continues, he should be able to get into the top 6. Pretty good. Zanian Feng smiled. Pretty good? It's great. It's hard enough to keep up with these candidates who already have Law Emperor cultivation. Getting into the top 6 is nothing short of a miracle. Busey said nothing. It truly was not easy to get a good grade amid so many experts, and Xia Fei's performance had indeed taken him by surprise. I'm off to prepare the second testing ground first. Given your personality, you'll probably give them 5 minutes of break at most. I have to pick up the pace, Zanian said. 1 minute, Busey grimly said. I'm giving them 1 minute to rest at most. Zanian Feng pursed his lips. I hope they've brought enough origin crystals. If you keep up this speed, everyone will be exhausted to death before they can reach the end of the assessment. 6th. Xia Fei looked at the screen and muttered, apparently not very satisfied with this score. It seems that this assessment is truly more difficult than it looks. I had Furball helping me but only managed to get 6th place. Things will probably only get harder from here. Xia Fei clenched his fists. Even with Furball using his presence to force out the King Kong eels and Xia Fei using the Beast Spirit Codex, as well as executing all his combat techniques, he had only barely managed to secure 6th place, barely 3 eels higher than 7th place. This was truly a gathering of experts. Trying to stand out in this competition would require even greater effort on his part, it seemed. Xia Fei clenched his fists even tighter at this thought. I'll give you 30 seconds to rest. The second round will soon begin. Busey coldly said. He had just said that he would give 1 minute of rest, but in the blink of an eye, he had changed his mind. Dissatisfied grumbling came from the crowd. Moving in the water took far more energy than moving on land, and many people were already weak from exhaustion. Xia Fei silently took out 2 grade 4 origin crystals, one for Furball and one for him, restoring his almost exhausted energy. Right, the last 100 have no need to take part in the next round. All of you have already been eliminated. Busey coldly said. Mr. Busey, but we all reached the passing score, a candidate said, his hands placed over his head, his face looking like he had been struck by lightning. Many people stood up and looked at Busey in disbelief. Being eliminated at the Dragon Ascension Conclave meant that there was no opportunity to enter the Martial Hall. To these candidates who dreamed of becoming strong, this was a devastating blow. The quality of the candidates this time was higher than I originally imagined, so I raised the passing score. Busey's answer was simple and unreasonable. Reality was just that cruel, unable to tolerate the slightest negligence. Ah! I've had it with you. One of the candidates, who was probably lacking in terms of patience, got enraged by this shocking news that he had been eliminated and sent out a punch to Busey. Humph! Raising a thick black brow, Busey thrust out one hand at the candidate's chest. Bang! There was an explosion of blood. No one could tell what Busey had done, but that warrior with great law sovereign cultivation had been blasted into small bits by Busey's palm. Such power! Busey coldly scanned the crowd. Is there anyone else with an objection? Xia Fei swallowed. Was there anyone who would dare voice an objection to such a fiendish proctor? Time is up. Move out. The last one to enter the spatial gate is eliminated. Busey was like a death god as he loudly ordered. Everyone frantically rushed to the spatial gate, worried that they would be last. Only now did Xia Fei realize how cruel the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's assessment could be. He gritted his teeth. The pace of the assessment was so fast that he did not even have time to think. Using his speed ability, Xia Fei carried Furball into the spatial gate. And this death-hastening assessment had only just begun. Chapter 590, Codename Seraph. Pan-Human Alliance, Terminus Star Region, Quantum Holdings Genetic Engineering Headquarters. Xia Fei had left everything to chase after his dream and greater power in the Law Realm, which the average human could never hope to see, but the development of Quantum Holdings did not stop just because of his departure. Over the past handful of years, Xia Fei had built a loyal and efficient team, and this team showed their extraordinary control and combat effectiveness while he was not around. While Xia Fei was making great strides to improve himself in the lore realm, Quantum Holdings was setting off a grand and explosive commercial revolution in the alliance. Charlie, Porter, and Sarah were the top 3 people in charge of the team. Sarah oversaw security and transportation, Porter presided over technological development and completely represented the interests of Quantum Holdings in Terminus. Young Charlie was in control of the team's 3 core branches: finance, trade, and diplomacy. In addition, there was Andre and Qin Meng, each with his wealth of experience. Both were serving as company staff, alongside Walong, Boateng, Yaoyi, Allen, and the many company elites, as they led various departments in the company. What was once a nameless enterprise on Earth had since developed into an unprecedented powerhouse. Xia Fei's Quantum Holdings and Avril's family's Starlink Corporation had also been closely linked business partners, firmly holding down the throne as the top business in the Pan-Human Alliance. Everyone knew about the relationship Avril and Xia Fei shared, so it was only a matter of time before the 2 companies combined as one. This was not mentioning the robot army located in the Hidden Realm, where the Sentinel goddess Sophia was guiding the massive army in constructing the ultimate warship for Xia Fei, the Titan. They were also one of the trump cards that Xia Fei had left hidden, only to be mobilized at the most critical juncture. Thus, it could be said that Xia Fei and his Quantum Holdings had already become the #1 force beyond the lore realm. Whoosh! A warship descended, and Charlie hurriedly disembarked, deeply breathing in the air of Terminus. Seeing the large genetics engineering research and development center in front gratified him greatly. It seemed like old Porter had truly done quite a lot of work here in the Terminus Star region. Unfortunately, the anxiety he was feeling in him meant that there was no way he could admire the scenery around him. Xia Fei had given him a very important task, a task given the highest security assignment in Quantum Holdings' brief history, the sequencing of a gene optimization fluid for Avril. Charlie made this trip out here in Terminus for the very first time, all because of this task, for he wanted to take a look at the progress Harris had made on it personally. Charlie. Uncle Porter. Porter was the only person who received Charlie. Due to the importance of this task, only the 2 of them, including the head scientist Harris, were aware of all the details. Porter clapped Charlie on his shoulder and smiled. "Yes, I haven't seen you in years, but you've become a lot more mature. Was your trip uneventful?" Charlie nodded. "Our fleet has already been widely acknowledged as a military force with no equals, so of course the trip has been safe and smooth sailing. I must say that Terminus Star region is really peaceful nowadays. We didn't even see a lick of pirates anywhere." Porter burst out into raucous laughter. "Pirates? That's already long in the past. Yaoyi and the 3 Ling brothers led their fleet to free Terminus of pirates so many times that if any pirate were to mention this star region, their scalps would become numb and not dare do anything rash." The 2 chatted amiably as they made their way to the center. The place was extremely strict, with guards armed to the teeth stationed and the latest security systems installed. The security guards here were all from Earth, and not a single individual who knows about this place is allowed to set half a foot out of the research center, and it is monitored around the clock, Porter explained. Given the importance of this matter, these arrangements are all well within the parameters of reason. If we fail at this task, there's no way we can explain ourselves to Brother Xia Fei. Porter nodded. "Xia Fei has given us so much, we must accomplish this important task that he gave us no matter what the cost is." Taking the lift down to the sub-7th floor and clearing more than a dozen of checkpoints after, Porter and Charlie finally reached the core laboratory of the Research and Development Center. Harris was waiting for the 2 men in his office. Harris, regarded historically as the most maniacal scientist, had a messy head of hair, which had not been washed for God knew how long. He was lightly biting onto his index finger, seemingly pondering over a problem. After a simple greeting, Harris turned on a projected screen and solemnly stated, "This is the final product, codename Seraph, the catalytic sustained release gene optimization fluid." Porter and Charlie stared at the image of that tiny bottle filled with transparent liquid, as well as the molecular equation that neither could comprehend. "Are you sure that this gene optimization fluid fulfills Xia Fei's every condition?" Harris nodded. "That's right. Seraph was prepared using completely biological components, the ultimate product that Xia Fei and I ended up with after a total of 4,179 preliminary formulations. The safety and medicinal strength have all reached unprecedented levels. It can now be considered the highest level of gene optimization fluid the Alliance is currently capable of creating with its present level of technology. It is wholly unique." Charlie heard Harris's confident words and asked in a low voice, over 4,000 preliminary formulations? You and Xia Fei managed to come up with so many different formulas. Harris appeared to be somewhat ashamed as he stated, actually, most of them were from Xia Fei. I was merely in charge of the experimentations as his understanding of pharmacology has already surpassed mine many times over. Porter continued. I don't know a thing about pharmacology, but I do know that experimentation is the only criterion to test the validity of the product, so tell me about the human experimentation results. The atmosphere instantly became a little gloomy. Human testing and experimentation had long been banned in the Alliance, but Xia Fei had insisted on conducting human experiments and to do so without any care of the consequences of such actions. To Xia Fei, even tens of thousands of lives were nothing compared to a single strand of hair on Avril's body, the one person whom he genuinely cared about in his whole life. Nothing else mattered. Harris pulled out a form and earnestly reported. We tested it on 12,305 individuals at a 6:4 ratio of men and women, ranging from 16 to 170 years old, with people who have their seventh brain region open and not. Not one individual the product was tested on demonstrated any adverse effects to the fluid, not to mention death. On average, the degree of openness of the seventh brain region is at 49%, with a 100% probability of opening. Harris's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said this. A 100% probability of opening, and a 100% rate of survival. The success of this gene optimization fluid, codename Seraph, was excellent. The historically strongest, safest gene optimization fluid was born. Charlie and Porter could not help but get up from their seats. Both men knew very well what it meant to have this new gene optimization fluid. Once in mass production, mankind would be able to achieve a complete breakthrough toward the seventh brain region, and every individual would become a special ability user. No one said a word for a good while. What could anyone say when standing face to face with such an amazing super gene optimization fluid? Uncle Porter, how many more subjects can we use for human trials? Charlie asked. About 12,000. All of whom are captured pirates and criminals. Immediately begin a larger scale of human experimentation, use these 12,000, Charlie ordered in a grave voice. Brother Xia Fei told us that this must be 10,000% safe, so we will achieve 100,000%. Porter and Harris were moved. Using more than 100 individuals for human experimentations? Such a decision was practically at the limits of insanity. Leaving Harris's office, Porter asked in a serious tone, You understand the potential of Seraph, right? Charlie nodded. Big Brother Xia Fei has succeeded in concocting the most powerful gene optimization fluid in the history of mankind, and if popularized, humanity will be free from the confines of the laws of the universe. No one was a fool. Something as overpowered as this would naturally come with risks, and the universe had its own rules and conventions. Xia Fei breaking the rule with regard to the seventh brain region might not necessarily be a good thing for the entire mankind. This is something Brother Xia Fei created, so we'll just go along with his decision regarding its utilization. He has my trust, Charlie said. Porter agreed as well, though he could not help but be filled with worry toward this drug that could very well change the inherent rule of the universe. Changing the topic, Charlie raised a different subject in an attempt to shake off the oppressive atmosphere around them. Do you still remember Butcher? Ah yes, him. He's a warrior with decent ability and also Xia Fei's friend. We haven't heard a word from him in these last few years, and it's said that he left in search of Eden. The existence of Eden had once shaken the Alliance, and countless people left in search of it, but due to the subsequent war with the insectoids, this legendary untainted paradise of humans had gradually been forgotten. Charlie laughed. Quantum Holdings has recently received Butcher's ultra-long-distance correspondence, stating that they're on their way back, requesting that he be allowed to give his report to Xia Fei regarding their expedition. Unfortunately, due to the overly long range and the fact that Butcher's expedition fleet wasn't fitted with the Black Bat radar, there's no way for us to inform him about Xia Fei's departure from Alliance space. Porter was stunned. Has Butcher's expedition located Eden? He did not say anything about that, merely expressing how he wishes to have a private chat with Xia Fei. I reckon that, even if he didn't locate Eden, he found some clues pertaining to the place. Porter was beaming. Xia Fei's always had great curiosity, he'll surely be elated if he learns of this news. Let's find a chance to tell him about it, as well as the progress we've made with Seraph. Charlie nodded. The Black Bat radar's connection with the lore realm is sporadic, and I haven't heard any news from Brother Xia Fei recently. Who knows what he's up to out there? The two men inadvertently looked up. They were mortals who could not contain that fatal attraction toward the starry sky above. While Charlie and Porter were celebrating and worrying about the success of the newly concocted gene optimization fluid, with Avril studiously training her body every day in preparation for the day she would open her seventh brain region, and were waiting with much anticipation for the arrival of Butcher's expedition team who would be bringing them unknown information, Xia Fei was undergoing a series of hellish tests. Thud. One figure after another collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, each of them looking utterly exhausted. Xia Fei expressionlessly stared at the desert behind him, which stretched out for over tens of thousands of kilometers, as he enjoyed an origin crystal with Furball. He savored this rare opportunity to rest and replenish his nearly spent physical energy. Tired. Everyone was feeling fatigued, but none of them gave up. There are still 605 people left. You, candidates, are really detestable. Those who lack the strength should just quit already. Save this old man from wasting my time on you all. Busey said, absolutely unperturbed. We're beginning the third round of assessment. The last 10 people to cross the spatial gate are eliminated. The end of the first round had at least given candidates 30 seconds of rest, but by the second round, Busey had become even stricter, not even giving any of them some time to rest. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei held onto Furball and entered the spatial gate even as he repeatedly told himself, persevere. You must persevere. Chapter 591, White Swallow Gem. Crafty Approach. Xia Fei's form flashed amid the crowd, crossing the spatial gate in several clever steps. The final 10 candidates would be abandoned, and Xia Fei had no desire of being among their numbers. Hang in there a little more, Xia Fei stroked Furball's head and said. Actually, he was having quite a tough time himself. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a natural affinity to his control of origin energy, so he was able to absorb at a rate faster than those around him. 2 grade 4 origin crystals had allowed him to recover more than half of his physical energy. It was another foreign planet. The location of each round was different, and Xia Fei was already completely clueless about where he was. A bright moon hung high in the night sky, with a strong breeze blowing through the plains, picking up sand particles that made it difficult for anyone to open their eyes easily. Xia Fei had Furball and himself protected behind the liquid war armor, utilizing the precious few seconds he had to replenish his lost energy. Soon, the next round of harsh test would begin. Busey pursed his lips as he eyed all the tired candidates and growled, this nameless planet is roughly 250,000 kilometers in diameter. The content of this test is simple, dig a tunnel until you reach the opposite end of the planet. The terminal in each of your hands will indicate your path, and if you stray from the coordinates displayed, you'll be eliminated. Failure to complete the tunnel, eliminated. If you end up last, eliminated. Yelling the word eliminated thrice in a row, the expression on all the candidates' faces changed. We're warriors, not miners, a big-eared candidate moaned. Busey heard this complaint, and everyone saw as his face turned black and bellowed, anyone who complains, eliminated. You there. You're eliminated. Buzz. Everyone felt a bout of dizziness come over them. This was completely unreasonable, for they were not even allowed to gripe secretly about the test. That big-eared candidate's eyes turned blank. He immediately spat blood and fainted after hearing that he got eliminated. Had he known the consequences, he would not have opened his mouth in the first place. A single sentence was all it took for him to throw away his future. There was no time to think or complain. Over 600 candidates present abruptly turned into miners, burying their heads low as they began digging. The amount of work needed to dig their way through a planet with a diameter of 250,000 kilometers was hardly anything easy. A warrior like Xia Fei who had the speed ability or someone who had learned the law of matter might not have too much trouble, but those poor candidates who lacked such abilities could not even find a place to cry even if they wanted to. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of holes began appearing across the plain. Everyone could only work as they absorbed origin crystals. It was a good thing that Xia Fei had brought enough crystals, so he temporarily did not need to worry about having a lack of crystals. Dragon-scale Hecto-Slasher transformed into flying daggers and began revolving forward like an excavator. Xia Fei worked as he kept glancing at the terminal he held in his hand. The system of coordinates did indeed ensure that he was on the right path, never once deviating from it. Swoosh! Busey's figure blurred and appeared on the other side of the planet. Here was a vast lake, so if the candidates had dug out in accordance with their paths, they would surely come bursting out from this lake. There were plenty of rocks by the lakeside, so Busey took the chance to sit on one such rock and trained his eyes forward at the peaceful lake expressionlessly. "Uncle Busey, why did you change your plan at the last minute and make these candidates dig a tunnel?" Zanian Feng suddenly appeared beside him and asked. "This batch of candidates has pretty good potential. If I don't use some abnormal means to assess them, there's no way for me to eliminate a good portion of them quickly." Zanian laughed. "You're not wrong. As long as they reach the last round without experiencing absolute exhaustion, you can freely play with them as you please." If the candidates heard what they had just said, they would most definitely be so angry to the point of vomiting blood. Who would have guessed that these rounds of so-called tests that Busey claimed to be doing was no more than some games he had thought up of, and his goal was to grind down the vigor in each one of them. Everything they had done before was in preparation for the final round, which meant that the final round ought to be the most important. "Are you done with the work on your end?" Busey asked. Zanian nodded. "According to your wishes, down to the final detail." "Very good." Zanian said, "There's still something I don't understand, though. Since you'll only be confirming people at the final round, and you spent so much energy setting everything up, why don't you just accept them right away? It would save you time rather than wasting round after round doing this." Busey glanced at the terminal in his hand. It had not been long since the start of the test, and the fastest candidate had already finished digging approximately 100,000 kilometers of their tunnel. The progress made was astounding, while Xia Fei was ranked around 300, a full 5,000 kilometers behind the person in the first place. "Actually, every round I made them undertake has great pertinence. The first round of killing the King Kong eels tested their physical coordination as well as their ability to explore and search. The dangerous desert in the second round tested their ability to predict. This round tests their willpower and physical endurance, including an all-important trait that a warrior should have." Zanian was shocked. What could this all-important trait be? Busey did not give him a direct answer but slyly replied, "Instead, you'll know when you see it." Zanian laughed. "Since you feel it is of such importance, I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled. Speaking of which, the torture you're putting them through is really worth spectating. I inadvertently saw the prize and that's most definitely something very useful to these candidates." Busey nodded. "The reason why our Dragon Ascension Martial Hall's assessment isn't seen as such but is viewed as the Dragon Ascension Conclave all thanks to the prize. Candidates will learn this one reason after all the suffering, there's bound to be gain after all that pain. A great gain." In the darkness, Xia Fei manipulated his dragon scale hecto slasher to keep the constant digging. He also had peacock blue help, its two large bluegrass blades opening and closing as it dug through the underground soil and gravel and threw it behind Xia Fei. Such a digging would result in a single passageway, where the path behind him would be completely sealed. He was completely underground, with barely enough space to fit himself. It was impossible for him to be saved even if he needed it, and that increased the danger of this test greatly. Peacock Blue's existence helped Xia Fei immensely. Its two large grass blades were flexible and tough. Like two large shovels, it sent all the loose gravel and soil to his back non-stop. As such, with the dragon scale hecto slasher carving out a path and Peacock Blue disposing of the soil and gravel, Xia Fei seemed like a fully automated excavator as he made ceaseless progress. Furthermore, Xia Fei had his silver desert armor to adopt the shape of a streamlined shuttle, making it that much easier to move underground. What kind of trash assessment is this? Who would ask a warrior to dig out a tunnel? Phantom complained by Xia Fei's side, venting out all the unfairness Xia Fei was experiencing. It was as if he was angrier over this than Xia Fei. Xia Fei ignored him. No matter how arduous or unfair this test might be, since he had already made up his mind to win it, he would carry on as required. Nothing would stop him from his continued advancement. He had a goal in mind, and he would work hard until he achieved it. It was that simple. The terminal indicated his position among all the candidates, and he was presently ranked 327th. This position was still a long way off the goal of being in the top 3 that he had set for himself. Xia Fei furrowed his brows, continuing to bury his head and make his way forward without making a fuss. All of a sudden, Xia Fei discovered that several candidates who were far ahead in front were slowing down, with some even coming to a complete halt, frantically burrowing in every direction. The situation looked extremely chaotic. Just what could have happened? This is an opportunity for me to close the gap between me and the other candidates ahead. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and increased his speed forward. As if cursed, more and more began to lose their sense of direction the closer they got to the core of the planet. Their speed slowed greatly, and the directions they were digging went completely erratic, like a headless fly ramming itself against every surface. Just what exactly is going on here? Does none of them care about being eliminated, losing their opportunity to enter the number 1 martial hall in the entire Law realm? Phantom wondered. Xia Fei shook his head. I have no idea, but there might be something unforeseen happening ahead. Let's silently observe and see what caused this change. Soon, Xia Fei himself got near the core. As it turned out, the core of this planet did not consist of fiery lava or heavy metal but rather equally soft and loose topsoil, though the difference was the presence of small little pieces of shiny white things, which were constantly jumping around. White swallow gems! Xia Fei and Phantom had exclaimed in unison. That's right. I've long known that the core of this planet has some precious white swallow gems, so I decided to conduct the third round here, changing the test to digging a tunnel, Busey said solemnly. Zanian burst into laughter. Uncle Busey, I've got to hand it to you, anyone knows that the white swallow gems can aid a law adept's cultivation. Even a piece will fetch an astronomical sum. Anything that can directly improve an individual's cultivation has always been viewed as a priceless commodity, something that can't always be bought even if one has the money to. Many law adepts can only dream of getting their hands on one. I finally understand the content of this test, the tenacity to resist the temptation. Busey nodded, his face impassive as ever. Once candidates learn that there are white swallow gems in the core of this planet, their heart will surely be greatly moved. After all, obtaining a white swallow gem means an increase in cultivation levels, and these candidates aren't low-leveled. As the difficulty of gaining levels increases, more and more will need to spend several years or more just to raise themselves by a single level. If it were money, I do believe that not many would be tempted. After all, money is no more than a means to an end for experts, and levels are what matters most. Few will be able to resist such a temptation. These are white swallow gems, though, even I will salivate over getting them. With a smile, Zanian continued speaking. Unfortunately, there's no way to tap and use unprocessed white swallow gems directly, so even if those law adepts get their hands on one, it will be useless. Were you someone who could watch as others take your coveted items like this? If I wasn't mistaken, you surely set a white swallow gem counter on the identification plates that every candidate received to record all the gems they'll obtain, and whatever they got here must surely be returned, completely intact, at the end of the day. You're right. That's indeed the case. White swallow gems are precious and rare. The Dragon Ascension Martial Hall needs plenty of them every year, so there's no reason for us to let these candidates benefit from us, but I'll reward them based on how much they've picked up, so at least they won't have done it all for naught, Busey said. Zanian chuckled. Still, at this rate, candidates who lack the necessary mental fortitude will end up get entranced by them, causing it to affect their final results greatly, ultimately losing out when all's said and done, for the completion of the assessment is the greatest goal. How will any of them know the benefits of joining the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall? The candidates were, of course, not privy to this conversation between the two old and young foxes. At the moment, every one of them was so tempted by the white swallow gems that they had forgotten their true purpose for being here and was busy chasing after the gems. Xia Fei actually leapfrogged into first place. He didn't get misled by those white swallow gems. Zanian Feng felt excited. His sharp eyes picked out Xia Fei as the candidate he recommended the most the first time around, and his good performance more or less reflected well on him. That's not right. Though Xia Fei hasn't stopped, he hasn't given up on the white swallow gems, either. It's not a bad move on his part, maintaining his forward momentum even as he keeps collecting the gems. Zanian exclaimed after a quick check of his terminal. Busey was expressionless, even as he spat. He's actually eaten many white swallow gems, too? Does he not know that these things can't be directly used? Having his cake and eating it, too. This guy is really greedy. That impassive countenance that Busey held began twisting. Chapter 592, Holy Beast Shatterstar promoted. The white swallow gems were the size of ping-pong balls, some circular and some diamond-shaped. They were completely sparkly, running about in the murky underground like little sprites. They were very mischievous, teasing these people by revealing themselves for but the briefest of moments before slinking out of sight. Soil, rocks, and metal, nothing impeded them. White swallow gems were definitely not alive and were merely glittering pieces of crystals. With Xia Fei clueless about why they had the playful nature of sprites, everyone in the Law realm knew, after millions of years of research by intelligent people, that using these white swallow gems could increase their cultivation levels, which was how the value of these seemingly living sprites, which lived underground, had increased exponentially, becoming the priceless treasures that all warriors dreamed of owning. However, using white swallow gems to level up required extremely complex utilization. These gems contained special energy that needed to be separated and merged with origin crystals first, and energy masters needed to purify them next before the gems could ultimately be absorbed by law warriors to increase cultivation levels. Directly absorbing the living energy within these white swallow gems was as good as committing suicide. Due to the fact that the energy could not be controlled in any way whatsoever, not only would it run rampant when it entered a human's body, it might even result in an explosive death if one was not careful the moment the said energy ran wildly. Busi, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension, already had a twisted expression on his face. The terminal had clearly stated that not only was Xia Fei quickly capturing all the mischievous white swallow gems as he continued his way ahead, many of these shining spots had actually been directly absorbed into Xia Fei's body. No human could just consume white swallow gems like that, not to mention the fact that Xia Fei was not eating just one. How is he doing that? He's taking and eating them, too. Busi's mouth hung agape as he bitterly shouted. Zanian Feng was also extremely surprised by this. He had already stated that Xia Fei was a maniac, but even the most insane maniac would not just plainly absorb this lethal energy. Just what exactly was going on here? Unfortunately, the 2 wily foxes had forgotten a plain and simple fact: Xia Fei was not alone. He still had a holy beast beside him. Verb. Furball patted his belly in satisfaction, like a glutton who had just had his fill, bouncing around Xia Fei with great glee. Humans might die from ingesting a white swallow gem outright, but the same could not be said for Furball. He was a holy beast, after all. Zing! A mischievous white glow appeared in front of them, staring at Xia Fei and Furball for a moment before turning to flee. Where do you think you're going? Whoosh! Xia Fei's peacock blue and Furball both attacked at once. Peacock Blue opened one of its grass blades in an attempt to capture the gem, but Furball opened his mouth wide as he directly pounced on the gem. Chomp! A crisp sound rang out as Furball bit down and directly swallowed the white swallow gem into his belly. This pet of Xia Fei's had always been one who risked it all for good food, and when the precious white swallow gems appeared, Furball's eyes turned green even as his physical agility increased by who knew how many fold. The mystical immemorial armament Peacock Blue actually lost in this contest of speed with Furball. Kaboom! The sound of an explosion thundered in Furball's belly. This was the process by which Furball absorbed the white swallow gem. Letting out a burp, the gas Furball gave off had the mild scent of fire powder. Had Xia Fei attempted to swallow the white swallow gem like what Furball did, it would surely have resulted in great tragedy. Tisk! You rascal ate it again. How are you still hungry? Xia Fei said with a huff. Furball patted his big belly as he nodded eagerly. Seeing his pet's gluttonous look really made Xia Fei feel like just stomping the other to death. During this entire sequence, Xia Fei's hands had not even paused for a moment. Xia Fei did not slow down or come to a stop just because the white sparrow gems had appeared. Going forward for the first place had always been his goal, and while the gems were very precious, humans must know how to choose. This was not mentioning the fact that Xia Fei did not have to give up on any of the white swallow gems, as all these small gems they came across ended up in Furball's belly. Anyway, you ought to keep Furball in check. Your pet has eaten too much already, and given how precious the white swallow gems are, I've already come up with several dozen medicinal concoctions that can use them and help you level up, Phantom said with regret. He liked Furball, too, but he wished to see Xia Fei go further down this path of law more. Over the years, his relationship with Xia Fei had deepened a lot. Xia Fei did not reply to Phantom immediately, smiling as he asked, "Is the invigilator Busi a fool?" Phantom was stunned and replied, "How can he be considered a fool? Though he's constantly stern-looking, like an unfeeling rock, he's actually very crafty. So many of the candidates have all played into his hands, so I doubt that he's someone who would eat a human and not spit the bones." Xia Fei then continued. "So do you think he doesn't know just how precious these white swallow gems are?" Phantom contemplated the question for a good while. There's no way he doesn't know. Even if he had no idea about them before, he would have at this point. However, judging from the fact that the assessment wasn't halted even after discovering these gems, there should be something off here. Xia Fei laughed. "That's a very accurate analysis. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why he boldly lets the candidates discover these white swallow gems is he knows that no one can immediately use them. Why would it matter for the candidates to have these in their hands if that were so? Can anyone hide them if Busey asks them to forfeit what they find? Phantom instantly came to the realization. So that's why you don't care even though Furball keeps eating these precious gems. It's because you already knew that even if you were to acquire them yourself, you wouldn't benefit from them at all. That's why you decided to just let Furball eat them. Meanwhile, using Peacock Blue is just you playing a game with Furball to encourage him into eating as many gems as he can. Look. Phantom looked over to where Xia Fei had indicated, and he saw Furball's body glow. Its fur, which had been burned by the quasi-divine beast Evil Wind, was rapidly growing anew. Furball's about to be promoted. Phantom yelped. Furball was a holy beast, and he needed plenty of energy to support his promotion. This was precisely such a moment, where after he had ingested so many white swallow gems, Furball was close to reaching his fourth form. Zing zing! 2 white swallow gems appeared while Phantom was talking, and Xia Fei laughed uproariously. Go ahead. Eat. Eat to your heart's content. Don't let a single one of them off. Since yours truly have set my eyes on them, don't expect me to spit them back out. Furball was elated. A banquet was about to begin. Busey was a dark-skinned human, but his dark skin right now had already turned as white as a blank sheet of paper. The terminal indicated that Xia Fei had already left the planet's core, yet Furball was taking each one of the white swallow gems he had collected and was consuming them one by one, not at all intending to return any of these precious gems back to the ground. How could they know that Xia Fei had already seen through their scheme, knowing full well that it did not matter how many of these gems he collected as they would not ultimately belong to him. As such, he knew he was better off feeding them all to his little Furball. It would be the greatest help if his pet could be promoted as a result of this. That was why Xia Fei had fed Furball the white swallow gems one after another after leaving the core. He would force him to eat them even if he did not want to. It was as the old saying went, eating what others have saved at his own expense. If he missed out on this opportunity, Xia Fei had no idea when or where he could go to acquire so many supplements. Today would be the day his pet got promoted. Shing! A dark shadow loomed in the middle of the peaceful lake water. Water splashed, creating a burst of falling rain about. Xia Fei did not have the highest cultivation, yet he was the first candidate to finish. This was all because of the tenacity he demonstrated. His perseverance. Doing a somersault in the air, Xia Fei landed on the ground and placed a white and fat creature next to him. This white and fat creature was none other than Furball. He was presently so bloated that he could not even move on his own, lazily lying down on the grass with a look of complete bliss, burping non-stop. After eating so many white swallow gems, Furball might very well end up laughing himself awake in the middle of the night, dreaming about this experience. He suddenly realized that following Xia Fei was the smartest choice he had made his entire life. Ah! I forgot that you still have a holy beast with you. Busey was vexed, yelling uncharacteristically. Zambian laughed as he came around to Xia Fei's side, eyeing Furball on the ground as he said, "Holy beasts sure are holy beasts, any other exotic beasts would have already exploded to death after all that. This guy truly lives up to his name as the greatest energy-based existence, and its energy absorption capabilities are the envy of others." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and took out an origin crystal to replenish his energy. As the first one to complete the assessment, he was given a rare moment of respite. The most pitiful of the lot ought to be those candidates who had lost their pavements as a result of trying to collect the white swallow gems. They originally had the chance to take the lead but ended up losing sight of the original goal due to their greed. When it was time for them to learn that no matter how many of the gems they collected, nothing would belong to them, they would most likely end up vomiting blood in anger. Busey stalked to one side with a grim look on his face, letting out a heavy sigh before sitting on a boulder without saying a word. He was already helpless to the situation at hand at this point. Furball had eaten all those white swallow gems, and he could not possibly ask the creature to spit them out now. Zanian flicked a glance over to Busey while he flashed a thumbs up at Xia Fei. "I got to hand it to you. Not only did you feed your exotic beast, you even got first place. I really must congratulate you this time. This particular assessment was a test of your resistance to temptation, and you succeeded." Xia Fei furrowed his brows. "I don't think I resisted the temptation, I merely fed all the white swallow gems I got to Furball." Zanian and Xia Fei exchanged smiling looks, while Busey appeared to be even more depressed. He had calculated all possible variables and factors, yet he had failed to account for Furball. He had really struck himself in the foot this time, and the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, the pot-bellied Furball let out an excited cry. Waves rose across the peaceful surface of the lake, with Furball the eye of the violent storm. Your holy beast is about to get promoted. Your Shatterstar is on the verge of promotion. Xanian exclaimed in his excitement. Being able to witness a holy beast get promoted was definitely a rare opportunity, which was not to be missed. Xanian and Xia Fei both watched with bewildered eyes, and even Busey could not resist but turn his attention over to this from a distance. He was still pissed at Xia Fei, so he did not get close, though the shock in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Like a fearsome warrior, Furball let out a powerful bellow, and it was as if the entire planet stirred in great chaos by the holy beast's promotion. Even the candidates still underground could feel this strange phenomenon. What's going on? It feels like a massive fluctuation of energy. Could the planet be exploding? The candidates were all extremely surprised. Plenty stopped their chase for the white swallow gems and rushed for the gathering point, instead. Unfortunately, they were all too late as Xia Fei had already reached before them all. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot down from the sky, enveloping the holy beast Shatterstar within. The howling wind and tumultuous water came to a halt, and the sky cleared as if this was the legendary descent of heavens. The promotion of a holy beast was very extraordinary, and the entire planet was flooded by this silent yet strange atmosphere. The glowing light became all the more incandescent, making it hard for anyone to open their eyes. Bang! Like a resplendent burst of fireworks, white lights shot out in every direction and then disappeared. Furball had finally been promoted. The holy beast Shatterstar's fourth form came to be. Covered in white fur like the purest of jade, it lacked even the slightest blemish. Furball was akin to a newborn lying on the ground, gurgling, looking like the cutest rascal ever. How could it look like this? Xanian and Xia Fei both exclaimed out loud as Busey looked on with knitted eyebrows from a distance. Chapter 593, Dragon Ascension's Grand Prize. Xia Fei was disappointed yet again. In the past, no matter what form Furball took, he would at least be the size of a duck's egg, yet his promotion this time around had him take a form no bigger than a ping-pong ball, smaller by a whole circumference. The white fur all over Furball's body was pristine and unblemished. His eyes were much clearer than before, and Xia Fei could pick him up and fit him in his palm easily. After eating hundreds of white swallow gems, though Furball had gotten promoted, he became smaller, as if his trajectory of growth was not proportionate to his energy intake. Who knew just where Furball was storing all that energy? Xia Fei felt that Furball becoming smaller was not a good thing. He wished he could grow up quickly and bigger, while Xanian, Feng and Busey were shocked over the purity of the beast's physique. The cute, little creature was very eye-catching, unforgettable despite his size. Looks like you've devoted quite a lot of your time and energy toward your holy beast Shatterstar. That flawless fur brimming with abundance of energy, though he's slightly small, Xanian spat, his two eyes staring daggers at Furball. Xia Fei pursed his lips. At present, Furball could stand on his ear. Not only was the beast small, his weight was also very light. Xia Fei even suspected that a strong gale would be enough to send Furball flying. Furball acted precocious and naive in front of Xia Fei, but he hardly had any patience for Xanian. He looked at the man with eyes of light contempt, as if the latter was insignificant in his eyes, while he exuded the aura of a holy beast that saw none as his equal. Xanian could not help but tremble slightly. Furball was only cute in terms of his appearance, but no one could ignore his bestial side. A holy beast was still a holy beast, and no one could try to get near this small one aside from his master. Xanian silently backed away and slid up beside Busey, leaving Xia Fei to continue with his energy replenishment and teasing of Furball. Uncle Busey, why is it that I feel like the holy beast next to Xia Fei is fairly uncommon? Xanian furrowed his brows and asked in a soft whisper. Busey nodded. The fact that you could notice this is a testament to your perceptive eyes. Indeed, this holy beast by Xia Fei's side is a little different. Holy beasts are all proud loners and will often be hard to get in close proximity with. It's rare to see them share a relationship like what Xia Fei has with his beast. I've seen both divine beasts and holy beasts before, but the relationship they shared was often more as equals, like friends or brothers, but Xia Fei seems more like the father of this Shatterstar. Xanian was a little taken aback. I'm starting to get that feeling, too, now that you mention it. Indeed, the holy beast Xia Fei has, no matter how powerful or how wild he is inside, will always act properly and obediently in front of Xia Fei. The holy beast even gives up the pride of one before Xia Fei. It's no wonder I feel like there's something off. Turns out it's because of how compliant and obedient this holy beast is. Busey nodded. Such a situation is very uncommon. A holy beast that had abandoned all its pride and become 100% subservient. Surely, you know that the biggest difference between a holy beast and a divine beast is that the former is extremely independent and so powerful that it bends its will to no one. I have no idea how Xia Fei did it, but the way he controlled 120 beast kings during the fourth round of the assessment was frightening enough. Could it really be as what Elder Niying said? Xia Fei's a beast-taming genius. Zanian wondered out loud. Busi shook his head. There are plenty who can tame beast kings, and that is only proof of Xia Fei's talent in this aspect, as well as his mastery of a high-tier technique, but to completely subdue a holy beast is something fewer than a handful people can accomplish. I suspect chance and opportunity is at play here. That is to say, Xia Fei coincidentally did something that caused his holy beast to have no choice but to be subdued, causing the aloof holy beast to rely on him 100%. Scratching his head, Busi then said, "Forget it. This isn't something that we can earnestly clarify. Let's just take it as Xia Fei's luck, since we won't find the answer to this through our empty guesses alone." The two nodded in unison and enviously watched Xia Fei with fervor. Owning a holy beast was already considered to be massively good luck in itself, and no one could make sense of just how Xia Fei had managed to subdue Ferble completely as he did. Unfortunately, the loyalty Ferble had toward his master was unshakable, so all they could do was look on at the two with envy. The candidates cleared the assessment one after another, as more and more gathered upon the grassland by the lake. Busi displayed the screen once more, and Xia Fei's name was in 4th position overall. His performance in the previous 2 rounds were too poor, so he was down at 290th position, but after this round, his name shot up in the rankings, bringing him that much clearer to his personal goal of the top 3. Aside from Xia Fei, everyone else was very vexed, for Zanian was presently going around to collect the white swallow gems they had collected. 123 white swallow gems, please. His attitude was like a waiter of a tavern, taking note of the gems they had collected and subsequently storing them into his spatial ring. Don't be reluctant, Uncle Busi will be giving you all bonus points for your effort. Ha, you've kept a single piece of it in your pocket. There's no point in trying to pull a fast one, or else Uncle Busi may just disqualify you. Xia Fei found it hilarious that the son of the hall master of the distinguished Dragon Ascension Martial Hall would actually speak like a small business hawker. It looked like he too had the potential of becoming a shrewd merchant like Yu Hua. In fact, Xia Fei had also forgotten that he was also quite the crafty businessman himself, and he was considered to be the biggest profiteer in the entire alliance. Everyone aside from Xia Fei handed over the white swallow gems they had obtained in an orderly fashion, while Xia Fei had actually poured all these precious gems that could help in cultivation promotion to Ferble, directly causing the beast to promote. Furthermore, Xia Fei utilized the time they had all wasted to overtake them all, becoming the first in this 3rd assessment. In front of the 2 crafty foxes Busi and Zanian, Xia Fei not only failed to be at a disadvantage, he even managed to benefit greatly. Had Ferble only depended on just origin crystals to promote, even Xia Fei's stockpile of crystals would not have been enough to achieve this. Xia Fei had essentially gotten his cake and eaten it, too. Zing! The spatial gate opened once more as Busi shouted at the top of his lungs, "The final round shall decide your fate, everyone, hurry up and get in." Whoosh! The crowd hurriedly dashed toward the spatial gate. Most of them had hardly managed to get any rest other than Xia Fei, who had managed to complete the assessment before everyone else. The others were still fighting off their exhaustion. Smack! A short and plump candidate got held back by Busi. "Where do you think you're going?" "The assessment, F final round," the short candidate stammered. "Those placing after 500 need not join us. You're all eliminated," Busi said with a dark complexion. The short man's body turned jelly as he collapsed on the grass. He was ranked 501st. It was a real tragedy. 500. That was the total number of candidates that made it to the final round. What they saw before their eyes left everyone speechless. These candidates who had passed through the spatial gate suddenly discovered that they were standing under a mushroom. No doubt that this was a spotted Caprinus comatus, which was at least 100 meters tall, with a mushroom cap that stretched out to cover the sky. Not just the mushroom, they were practically in a giant's world, where the flora and fauna all around them were all large beyond measure. Whoosh! A bee, which was at least 20 meters big, came flying right above their heads. Its huge wings beat the wind rapidly as if it were a passing fighter jet. Everyone was shocked to learn that such a place existed in the universe, which was basically a magnified world. It was completely mind-blowing. Busey intentionally coughed twice, and the crowd turned toward him. No one had any idea what to expect. Just what could this final round of assessment entail? First, I'd like to congratulate each one of you. Actually, from the very start, you've all been determined to be a cut above the rest, and the other candidates who were sent to other groups have long been eliminated. The reason why this information was withheld from you is the fear that you all might get conceited. If you don't believe me, you can see all the sullen expressions when you return later if you can make it back, that is. The first two sentences had left all the candidates feeling happy, but that last line Busey added had severely knocked them back down to the ground. If you can make it back. It meant that this assessment should have a life and death risk to it. Which meant the candidates were allowed to slaughter one another. In order to obtain the limited spots available, the assessment ground was bound to be dyed with rivers of blood. The expression of the crowd turned grim. The real test of life and death was nearly upon them, and everyone was filled with both worry and trepidation. I must admit that, though you're from the small families and clans in the circle, all of you have quite the strength. Having 500 of you make it to the last round is already well beyond what I initially expected, as I thought that just 50 of you making it to this point would already be considered good. The crowd raised their head in a small measure of pride. These members of the small clans were already excited to have received the praise from one of the 4 Dragon Ascension Heavenly Kings, Busey, who soon changed his tune and began pouring cold water on them again. Don't mistakenly think that this is a good thing. The more candidates just mean the competition becomes all the fiercer, and the chance of injury or even death increases even further. This is the lore realm, and death should be nothing more common to warriors. Since you've all made it to this point, I believe you already accepted your mortal fates. Plenty raised their fists, their eyes stern. Busey's words confirmed what everyone already had in their mind the more he spoke. Victory would be decided in this battle. Look around at the world around you. Is it not very huge? Let me tell you all, this here is originally a mundane planet, but I changed it with my law power. It is a high-tier law that none of you could even imagine. A law that can change an entire planet. Busey's voice turned impassioned. He had actually used his law power to change a planet completely. This sort of strength was unimaginable. The fame of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Dragon Ascension was well deserved. This is the power of law. This is the strength of the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. The lore realm is neither big nor small. Do you wish to learn high-tier laws? Then the only way is to join the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. Do you wish to ascend to join the ranks of the Great God race? Dragon Ascension Martial Hall can help you achieve that. Would you like to catch a glimpse of the extremely secret Cosmic Gate, which symbolizes the universe? You'll also have to rely on the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. That's because we are the #1 Martial Hall in the lore realm. The very best. No exceptions. The crowd was getting riled up. This picture of the future that Busey had painted with his words filled them all with great expectancy. Xia Fei could not resist but also applaud upon hearing this. He realized that this hunk of black metal was actually quite the orator, so much so that even he was moved by his speech. The #1 Martial Hall in the lore realm, the necessary path that would lead toward even greater heights. This round, everyone is allowed to snatch, allowed to kill. Anything that you can possibly do is permitted. There are no rules. Busey rasped emotionlessly. There's not just a single path to clearing this round. Anyone who obtains 3 candidates' identification plates will pass. Anyone who discovers the hidden assessment puzzle and subsequently solves it will clear this round as well. Everyone will be given a name too, and killing the said candidate will let you pass. Of course, the best solution is to kill all the candidates except yourself. That's because doing so will guarantee you to receive this great prize that the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall has prepared for you all. Shing. After saying that, an approximately 2-meter tall item appeared in front of everyone, covered by a layer of black cloth. I'm sure that you can all recognize this thing here, right? Whoosh. When the black cloth was pulled off, everyone's eyes bulged. Even Xia Fei was left breathless. Chapter 594, Edgeless. In the lore realm, only a single technology company could claim to be truly top-notch, and that was the God Race's renowned Fig Corporation. When Busey pulled away the black cloth, what appeared was a piece of grey war armor, with thin metal alloy plates that were like paper, but the hardness was many times that of a normal alloy. Its appearance was extremely exquisite, and the joints of the war armor were seamless. The craftsmanship for this was at such a level that a machinery expert like Xia Fei could only sigh. A distinct insignia of the Fig Corporation was imprinted on its shoulder, denoting its noble background. Without a doubt, this suit of war armor came from the god race, and it was a product from the most famous machinery company. All of you surely recognize Fig's insignia. That's right. This war armor here indeed came from the god race, from the mysterious Fig Corporation. I'm sure there's no need for me to demonstrate how fine this company's products are. Forget the circle of small families you all hailed from, even the 9 great clans barely have just a handful of war armor from Fig. Everyone cheered. Busey was not wrong. Though the 9 great clans only had several war armors that came from Fig Corporation, they were all considered heirloom treasures. Forget a warrior who came from small families, even the elites from the larger clans had not seen them before. Just the act of touching one such armor was enough for the common man to gain bragging rights for the rest of their lives. It could not be helped. The god race and Fig Corporation were just that much of unreachable existences. Normal small families would perhaps even be considered as white horses if they were to own a set of war armor from Fig Corporation, standing on par with the 9 great clans as well as those peak families. This was a clear demonstration of how amazing a product from Fig Corporation was. Don't ask how the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall obtained a suit of war armor from the god race, for the reason is just that, we are the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall. I won't confirm or deny the rumors floating around that the backer of the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall is the great god race, but we can guarantee you we can afford to give this suit of war armor from Fig Corporation. Busey cocked his head proudly as his speech was a clear reminder to all the candidates that the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall indeed had a connection with the god race, and it was a fairly tight one, too. Though they were all inhabitants of the lore realm, the god race was akin to the supremes of legend, with few ever knowing much about these apex experts of the universe, not to mention even seeing them with their own eyes. The fact that the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall was capable of providing a suit of war armor produced by the god race as a price was enough to detail the relationship they shared with the god race. Seeing a suit of war armor from Fig Corporation was hardly a problem here in the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall. Everyone was shocked, thrilled, excited. Joining the Dragon Ascension Marshal Hall meant that such great benefits and glory awaited them in the future. Indubitably, even the disciples from the 9 great clans would think of ways to try and get in. Don't think that this is just a suit of war armor, Busey continued. This is actually the ultimate solution to space warfare. Everyone here knows that technology and the mysteries of brain energy exist in concert here in the lore realm. Brain energy refers to both law and special ability, with the latter being the primal form of the former. Meanwhile, a law is an extension and strengthening of special ability, different paths lead to the same goal, and it is all miracles that the 7th brain region has brought about. Even I have no clue what is the ultimate point of brain energy, and even the 2 peak races may not truly understand it, either. This is because the mysteries of the 7th brain region are simply too great and too mystical that they're well beyond the limits of our comprehension. But let me tell everyone, the ultimate form of technology is right here. Busey pointed his finger to the war armor made by Fig Corporation and solemnly declared, I've once had the honor of hearing a warrior of the god race talk about Fig Corporation, and how they have all the best technology from all intelligent life forms across the universe and are regarded as the pinnacle of technological evolution. Anyone who takes a trip to Fig Corporation will be impressed by the powerful technology on display. There, technology has already stagnated because it has already reached the endpoint. Double-speed quantum engine, powered by origin crystals. Busey turned the war armor to its back to show the candidates a micro-engine fitted behind as if the engine could propel the war armor to reach superspeed. Don't tell me that none of you knows why the war armor was fitted with a quantum engine, for wearing this war armor will allow you to engage in combat among the stars. To fight in the emptiness of space. You can move beyond light speed, no different from any spaceship. It comes with bionic machinery, utilizing the top-notch Memphis alloy that can weaken incoming law force. It has a fully automated life support system as well, allowing you to pass through a burning star unscathed while wearing it. There's also a genetic sequence lock, so even if you are killed, no one can abscond away with it. Then there's the nanomorphic technology, which allows it to remain perfect even after taking significant blows. Xia Fei's mouth hung agape. The technology that this war armor boasted was practically unheard of. Would owning it not be as good as growing a set of wings that could allow the user to fly across the galaxy? It was not just Xia Fei, everyone else was shocked, too. Even Zanian could not help but salivate, his eyes filled with envy. This war armor doesn't come with law powers, but it is equipped with the best technology, the pinnacle of it. A product of the top company of the god race, Fig Corporation. Only the person who takes first place will receive this prize. Second place gets nothing. Bussie's gaze swept across the candidates gathered as he said this. The temptation of a top-notch war armor was evidently powerful, for everyone rubbed their fists in anticipation, eager to get started. Its name is edgeless and is the war armor I used to wear. It accompanied me for many, many years, surviving countless battles. Unfortunately, it's only at the Law Emperor grade and no longer suitable for my use now, Bussie said with the slightest tinge of regret. No one said a word. For Law Emperor grade equipment to be unsuitable, this meant that Bussie had already reached the tier of Law Overlord. A king among kings in the Law realm. It was hard to imagine that this ugly towering human actually had a Law Overlord cultivation. It was said that there was not a single Law Overlord among the clan leaders of the 9 great clan, yet one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension was a Law Overlord. Would that not mean that the Hall Master Qiuzhenfeng had higher cultivation than this guy? No wonder the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was so bullish, their worth was apparent for all to see. Today, I am very happy to find, in these 10 years, so many talented elites from the human species. All of you hail from small families and clans with undoubtedly limited resources, martial arts techniques, and guidance, so to have the accomplishments today is by no means a small feat. There are plenty of extraterrestrial life forms with intelligence aside from us humans out here in the Law realm. Since everyone is competing, I decided to put edgeless as the ultimate prize to inspire my fellow human brothers and sisters to fight for honor, to fight for the chance to join the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall. I can tell you all with full responsibility that, no matter how arduous this process may be, it's all worth it to join Dragon Ascension, even if you stake your life on this. As small families, there aren't a lot of opportunities for you all because this circle is reserved for the great clans, which are controlled by the 2 peak races. Though the Hall Master of Dragon Ascension Martial Hall is a fellow human, Grand Master Qiuzhen won't show leniency toward humans out of considerations of fairness. You're all expected to work hard for everything. I really hope to see the number of human apprentices increase in Dragon Ascension Martial Hall and see the status of us grow in the Law realm. This is my selfishness but also what I look forward to. Let me mention one more thing, I, too, came from a small family in the Law realm. My family was very weak and insignificant and had already been vanquished in my childhood. Bussie could not help but reveal a sense of sorrow as he said this with a heavy heart. It was no wonder he was both harsh and caring about these warriors from the small families. It turned out that he had been of such upbringing himself, fully aware of just how difficult such an existence was in the circle. But so what? Through my hard work, I still managed to stand before you with the position that I hold now. As long as you are all willing to put in work, then you'll surely see yourself reaping rewards. Bussie's words were now infused with great passion as he spoke. The eyes of those present had become blood red. Sure enough, Bussie was a great orator, for the fighting spirit of the crowd swelled, and all 500 candidates so thoroughly whipped into a frenzy that even monsters would hide from this group of mad people. As Bussie earnestly described the various benefits of joining the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall, Xia Fei had actually approached Xia Fei with a frown. Xia Fei was not at all surprised to see that Xia Fei had made it into this group. After all, he had the cultivation of a peak law sovereign and was definitely considered to be the top 100 of all candidates. However, Xia Fei had been very skeptical of Xia Fei making it into this group of elites, and he was even more puzzled by Xia Fei's results, ranking even higher than his own. He was very much jealous of Xia Fei, especially given how he knew that Xia Fei's level was much lower than his. Neither of them admired each other in any measure. Xia Fei did his best to ignore the other, as did Xia Fei. As such, the former had no idea why the latter came looking for him here before the final round began. I'm giving you a chance to work together with us so that we can obtain the war armor edgeless, Xia Fei said in a serious tone. Xia Fei looked around. It seemed like there were quite a few people who shared a similar idea as Xia Fei. Plenty of them talked in hushed voices about how best to clear this next round and share this precious prize. With a smile, Xia Fei scoffed. Why would I want to work together with you? My points total for the last 3 rounds are already very high, so as long as I stay alive for this coming round, I'll have plenty of hope in making it to the next cycle. Xia Fei paled. He had long been secretly observing Xia Fei, and the man's performance had shocked him. This was why he had the intention of approaching him for cooperation. However, Xia Fei had very heartlessly poured cold water over him, appearing to be unconcerned with him. Passing this round is one thing, but obtaining edgeless is another matter. That suit of war armor is a treasure, Xia Fei said. Xia Fei shook his head. Sorry, but I don't have the habit of sharing. It's either that I fail to get it or that it belongs to me and only me if I do. Yu Xiaobei was livid as he barked, humph. Let's wait and see, then. Xia Fei was still smiling as he left Yu Xiaobei. He suddenly realized that mocking that proud young man was a very pleasant experience. Actually, your chances will increase by quite a lot if you cooperate with him, Phantom solemnly said. I know that, but even if I do work with someone, it must be with the right party. Yu Xiaobei is too conceited, and the people around him are all much lower level than he is. He's just doing it to satisfy his vanity and to cement his position as the party's leader. Do you think I'll join a party with such a foolish leader? Please, I'm no fool. Phantom was speechless. Xia Fei's analysis was absolutely logical. Yu Xiaobei was full of himself, and the team he led very clearly had no future to speak of. As the saying went, fear not a god-like enemy but a pig-like teammate. This applied to this situation perfectly. Once Busey's impassioned speech was done, the candidate's fighting spirit surged to 200%, and the assessment swiftly began. At this time, the benefit of being ranked in front of the pack became obvious. Everyone would enter this humongous and colorful world in accordance to their rank, and those who entered first could gain a terrain advantage. Swoosh! Xia Fei was the fifth to enter the forest, his figure flashing past as if he were flying. Chapter 595, A Predator in the Jungle. This super-sized world was very strange. Green blades of grass towered for several dozen meters, looking as crystal clear as precious jade, their fresh greenness dazzling to the eye. The red flower petals were vibrant and looked like a raging inferno, while the white lilies appeared to be semi-translucent. Everything looked like it came from a movie, giving the illusion of extreme surreality to people. This was a picturesque backdrop, yet Xia Fei had no intention of admiring the sight in the least. The final round of assessment was a test of life and death. Blood and gore was the nature of this assessment, so no matter how passionate Busey's speech had been and no matter how powerful the edgeless war armor was, Xia Fei remembered the nature of this test of life and death, not at all losing focus on what truly mattered. Whoosh! Shuttling through this peculiar and humongous jungle, Xia Fei demonstrated his speed ability to its fullest, clearing well over tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Breath control. Xia Fei came to a halt. Just like a chameleon, he hid himself behind a super-sized white birch like a leopard awaiting its prey, silent. Humph! Nothing but parlor tricks, yet he praised himself to high heavens as if he's some god. Yours truly was once able to use my darkness special ability to shroud an entire galaxy, how was shrinking a bunch of warriors considered anything special? Lionheart Emperor Horus jeered with dissatisfaction. Due to his lack of freedom, Oro hardly thought anything of others unleashing their law power. This was because he could very easily remember his once glorious past, so Oro hardly considered Busey's act of creating this humongous world noteworthy. Xia Fei unhurriedly commented, I know the world hasn't really been enlarged, it's me who's been shrunk. I simply don't know what law Busey used to accomplish this feat. You do. Lionheart Emperor Oro had his doubts. I didn't tell you this, so how did you know? Xia Fei rolled his eyes. Mr. Expert, who made it a rule that I would only know things by consulting you. It's simple, really. If this world has really been magnified, then the proportions are absolutely inconsistent. Take the grass for example, that would surely become overcrowded when enlarged. The only way would be to enlarge the entire planet along with it. If that were the case, then there would be an obvious flaw, a planet becoming large while the surrounding cosmic space remained the same, be it the rotational speed or the direction of the sun, all should change from before. It wouldn't take long for the plants or animals to feel uncomfortable due to the changes to the planetary rotation, perhaps even perishing as a result, but the animals and plants here are clearly alive and well, so I realized that Busey had secretly shrunk himself and all of us without any of us noticing it. A sliver of surprise flashed past Oro's eyes. He had once more witnessed Xia Fei's reasoning capabilities, and this was a quality that many warriors happened to lack. Due to overcultivation, many warriors ended up becoming martial idiots, people who ignored common sense most of the time. As for Xia Fei, he did not have this issue at all. While he devoted plenty of time madly cultivating, he did not neglect his study of technology and other fields. He had essentially taken a holistic approach to his personal growth. Yes, you're right. Busey wielded the law of miniaturization, and such a law is anything but simple, requiring a foundation in both space and matter laws. Only by comprehending the two great laws, as well as being a high-level law adept, can one cultivate it? Oro explained. Xia Fei nodded. Just Busey's ability to wield two great laws at the same time was shocking enough, but upon considering that he was one of the four heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension, Xia Fei was relieved. After all, given how powerful the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was, it made perfect sense that they had some monsters in their midst. The identification plate on his chest vibrated, and Xia Fei saw someone's name appear on it. Liu Jinbo. Xia Fei frowned slightly. It appeared like this was the target he had been designated to hunt down for this assessment, and only by killing him could he clear this round. Otherwise, he would have to kill 3 other candidates and snatch their plates as the alternative to clearing this assessment. Do you know this person? Phantom asked. Not at all. Yu Xiaobei is the only candidate I know here, and everyone else is a stranger, Xia Fei said. It was no wonder, too. Who would have their names carved on their foreheads? With candidates coming from all across the Lore realm to attend this, it was normal for the candidates not to know one another. Besides, Xia Fei had only been in this circle for barely a few months, hardly having gotten himself a foothold in the realm. He practically knew nobody. With a smile, Xia Fei muttered, whether or not I know the target matters not. What matters is if I can take the number 1 spot. Phantom and Lionheart Emperor Oro shuddered at the same time. Xia Fei's eyes glowed in brilliance. He unhurriedly took out a Grade 4 origin crystal and held it in hand as he began his cultivation. Continuing with cultivation even when on the battlefield? Xia Fei was now looking more and more like a martial arts idiot. Obtaining the number 1 position was no simple matter. The best solution to this was to kill as many other candidates as possible. Reality had proven that Xia Fei's choice to hide far from the main battlefield was a very wise one. Candidates that were ranked at the forefront would gain entry to the jungle earlier than those who scored lower, subsequently setting up their traps as they waited for their prey to appear, and the lower they ranked, the greater the danger they face. The massacre began near the spatial gate, as dozens of candidates lost their lives without even managing to break out from this danger zone by any means necessary. This was all to gain entry into the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall and get their hands on the Law Emperor grade armor manufactured by Fig Corporation. Everyone had gone insane. Edgeless was of course very tempting, but not everyone could get it. Those candidates who knew their limits would never participate in this hopeless struggle and would do whatever they could to hunt their designated targets or just kill 3 others randomly to take their identification plates, instead. These were the criteria to gain entry to the next cycle of assessments, where they would be retested with the elites from the 9 great clans. With regard to people who knew themselves well, this was already enough. It did not matter how great the war armor if they did not have the life to wear it. Once they accomplished their goal, these candidates would immediately depart from the battlefield, getting as far away as possible. As such, they were bound to run right into Xia Fei. Those candidates who immediately departed upon obtaining their identification plates were intelligent, but Xia Fei was an uncompromising hunter. Xia Fei was a man who trained in the arts of assassination, after all. Aside from crafty thrust and breath control, what mattered most to a killer like him was the ability to analyze and predict human behavior as he hunted down his target. According to human behavioral science, when people were faced with an unfamiliar setting, men would tend to head left, while women would opt for right. When fleeing, humans would inadvertently take any roads which seemed narrower, believing that the unassuming small side paths were safer or valleys were more secure than open plains. This was because the terrain of the former was more suitable for hiding. A jungle was safer than underbrush because tall trees were obviously better at providing cover. This was human behavior, and humans often made choices based on their experience, not logical reasoning. In a way, it was similar to innate instinct. Though Xia Fei had made his way out, he did not choose the location randomly. Having learned the ultimate skill from the assassin sect, Xia Fei had already perfectly grasped humans' survival instincts. Rational people who thought themselves clever would think that they had chosen their route of escape objectively when, in fact, it was not. No matter how rational one was, they would always be influenced by their survival instincts when fleeing for their lives. Just past 20,000 kilometers from the epicenter, in terms of behavior, the further away they were from danger, the more mentally relaxed they would become, and the fear toward the danger, in turn, would determine how far they fled. Xia Fei's chosen location was already somewhere he decided based on careful calculation. Preys that arrive would already be feeling very much at ease, believing that they had managed to escape from danger. Both the position and the angle were perfectly in line with a human's expectation of escape based on behavioral science. He was like a wild beast, hiding in the vegetation quietly waiting for his prey. This was how a proper predator should be hunting. Choosing the ideal location to save himself the trouble of doing more work rather than chasing after prey and getting caught up in fights behind them. Xia Fei's style of hunting was definitely the most sinister, exacting, and effective. It was something he had honed and summed up after a lot of experience murdering. The jungle was strangely quiet on the first day, with hardly a breeze disturbing the grass. Xia Fei cultivated, waiting for his prey to arrive. On the second day, he continued to cultivate and, on the third day, did the same thing. Time passed and it was already the night of the third day. Lionheart Emperor Oro was slowly unable to contain himself. Fig Corporation is very famous even in the demon race. All their products are very high-tech, definitely considered top-notch in the lore realm, nay, the universe. Just staying here won't net you edgeless, Oro said. Xia Fei smiled. Do you not trust human behavioral science? Not at all. I'm not human in any case. Oro snorted. Xia Fei very casually responded, the ancestors of mankind were very weak and were constantly being tested by nature. That is why they developed plenty of vigilant habits, and human behavioral science is a collection of human habits. Just as he was explaining this, Xia Fei stopped abruptly. His entire person was now in the breath control state, and the Lionheart Emperor was also unusually quiet. This was because their prey had arrived. Whoosh! A black figure cut through the forest at high speeds under the moonlight, constantly looking behind him with uneasiness. Upon seeing that there was no one around, this candidate leaned on a big tree and sat down, his face turned in the direction where he had come from. The behavior of this candidate was a great example. He was looking at his rear because he subconsciously determined that danger would come from there, while the path ahead was safe. Of course, he did not know that he had already landed in the trap of the predator called Xia Fei. No matter where his concentration was, the result of this encounter was not about to change. Covering 20,000 kilometers in 2.5 days. This person has quite the speed. Xia Fei made a mental note. Phantom pouted. I think that's rather slow. That's because you're already used to my speed. How could there be that many high-ranking speed ability users in this universe, anyway? Hiding in the jungle, Xia Fei's two eyes afforded him great clarity since he had cultivated the Beast Spirit Codex before. He took in this newcomer's outfit, his heart rate, and his degree of nervousness. The moment the latter let his guard down, that would be when Xia Fei should act. A true predator would never strike easily, but it would definitely be a guaranteed kill when they did. This person was hardly anyone of note during the assessment, and Xia Fei had a vague impression of the man. At present, he was softly massaging his right shoulder with bared teeth. He seemed to be in quite the pain, most likely from wounds he suffered. After several minutes of thought, this person determined that he ought to be safe, and so he tore off half his sleeve and took out medication from his spatial ring, ready to treat his injuries. Xia Fei smirked as he thought to himself, his pupils are erratic as if he's carrying some treasure. Looks like he has already gotten what he needed. Softly creeping up, Xia Fei was like a ghost in the dead of night as he approached the guy from behind without a trace. He was neither too fast nor too slow. Upon circling around behind this man, Xia Fei was not even 10 meters away. Blood crystal unsheathed and drew a perfect arc, like a fog that was hanging over the jungle. His blade was getting closer, no more than 3 meters away from that man's neck. Suddenly, blood crystal sped up like a bolt of lightning. Xia Fei was no longer masking his presence. If the prey could escape at such proximity, then all those years of perfecting crafty approach Xia Fei would have been all for naught. He was 100% confident that there was no escape. Crunch! The dagger tip penetrated the skin and dug deep into the bone. Blood crystal began draining the man's blood essence ravenously, a portion for itself while the remainder went into Xia Fei's body. Xia Fei felt an indescribable pleasure as he absorbed the essence of an expert, and the colorful energy ball in his 7th brain region was rapidly expanding. Chapter 596, Level 3 Law Sovereign. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the 4th day. Xia Fei pulled out blood crystal from a shriveled corpse. This was already his 5th kill, and this strategy of sitting back and waiting for his prey to serve themselves up worked wonders. When all these tired and wounded warriors found themselves caught in Xia Fei's trap, the ensuing act became a lot simpler. Hiding the corpses and storing away their identification plates as well as spatial rings, Xia Fei's expression was fairly solemn. He had already collected 13 plates, including the spoils, but none was truly useful to him. As Xia Fei fought, blood crystal, with its insane ability to drain the victim's energy, directed a portion of what it absorbed into his seventh brain region. This helped him form a colorful energy ball. After Xia Fei slew that fifth expert with law sovereign cultivation, the ball of energy in his brain was already several times larger than before. Very obvious and intense energy pulses were flooding his seventh brain region, like crashing waves from a turbulent ocean. Xia Fei could not help but feel completely energized. No one could fully comprehend the wonders of the seventh brain region. It could store energy as well as help humans obtain and use special abilities including laws. Now, even energy not belonging to Xia Fei all gathered up and refused to dissipate inside it. It would have been fine if Xia Fei was able to absorb the energy the blood crystal had absorbed. The problem was that the energy refused to be controlled by him and was independent of his brain, forming a third force. The colorful energy ball constantly beat like a human heart. It must be said that there was a limit to the width of a human's seventh brain region, and letting it accumulate like that would ultimately result in it completely occupying Xia Fei's seventh brain region. Once that happened, he would no longer have the space to accommodate any more profound patterns of law. This was what Xia Fei was truly worried about. What now? You don't look so good, Phantom asked. Xia Fei was leaning against a tree trunk, his two legs outstretched and his two hands pressing on his temples. He was using his mental energy to once again examine his brain region, worry edged across his face. Both Phantom and Lionheart Emperor Oro queried about this, but Xia Fei did not answer either of them. I can't go on like this, that energy ball in my brain is growing too fast, Xia Fei said in a deep voice. It's like a tumor, and it's a matter of time before it completely occupies my seventh brain region. So what do we do? Phantom asked with concern. He had already noted how peculiar that energy ball was, it was just that he had no solution toward the matter. Since it's energy, it should be absorbable. I want to try doing just that, Xia Fei said. Lionheart Emperor Oro burst into laughter. Oro had not heard a word of Phantom and only Xia Fei. In the beginning, he thought that Xia Fei was suffering from some mental illness, but over time he rationalized it as a force of habit. That energy doesn't belong to you, Oro said solemnly. Xia Fei was slightly surprised. His fingers drummed uneasily on his thighs as if he were pressing the keys of a piano. Humans tended to make subconscious actions when they were anxious, and Xia Fei was no different. The evolution that blood crystal had undergone made it very odd, able to drain the energy others contain. The problem here is that the energy doesn't belong to you and is someone else's. You forcibly extracted energy from others, but you can't alter it to suit you. That's your biggest issue right now. Law and special ability are all based on a foundation of energy. While this is true, that doesn't mean that you can just take in any potential source of energy however you like. The energy a warrior possesses has its life mark, and honestly, the fact that you can absorb such energy without suffering repercussions is already a considerable feat by itself. It's a testament to your physical affinity and decent compatibility toward energy, but that's far from enough. Life mark? Xia Fei muttered. Yes. Origin energy belongs to the universe, while warriors who make that theirs will of course leave their imprint on it, so unless you have a method to remove that imprint, there's no way you can make the energy your own, no matter how much energy you possess. After a pause, Oro opened his two eyes wide and spoke in a deep voice. Plus, it's already beginning to destabilize. When Oro said that, Xia Fei had already closed his eyes. He needed no reminder as he was the first to sense the energy slowly destabilizing inside him. His brain region was filled with frenzied pulses. That colorful energy ball was suddenly expanding and contracting. These were the signs of destabilization, its structure rapidly changing after having absorbed too much energy. Law of primal chaos. Having an energy explosion in the seventh brain region was definitely not a good thing, and the only solution Xia Fei could come up with was the law of primal chaos. At full force. Whoosh! Two profound images rapidly rose in his brain region, wrapping around that ball of energy. Xia Fei was at the ready. Though he was unsure what to expect from this was the most he could do given the situation he was in. Bang! Sure enough, the energy ball cracked and exploded not soon after it destabilized. Unexpectedly, the strength of this explosion was not too powerful, though plenty of energy flooded his brain region when it happened. It was like a very natural occurrence, akin to how dams worked. Once flooded to a point with enough water, the logic being that it needed to open up the floodgates and release the contained water to prevent it from being overfilled, as that would cause an overflow. How refreshing! Xia Fei could not resist shouting. The situation was nothing as exaggerated as what Lionheart Emperor Oro had described. The force of the explosion was nothing huge, and the feeling of the energy flooding his brain region was as if he was being reborn. Xia Fei felt an immense pleasure wash over him. A brainwave came to him. Having so much energy go to waste was not his style, and he ought to do something with it now. An hour later. I must admit that my judgment of the external energy has been wrong all along, Lionheart Emperor Oro said awkwardly. To an expert, admitting their mistake was something very hard to do because it was an issue of face. Xia Fei heaved a long sigh. His entire body felt relaxed, enjoying the momentary clarity he felt after his promotion. After that energy explosion, not only did his brain region remain unscathed, Xia Fei even gained a great boon of energy, surging so abundantly that he could make a breakthrough to become a level 4 law sovereign all at once. Honestly, I didn't expect such an outcome, either, Xia Fei calmly said. I'm taking back my words earlier. Oro cleared his throat. As I originally deduced that your speed of promotion would get reduced after you became a law sovereign. Now, it seems. Lionheart Emperor Oro eyed the blood crystal before continuing. Now, it looks like that's not an accurate judgment on my part. With that strange dagger, your cultivation can still improve, and the speed won't falter as long as you continue killing like this. With a slight smile, Xia Fei lightly stroked blood crystal. This dagger, which devoured the blood essence of its targets, was beautiful, its scarlet color exquisite and its appearance very savage. It will form a ball in your brain region after sucking the enemy's energy as if a method of self-preservation. Once a certain amount of energy accumulates, it will then be released in such an explosive manner. Lionheart Emperor Oro pursed his lips. I don't have anything to say about this, since I've never seen such a manifestation throughout my life. Strange. So damn strange. With a sigh, Lionheart Emperor Oro uncharacteristically cursed. Though such a method of energy concentration and subsequent release made Xia Fei nervous, that he managed to promote through it was an undeniable truth. More importantly, what Xia Fei had experienced was a non-stop improvement, all thanks to blood crystal. Plundering the energy of others to improve oneself was no doubt a cruel method, but it was also very effective. Shockingly so. Whoosh! A black figure darted past the vegetation. The corner of Xia Fei's lips curled. The arrival of enemies meant a fight and also more energy. The more enemies he killed, the higher a position Xia Fei would hold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Just as Xia Fei was about to make his move, 3 more figures appeared unexpectedly. Turned out that it was not just an enemy but a group, instead. It was very common to find candidates working together to clear a round, and adding the strength of several people would surely be more powerful than fighting alone, making it that much easier to clear this merciless assessment. Xia Fei had just gotten up when he had to crouch again. He was not confident enough to take on 4 enemies at once. He hid among the trees and bushes and silently observed this group of candidates. In the worst-case scenario, he would just give up on taking these people down. Truth be told, it was easier to bully the weak while trying to squeeze blood out of stone was doubtlessly a fool's errand. This place here should be fine, yet. The 4 were around their 20s, 3 men and 1 woman. The one presently speaking was the woman, her voice somewhat shaky, as if she was feeling nervous. Su Bia is a level 2 law emperor, far higher in cultivation than us. Now that he's had his eye on us, we can't let our guard down even for the slightest moment. A man with a big red face spoke next. It looked like he was the leader of this group, and the 4 of them arrived here after being hunted down. Qin Baoer, see if there's anyone around. We can decide what we'll do from here on, the red-faced man ordered. The woman who went by the name of Qin Baoer was disgruntled, mumbling, the 4 of us only managed to grab 3 identification plates before we caught the eye of an expert. At this rate, none of us is going to pass this round. The other 2 sighed, while only the red-faced man kept observing their surroundings with unsteady eyes. Bang! Qin Baoer's detection technique was very special. All Xia Fei saw was her flipping over her fair palm and slapping it down on the ground. Law of matter, earth web. At that instant, she channeled her law force deep into the ground. A huge and dense spider web covered an area well over 100 kilometers. Every blade of grass and flower was visible under the woman's eyes. Xia Fei was stunned. This detection technique covered a huge area, a very powerful technique of the law of matter. He shuddered immediately as an almost imperceptible law force went surging outward from the ground and into Xia Fei's body like a bolt of electricity. If this were in the alliance, Xia Fei's breath control would indeed prevent him from being discovered, but he was in the low realm. He had no way of defending against such a method of detection. I've been discovered. That was the first thought that ran through his head. Before Xia Fei could move, Qin Bao'er had already pointed in the direction where Xia Fei was hiding, and the three men beside her came pouncing right over instantaneously. The man in front was a young man with a metal nose sleeve. His nose appeared to be suffering from some problem, which was why he had a metal sleeve holding it in place, using his mouth to breathe. Meanwhile, that red-faced man was a law of space adept, appearing somewhere behind Xia Fei with an instantaneous movement technique to seal off any route of escape for Xia Fei. As for the fatty with the stubby leg, he was panting and lagging behind the two men. Having been running over such a long distance, this fatty was already nearing physical exhaustion. Qin Bao'er had merely pointed in the approximate direction of where Xia Fei was hiding, and none of these men was actually able to see where Xia Fei was. All they could do was spread out into a circle and search for any traces of Xia Fei. Law of Matter, Triple Fortress. Qin Bao'er was the only one to know where Xia Fei was hiding, and her palm had not lifted off the ground yet. Instead, she was directly feeding law force in an effort to seal Xia Fei completely. Kaboom! A tumultuous change broke out around Xia Fei. The soil very quickly solidified, turning into something that was as strong as concrete. 1, 2, 3. 3 large circular concrete fortresses successively formed, and they were capable of locking Xia Fei up in a dungeon once shut. Chapter 597, Angry Arhat. Law of Matter, Triple Fortress. The terrain changed. The soil below his feet solidified into circles, trapping Xia Fei in the center. Whoosh whoosh. 4 individuals darted away as that red-faced man asked solemnly, trapped? Qin Bao'er nodded happily. Are you kidding me? We of the Qin family are well known as experts in detection and capture. This triple fortress is as hard as steel. An average person will hardly be able to break it. Qin Bao'er was not particularly good-looking, but her pair of sly eyes, with her defined eyebrows that arched high, was really enticing. This was even more so with the smug look on her face. Kaboom! 2 azure leaf blades suddenly shattered the concrete defense, and like 2 bolts of lightning, they instantly seized Qin Bao'er, one wrapping itself around her neck while the other around her body. Qin Bao'er's face turned pale, her 2 eyes opening wide in her bewilderment. Her pink tongue lolled out, looking like she had just been hung, the smug expression she had gone forever. How could a mere technique like the Law of Matter's earthen fortress even hold back the immemorial mystic armament Peacock Blue? It was the universe's most resilient weed. Even if a boulder was on top of it, Peacock Blue would find a way to penetrate through it and live. Shing! The blood crystal broke past the concrete and stepped right into Qin Bao'er's chest. All this had occurred so abruptly that no one in her team could react in time. The young woman Qin Bao'er soon turned into a desiccated corpse, all traces of life rapidly fading away. In just a second, Qin Bao'er turned from 20 years old to 200. Her face was covered with wrinkles, looking like a tree bark in autumn. Bao'er, the man with the metal nose sleeve exclaimed. He could not breathe through his nose, so his voice sounded very strange. Kaboom! The other 3 hurriedly unleashed their laws to attack Peacock Blue once they could react. Thick smoke rose as that concrete wall collapsed. Everyone quickly tried to get out of the way. The triple fortress had been destroyed from the insides by Xia Fei, and fragmented rocks flew across the air. The 3 men instinctively retreated as fast as they could and inadvertently got separated from one another. Falling palm of Autumn's demise. Xia Fei used the chaos he created to dash right out, thrusting out a palm right onto the fatty, who was the weakest among the 3. This open palm of emptiness gently connected with the fatty's body. Cough! The next moment, that fatty could be seen kneeling. It was as if someone had directed a concentrated laser bombardment upon his chest, a bloody and very see-through hole blossoming on it. Blood crystal was stabbing the head of that fatty, splitting his scalp into 2 as it greedily drained the person of his blood essence. It was a very gruesome and savage sight. Due to the fact that there were more enemies he needed to face, Xia Fei did not let blood crystal finish its meal and, instead, withdrew it from the corpse once he confirmed the kill. Out of the 4, Qin Bao'er with her law of detection had already died. This meant that the humongous forest, which seemed to loom endlessly, had become the perfect place for Xia Fei to hide himself once again. With his speed ability and his breath control, Xia Fei was no longer afraid of being surrounded by these enemies. The slightest change in his predicament, and Xia Fei exterminated 2 enemies in a single stroke, turning the 4 versus 1 fight into a 2 versus 1. The red-faced man and the man with the metal nose sleeve had their backs braced against each other, adopting a defensive formation. Neither dared to let his guard down in the slightest. The man with the metal nose sleeve was frustrated. It seemed like he had had some relationship with Qin Baoer, for his expression was that of great anguish. The red-faced guy is a law of space adept, a high-level law sovereign. We still don't have much information about the other guy, but he should be pretty strong, too, or else the group wouldn't let him be their vanguard, Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded. He was hiding a good distance away like a cicada hibernating on a tree, not making any movement or sound. Baoer! My dear Baoer! The man with the metal nose sleeve let out a hoarse wail. Pull yourself together. Did you see who that was just now? The red-faced man asked with knitted eyebrows. No. Everything happened too suddenly, and the dust hasn't settled yet. Grinding their teeth, the two still had no idea who had managed to kill their fellow companions. Just this thought alone vexed them greatly. Xia Fei was still stationary, maintaining his battle stance. The moment an opportunity presented itself, he would not hesitate to act. However, these two men were now in a state of heightened vigilance, and it was no longer easy for him to make an abrupt strike and kill like before. Licking his lips, Xia Fei thought back to the wondrous execution he had just displayed. He felt that he was now becoming more and more bloodthirsty. The joy he got from killing an enemy and absorbing their energy was indescribable. Perhaps if he managed to kill all four here, he might even improve once more. All of a sudden, a cold and baleful wind came cutting across the forest, so chilling that it made him go numb all over. The wind force itself was so great that even these trees towering over hundreds of meters swayed. This is bad. It's Su Biet. He's caught up to us. The expression on that red-faced man changed drastically, the fear in his eyes even greater than what he showed when Xia Fei struck, as if this coming threat, that Su Biet person, was even more frightening than Xia Fei. Without another word exchanged, the red-faced man and the man with the metal nose sleeve fled in different directions, their faces even appearing as pale as blank sheets of paper. This was when something strange occurred. Crunch! A spike suddenly erupted from the flat ground. Without any signs or sound, sharp metal spikes grew from the ground one after another. This was indubitably what a high-level law of matter adept could execute. It would usually take some time before matter could be transmuted, and there would usually be some sound made during the process. Only a bona fide expert could accomplish such a complex law transmutation so abruptly. It was deadly accurate. Several hundred spikes, which were almost 10 meters tall, appeared along the route these two had been escaping on, perfectly timed in such a way that further highlighted the fine control this interloper had when it came to combat opportunities. This got Xia Fei breaking into a cold sweat while he remained hidden among the trees. The law of matter was a common law used by people in the circle and was hardly anything rare, but it was unusual for anyone to have such precise and deft control over it, like what the person had just demonstrated. This person's attack style was both swift and strange, similar to Xia Fei's crafty approach, though different in execution. Xia Fei even suspected that the baleful wind from before had been intentional, in order to instill fear into the two men's hearts and make them flee, while the route of their escape had already been sealed. The hardest application of law lies in making it silent and without any trace. This person's very intriguing, Lionheart Emperor Oro rumbled. Back to the action amid the trees, that young man with the metal nose sleeve had already been perforated by the sudden appearance of spikes and died instantaneously. Meanwhile, though the red-faced man had relied on his instantaneous movement technique to evade the attack, his left leg still got pierced by a spike, leaving behind a large hole as fresh blood flowed freely. This red-faced man used the law of space to seal this wound and prevented continued blood loss. Gritting his teeth, he turned to face behind him. He looked very much the picture of someone who had made his decision to see this to the end. The sound of rustling could be heard, and then a masked warrior appeared as suddenly as a venomous snake. It walked in a strange manner, one leg dragging as the other hobbled forward. He approached the red-faced man very unevenly. The mask, made of simple metal, covered half the man's face, so only his eyes were visible. This person was wearing a grey robe, without any combat suit or war armor. This was also fairly common. After all, he was a law of matter adept, so he could create an armor for himself out of anything. There was not much need for him to equip himself with war armor, as that would not limit his movement. Su Biet! The red-faced man angrily bellowed the interloper's name. The masked man nodded, not saying a word. Take them all and let me live. Su Biet shook his head in response, appearing to be very calm and composed. Our two families have always been good friends after so many generations, is there a need to be so extreme? We formed a 7-man group, obtaining 5 identification plates. Adding everything, it will be a total of 12 plates. That's enough for you to advance to the next cycle. It's as the old adage says, leave a kindness and you'll be repaid in turn. Your Su family and our Han family are neighbors at the end of the day, my family will avenge me if you kill me today. The red-faced man with the surname of Han was like a beast trapped in a cage, his head of black hair in a state of wild dishevelment. Unfortunately, this masked Su Bia did not seem to have any intention of letting him off. What shocked Xia Fei was learning that the red-faced man was originally a group of 7, but almost all had been killed off by Su Bia. This was evidence of just how high the cultivation this person had. Suddenly, Su Bia took off his mask and revealed his face. His 2 legs were straight and that injured leg of his actually recovered. You're not Su Bia. The red-faced man was so shaken by this revelation, unable to regain his composure. Even Xia Fei on the tree was astounded. This was the Dragon Ascension Conclave, after all. The assessment from the number 1 Martial Hall in the Lower Realm. What kind of person could pull off an impersonation like this, escaping even the eyes of Busey, one of Dragon Ascension's 4 heavenly kings? There was no need for Xia Fei to continue watching this. His powerful analytic skills were telling him to escape as fast as he could, for this was a very big problem. Silently leaving the tree, Xia Fei gave one final glance to that man who impersonated Su Bia before exercising his breath control and quietly leaving. It had just been a casual glance, but Xia Fei had remembered his truly unforgettable face. He had high cheekbones and a set of thick and long eyebrows. He looked very much like he had been painted on an oil canvas, with his sunken cheeks and his sharpened teeth akin to the fangs of a beast. There was a distinct line that started from his cheekbones. His forehead was no different from anyone else, though he had a deathly pallor. The bones beneath his skin, though, were completely grey, just like a corpse. This was an unforgettable sight. Frowning, the zombie-like Su Bia muttered to himself, "There's still another one? Interesting." Even though he was referring to Xia Fei, who had just fled, he did not turn his head in his direction. He merely lifted a wrist and made a seemingly casual movement. "What did you say?" the red-faced man nervously asked. "Just who the heck are you? Where's Su Bia?" The zombie chuckled darkly. "I heard that the Han family has a special technique that can allow its user to transform when in distress, increasing their combat strength significantly. I've been on your trail for such a long time, why haven't you used it yet?" The red-faced man took a step back, looking all solemn. "You've been chasing me this entire time, just to see my Han family's angry Arhat." "That's right." The zombie-like man giggled darkly. Had Xia Fei remained to watch this, he would have discovered that this person's white forehead was dyed. The color of his skin was actually pasty, like that of a dead person. "Angry Arhat will diminish my life when used and can't be used unless as a last resort," the red-faced man yelled. The zombie-like man reached out and pointed toward him. His finger was thin and long, extending almost 20 centimeters. It was as if there were 5 long knives fastened on his fingertips. "I just want to see it, I'll spare your life once I see it." His voice was uncertain and cold, irresistible. The red-faced man clenched his teeth. The injury on his leg was still throbbing pain, and the situation could not be any clearer. There was no way he had the strength to fight back. "Are you for real? For real?" Hesitating for a moment, the red-faced man bellowed, "Angry Arhat. Han family's ultimate." Before he even finished, right when he began activating his ultimate technique, Angry Arhat. That zombie right across him revealed a cruel smile and pounced on him. Like real. Crunch. 1 chomp. 2 chomp. 3 chomp. Blood sprayed everywhere. That red-faced man with the surname of Han actually got eaten alive. Chapter 598, The Forgotten Shepherdians. That person just now came from the borders of the Lower Realm and is from a forgotten tribe. They call themselves Shepherdians. Lionheart Emperor Oro's words surprised Xia Fei. Shepherdians. That's right. Except that what they heard aren't sheep but humans, lionhearts, and other sapient life forms. Xia Fei was somewhat confused. To treat sapient life forms as livestock? This was such a strange and frightening matter. Everyone knew that the reason why a Shepherdian would rear sheep was all so they could eat them. Could this forgotten tribes treat sapient life forms as food, then? Did they eat humans? In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei arrived at a canyon, which was several thousand miles wide. Thick fog carpeted the bottom of this canyon, and strange sporadic cries could be heard coming from below. A wooden cable bridge was the only way to cross this chasm, and due to the law of miniaturization, Xia Fei's figure was truly miniature, which made this bridge appear extraordinarily wide. Whoosh! Xia Fei ran across the bridge, his October flying snow flashing, severing the bridge as he passed. The entire bridge fell into the canyon below, and it was quite a long while before Xia Fei heard the sound of the bridge crashing down. He located a banana tree among the vegetation for him to hide in. Xia Fei's eyes were trained on the opposite side of the canyon, hoping that the Shepherdian would not chase after him. Best to inform Busey about this, Xia Fei said to himself. He finally took out the terminal. Unfortunately, the screen of this communication device was completely blank. Xia Fei did not give up, however, so he sifted through the spoils he collected and took all the other terminals. He was dumbfounded when he realized that all the other terminals were also not working. Turning his hand over, Xia Fei took out his toolbox and pried open the casing of a terminal. All he saw was the electronic circuit board overgrown with green plants, which looked very much like seaweed. Their thin branches grew deep into the chip. It would be a miracle if such a machine could still be used, and even Xia Fei had no way of repairing it. There's plenty of polysilicon inside the terminal. That green algae you see specifically seeks the polysilicon as its food, so it isn't just the terminal alone. Every electronic device that has this material will have been spoiled by now. This is the typical action Shepherdians take. Looks like this has already been premeditated, Lionheart Emperor Oro rumbled. Xia Fei gritted his teeth. He was roughly 30,000 kilometers away from Busey's position, so if Xia Fei dashed at his top speed, it would take him 20 minutes to arrive. The conundrum here was that Xia Fei had no idea just how many Shepherdians were around, and he would be in deep trouble if he ran into one along the way. Aside from cultivation, there's another ruthless method that anyone can rely on to gain law powers here in the Law Realm, and that is by eating your opponents, Oro said in a serious tone. A normal warrior will be very impressive if they comprehend 2 or 3 special abilities or laws, but a Shepherdian can gain dozens or even hundreds of law powers just by eating. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. Dozens of law powers? That's far too shocking. So there was also a method to obtain power by swallowing the opponent. It was just such extreme savagery. Law of food chain. Shepherdians are all practitioners of the law of food chain, and it's considered to be a dark blood law, long having been prohibited in the Law Realm. That is why their entire tribe was chased out of the Law Realm, driving them to live at the edge of known space with other expelled tribes, known as the Exiles. Though the law of food chain was very sinister, it has a fatal weakness: it is very difficult for its practitioner to specialize in anything. The more sapient life forms that they devour, the more laws and techniques they will come to possess. However, due to the myriad of laws they grasp, there's no way for them to achieve a higher level in any of them. Because there's ultimately a limit to the space within the 7th brain region, unless they manage to have it 100% open, it won't take long for them to reach maximum capacity. The only solution is for them to be selective in their food. So if a Shepherdian intends to become a high-level law of matter adept, they must keep consuming experts of the said law, improving themselves in such a way. Who knows how many law of matter adepts that Shepherdian you just ran into devoured before he attained his current cultivation level. Xia Fei pursed his lips. This law of food chain sure lived up to its name. Its practitioners were able to consume sapient life forms, as well as the techniques they possessed, as sustenance, possibly even becoming selective with their diet. Such a horrendous method of cultivation was truly unheard of. The situation developed much faster than what Xia Fei imagined. In just a handful of minutes, that Shepherdian from before had already arrived on the opposite side of the canyon, his 2 eyes staring coldly at the copse of wood Xia Fei was hiding in. It was as if he knew that Xia Fei had made it across. Half his face was deathly white, while the other was in a shade of gloomy grey, and that made the face of this Shepherdian look extremely strange. There was still blood flowing at the corner of his lips, and that was of course not his own blood but rather the traces left behind after eating his enemy. Any monster imaginable would hardly be as frightening as this Shepherdian. His appearance had also brought the entire wood to an eerie silence. He already finished eating that red-faced candidate, most likely obtaining an ability the latter possessed. Now, his target is you. Lionheart Emperor Oro said in a deep voice. Objectively speaking, Oro had no wish for Xia Fei to be in any danger. That was because his chance of rebirth relied entirely on him, but the only part of him that he could move freely was his lips, so there was no way he could lend any actual assistance to Xia Fei. The corner of the Shepherdian's lips curled up as his eyes stared at Xia Fei, who was on the other side of the valley. All of a sudden, he began to gather speed as he leaped across that fathomless canyon. Rumble! A rock from the side of the cliff extended out, forming a narrow stone bridge for him to cross. The law of matter. It was obviously impossible for a mere canyon to stop this Shepherdian. He was quick and his target was true. Perhaps it was because he had sensed that Xia Fei had the law of primal chaos in him, it enticed his desire to consume, which would explain his single-minded intent to take a bite out of Xia Fei. The problem was deciding whether he should run or fight, and Xia Fei made his decision in 0.01 second. Xia Fei was well aware that, several minutes ago, this Shepherdian had frightened his opponent and had actually set up traps along their route of escape, killing 2 expert law sovereigns in one go. This showed that he not only wielded power but also means and methods to execute. If there was not just one Shepherdian on this strange planet, then there was a high possibility that fleeing would have him falling into another's trap. After all, reality had already proven that these diabolical zombies were capable of using the law of matter silently and motionlessly. They would not give their prey any chance to prepare themselves. The best course of action now was to do the exact opposite. Just as this Shepherdian was in the middle of crossing the canyon with his stone bridge, Xia Fei suddenly dashed out from the wood and lunged at the Shepherdian at high speed. Whoosh! Xia Fei came rushing out and was high in the air following a beautiful leap. Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher. Zing zing zing. 108 circular blades were instantly unleashed. The Shepherdian could use the law of matter to create his stone bridge, so Xia Fei would use his psychokinesis to create a bridge of flying knives. The tip of his feet lightly tapped on the flying daggers as Xia Fei closed in another dozen more meters, approaching the Shepherdian as if he were skipping on water. His right hand clutched blood crystal, while he readied his falling leaf of autumn's demise powered by law of primal chaos. Without a doubt, this was Xia Fei's standard attack, a concerted one. This Shepherdian clearly did not expect Xia Fei to take the initiative. The law of matter required matter as a foundation, and there was not much matter he could manipulate while in mid-air. That was the consideration Xia Fei had taken into account when he went for the head-on confrontation. The Shepherdian thrust both his arms forward, and a semicircular ice blade formed before his palms and shot forth like a bolt of lightning and soundlessly like a white rainbow sweeping across the entire canyon. There were water molecules in the air. Though there was not much matter to be manipulated while in mid-air, the very air itself still had water molecules. That was enough for a high-level law of matter adept to use. Arching his eyebrow, Xia Fei shoved his 2 hands forward to match. Chain traversal. It was a duel between an ice blade and tornadoes. 7 tornadoes instantly shattered that single ice blade. The very air vibrated intensely. The 2 completely different attacks cancelled each other out due to the added law of primal chaos, so the first exchange was a draw. Crafty approach. His dragon scale Hecto Slasher, which was originally flying in a straight line, suddenly dispersed at varying heights and at uneven distances as if it had been placed at random. Xia Fei used these randomly distributed blades as points of support and began dancing a display of speed and magnificence, his figure appearing left and right, completely without a trace. Dodge. Spin. Rise. Shift. Disengage. Lunge. Leap. Approach. Sidestep. Reverse. Xia Fei was demonstrating the crafty approach that he had spent a lot of his life practicing incisively and vividly. This was in mid-air, after all, and with just these flying daggers as points. It was shockingly difficult. Xia Fei's flitting figure dazzled the Shepherdian. The probing attacks he executed through the combination of his crafty approach, speed ability, and psychokinesis was breathtaking. Chance. Xia Fei noticed that the Shepherdian was temporarily stupefied, so he launched an attack in one move. Originally on his left, Xia Fei's figure blurred as he appeared behind the Shepherdian. He stabbed the Shepherdian with this blood-red triangular dagger. Sly thrust. It appeared illusory, but it actually contained great strength. A sharp edge pierced through the air. Shing! Plop 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 plop! It was as if the back of the Shepherdian had grown eyes, for the moisture in the air rapidly condensed and raised a wall of ice, which separated Xia Fei from himself. A law of matter expert would have peculiarly fierce control, able to form over a dozen ice walls in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for Xia Fei's blood crystal to penetrate so many layers of defense. Kaboom! Just as the Shepherdian was slightly pleased with himself, 2 huge fists struck him right in mid-air. Actually, these were not fists but rather the concentrated mass of peacock blue. The mystical immemorial armament peacock blue, with its beyond abnormal resilience. When extended, it could capture enemies, but balled up, it could become a huge hammer. Bang bang! The consecutive 2 blows struck the Shepherdian's head, and his attention was once more dazzled by Xia Fei's flitting figure as he was drawn away by the deadly strike from blood crystal. He, thus, failed to notice that there was still Peacock Blue's attack to fend off. The stone bridge below his feet crumbled. The Shepherdian lost his balance and went falling deep into the canyon below. Success! Xia Fei celebrated inwardly. Die! Exerting strength to both his legs, Xia Fei came plummeting from the sky like a bullet. Blood crystal was stretched before him, while Peacock Blue's 2 grass blades formed Xia Fei's wings. The Shepherdian's figure was still plummeting, and Xia Fei followed suit, diving right into the canyon. Using the force of gravity, Xia Fei intended to pierce the Shepherdian with his blood crystal. Just from blood crystal's unique ability alone, if a life form got stabbed by it, the blade would cause them to lose their blood essence and die. Don't think only you can consume others. My blood crystal can do it, too. Xia Fei bellowed. The falling Shepherdian seemed to be knocked out, not at all reacting. His body was rigid and straight as he fell, and Xia Fei was ecstatic. This situation was going much smoother than he expected. His body crashed into the ground as they reached the bottom of the canyon. Crunch! Xia Fei followed through. The tip of his dagger plunged into bone, burrowing deep into the latter's heart. Kaboom! The impact of the fall was great, and the very ground created a pit of more than a dozen meters in diameter. Xia Fei's face abruptly turned pale. Driving his blade into the body of his target was a very familiar sensation, but this stab very evidently failed to harm the latter in the least bit, as if what he had just pierced were rocks. Careful! This is the law of substitution, a high-tier derivative of the law of matter. Lionheart Emperor Oro said severely as the fog crept around them. Chapter 599, Demolished Mountain. The law of matter substitution referred to the power to swap a body with any matter, and it was considered a minor law that was a derivative of the law of matter. It would often achieve surprising effects when used during offense or defense. The very second when Xia Fei stabbed his blood crystal into the chest of that Shepherdian, the latter's body had already been transferred into the soil, so Xia Fei's dagger merely struck rocks. Rapidly moving back several steps, Xia Fei straightened his form, while Peacock Blue vigilantly guarded his surroundings. Since his one attack failed to connect, what was to follow would be a grueling battle. Silently, a humanoid form emerged from a rock wall some 100 meters away from Xia Fei. The body of that Shepherdian had become one with the environment. Without leaving the wall, the Shepherdian merely poked his head out from the rocks. Dual ability of speed and psychokinesis. Law of space adept, at law sovereign cultivation. Able to attack me unexpectedly. Too bad you won't have this opportunity again, the Shepherdian said with a sinister tone. Are you a Shepherdian? Xia Fei asked in his deep voice. Oh? You know quite a bit. Smart sheeple are the tastiest, I really wish to have a taste of you immediately. The Shepherdian licked his lips greedily, his eyes glimmering with glee. You may trick the others, but you can't trick me. Tell me, what law were you using earlier? Do you really want to know? Xia Fei taunted. That Shepherdian slightly nodded. Then I shall tell you, Xia Fei said with a smirk. It's the law of murder. Whoosh! His figure blurred as he planted a steel fist directly into the canyon wall. Wild storm! Kaboom! In the blink of an eye, over 100 punches were made. The entire canyon rocked with intensity. A large chunk of the rocks was forcibly removed by Xia Fei's hands. Xia Fei spat saliva as he breathed in the sedimentary dust cloud, which entered his lungs, making him feel very suffocated. Preposterous! Young people nowadays have such irascible tempers. People with your personality can't be a Shepherdian, since you lack the patience of a Shepherdian. The Shepherdian mused as he revealed his head out from another face of the rock wall. The law of matter substitution was truly abstruse, able to fuse his life with the huge canyon as one, impossible to determine where the canyon was and where the enemy was. Bold of them to intrude upon my Dragon Ascension Martial Hall testing ground, these Shepherdians must be tired of living. Quite a distance away from the canyon, Busey tossed the corpse of a Shepherdian as he viciously growled. His face was blackened with rage. Beside him stood Zanian Feng with labored breathing. He was slightly lower in cultivation, and killing 4 Shepherdians in succession was already his limit. Whoosh! A single spatial door opened and 3 figures came walking out to meet Busi and Zanian, standing tall and straight. Sister Buma, Brother Bufeng, Brother Budo, you're all here, too. Zanian cried warmly. Father called us, why would we dare say no? Buma said with a smile. The 3 of them were none other than Busi's offspring. The Hall Master of Dragon Ascension had once said that the Busi household had 4 brave generals. Each of them was the pillar of the martial hall. What are you still standing around for? These Shepherdians are trying to ruin your father's testing ground. Go off and locate them all, don't leave a single one alive. Busi was at the limits of his rage. For these detestable Shepherdians to have infiltrated the assessment ground, which one of the 4 heavenly kings of Dragon Ascension was in charge of, this was nothing less than a huge insult. Understood. Busi's 3 children and Zanian all disappeared instantly, on the hunt for the Shepherdians, while he bowed behind him in a grave voice. Hall Master. It was not too loud of an affirmation, but it was sonorous and powerful. A middle-aged man stepped out from within the forest. It was very difficult to determine what someone's age was in the lower realm, and Quzhen Feng looked far younger than what people imagined, but those familiar with him knew that it had been 80 years since this great Hall Master inherited the Dragon Ascension Martial Hall from his father, and his true age was most likely nearing 200. How did the Shepherdians sneak in? Quzhen asked somberly. 3 impersonated candidates and got in, while the others came in after they opened a spatial gate and were allowed into the assessment ground. There are at least 100 of them, Busi said. It was as if his heart was being cut with knives as he admitted this truth. He was a distinguished heavenly king of Dragon Ascension, yet he failed to uncover this scheme earlier. He was so guilty that he wanted to find himself a fissure to bury himself into. No need for remorse. You're not at fault here, even I would have done the same, Quzhen said. Why would you say that? Busi was stunned as he asked. Humans are hardly in harmony with the other sapient life forms in the lower realm. The fact that the Shepherdians managed to mix their way into this assessment is hardly as simple as it looks. You're saying we have a mole? Quzhen nodded his head slightly. I refuse to believe that there are families among the humans who would have dealings with the exiles, allowing enemies to massacre their own ranks. It's very possible that this is a ploy done by the other species. The Dragon Ascension Martial Hall was appointed by the god race, yet the position of Hall Master has always been occupied by humans. Naturally, there would be plenty of dissatisfied factions. This situation looks like a blow to you and humans at first glance when, in fact, it's a blow to me, Quzhen said. Humph. Those not of our kind will of course have different sentiments. Those goddamn extraterrestrials don't dare challenge us outright and, instead, rely on parlor tricks and petty ploys to hit our backs. Don't they know that, even though humans have been in charge of Dragon Ascension, the past Hall Masters from the Feng family have all been very strict, never once showing favoritism? Everything has been assessed with great fairness. You don't, your father didn't, your grandfather didn't. Never has any of you done anything untoward to the other species, is that not good? Busi vented. This was also in front of Quzhen, a man he respected deeply. In front of others, Busi would forever be seen as a stone Buddha, unmoving and unsmiling. It's pointless. As you said, those of not our kind will of course not share in our sentiments. Others are still waiting for you and me to make a fool of ourselves, so let's just settle this matter as soon as possible. Come find me at the headquarters later. Busi nodded. Your subordinate understands. There are only 47 Shepherdians left. I'll get it done in another hour. Quzhen nodded, disappearing almost instantly into the forest. An expert came and went without leaving any tracks. Quzhen essentially disappeared into thin air. Crafty approach. Against the sudden spurts of spikes from the ground, Xia Fei's figure quickly pivoted at an incredulous angle and he evaded this wave of attacks coming for him. Sweat accumulated in copious amounts on his forehead. This fight between him and the Shepherdian was not in the least bit easy. His opponent was very crafty, hiding on both sides of the canyon wall, utilizing the law of matter to snipe him repeatedly with attacks. Xia Fei needed to put forth 200% of his concentration in order to deal with the Shepherdian. What great physical agility! The Shepherdian poked his head out from the wall and shouted eagerly. With the law of matter substitution, the entire canyon became this Shepherdian's hiding place. He had not been at disadvantage right from the very start. Too bad we, Shepherdians, have no lack of patience. I'm still digesting the humans I've eaten before, so I'll spend this time first playing with you a little. Xia Fei knitted his brows. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult law of matter adept. Better think of ways to escape. This entire canyon now serves as the Shepherdian's body. You couldn't possibly destroy the entire canyon, could you? Phantom advised, somewhat worried. Who says I can't? Just watch me. Xia Fei was obstinate. Whoosh! Xia Fei no longer dallied, breaking into a run, looking like he was thinking of fleeing. The Shepherdian hiding amid the mountain could see everything clearly. He smiled as he rapidly moved his body through the canyon walls, chasing closely after Xia Fei. This Shepherdian did not have the speed ability, but he was able to shift himself in accordance with the law of matter. As such, it was no more than him using law. No matter where Xia Fei ran, he could follow an existence even more relentless than a haunting specter. Kaboom! Rocks and boulders rained and rolled from the canyon. The Shepherdian controlled the environment around Xia Fei. He was able to manipulate it however he liked and whenever he wanted. Whoosh! Xia Fei tried to evade everything once more with his crafty approach. He was not retaliating and was merely focusing on running. Soon, the two sides of the canyon opened up, and the width was more than a dozen kilometers apart. The thick fog was also thinning out, revealing the view of the bottom of the canyon, uninhibited. There was a massive rock standing right in the middle of this canyon, looking like a small mound. Xia Fei steadied himself, observing all around vigilantly. This is the place! Xia Fei cried in his heart. Phantom did not know what sort of tactics Xia Fei was planning to employ, but he knew from the fierce expression on his face that it should be time for his counterattack. Rumble! Without any warning, the soil from beneath Xia Fei's feet sprouted countless spikes, which stood 10 over meters tall. Xia Fei leaped up high into the sky, dodging them once again. Just as it looked like the tip of his feet would make contact with the ground, the fragmented rocks around him turned into soft sand, making it so Xia Fei's feet would definitely sink the moment he landed. Change! Dragon-scale Hecto-Slasher transformed into flying daggers and formed a platform so that Xia Fei could stabilize himself in mid-air. Kaboom! A huge arm shot out from the sand and made a grab for Xia Fei. Careful! He's able to turn all matter into his body. His law of matter has already transcended the limitations of flesh. Lionheart Oro said. Xia Fei turned his body and with lithe steps, threading his way through the gaps by force. Bang! That huge palm caught nothing but air, and it scattered into a torrent of sand and soil after failing to connect, slowly settling as it floated down. Half a body poked out from that little mound. The Shepherdian looked into the distance, his expression looking somewhat unnatural. Now? This old man hasn't had enough fun yet, the Shepherdian muttered to himself. As if he had heard a call, the Shepherdian changed from its previous state of carefree joy to that of severity. Xia Fei had no idea that the great hunt from Dragon Ascension Martial Hall had already begun, that every minute had Shepherdians dying. Actually, he should have considered himself lucky not to have run back in search of Busey, because he would not have bumped into just the one Shepherdian on his way there. Facing off against this one was enough of a headache as it was, so what more if he was against 100 of them? Just the thought alone could make one's scalp tingle. You haven't had your fun yet, but yours truly has had enough. Xia Fei bellowed as he applied his oblique acceleration. Counterattack! The Shepherdian shook his head. He had admired Xia Fei's resilience, but he did not enjoy such confrontational clashes. His law of matter substitution already had him swapping his body and his surroundings, and no matter how powerful Xia Fei's attacks were, he could not be harmed by him. This was something he was very certain of. Falling leaf of autumn's demise. Xia Fei's self-created palm technique, which was imbued with the disruptive force of the law of primal chaos, thrust out. What? The Shepherdian exclaimed. He realized that Xia Fei was not attacking him but that mound he was currently in. The Shepherdian had half his body poking out from the mound, yet Xia Fei had not targeted him. He was, instead, striking the foot of the mound. Has the young man gone insane? Aren't you capable of fusing your body with the environment? Then I'll destroy the very surroundings you're in. Let's see where else you can assimilate into. Xia Fei dementedly remarked to himself. Bang bang bang. He did exactly just that. Hundreds of falling leaf of autumn's demise palms were promptly dished out at that instant. Xia Fei was not attacking the Shepherdian but the entire mound that the latter was in, instead. He planned to obliterate the hill mound. Let's see where you can swap to. Xia Fei spat. Chapter 600, Darkness Metal Weapon. Xia Fei hated enemies whom he could not see. Even though he often used breath control and crafty approach to bully his enemies, stabbing them viciously on the back a few times, when this Shepherdian hid in the canyon walls and utilized ranged law attacks at him, he ended up feeling plenty of frustration. The result of his frustration was an explosion. Xia Fei finally began his counterattack, using his law of primal chaos to strike that hill that his enemy had been using to hide himself. What made law so special was in the practitioner's comprehension regarding the principle of mutual interaction. If this were Law Emperor Busey facing off against the Shepherdian, he would probably come up with plenty of ways to remove the enemy from the environment and effectively prevent him from hiding. Unfortunately, Xia Fei was just a law adept who had recently arrived in the law realm, so when in a situation with a great lack of options, Xia Fei could only choose the simplest and crudest method. Destruction. Kaboom! The strength of the falling leaf of Autumn's demise palm imbued with the law of primal chaos was tremendous. Abnormally so. At that instant, Xia Fei delivered several hundred palms to that approximately 200-meter-tall hill mound. The power of the law of primal chaos was delivered right into it. What made it strange was that it did not seem like that hill saw any changes. Actually, Xia Fei had not even created a single cavity in it. The Shepherdian opened its still bloody mouth and laughed, thinking that Xia Fei was too weak. Though his martial arts technique was strange, it hardly did any practical damage or effect. His mouth was open, yet he found it impossible to laugh. This disruptive force, which he had never seen before in his life, had already been applied deep into that hill. Every single particle of sand and stone was vibrating due to the force from the law of primal chaos. Like a nuclear explosion, the law of primal chaos caused the entire hill to split at a speed faster than light. Such a split did not create fragmented rocks but turned it into a desert, instead. The immense energy struck this hill that was about 200 meters tall, and this hill weighing in the tens of thousands of tons turned into dust and sand. If the hill itself had no way of resisting such a blow, a body hiding within it would also suffer the same blow. By the time the Shepherdian sensed the power of the law of primal being applied, it was already too late. The disruptive force had already penetrated through the hill and passed through every single cell of his body. Whoosh! The Shepherdian wanted to flee in his panic, so he dashed upward, intending to break out at the peak. The hill where his body inhabited had already been destroyed by Xia Fei, and every second he stayed would mean sustaining even greater injury. To hell with you! Just as the Shepherdian managed to get away, he discovered a black shadow above him, holding a crimson dagger, which the figure stabbed right into his chest. It had been premeditated. This was the immediate reflex the Shepherdian had. Everything was going according to Xia Fei's calculations. As this hill stood separate from the canyon, the Shepherdian had to expose himself in mid-air to escape, and that was an outcome Xia Fei was already expecting. Crafty approach. The ever-present crafty approach. Once Xia Fei executed his crafty approach to the extreme, no one could predict where Xia Fei would appear in the next second. This was all because not only was he physically agile, he was also capable of demonstrating nearly improbable flexibility. His movement greatly violated the physical limitations of movement any human ought to possess. Hey! The Shepherdian let out a gasp. He raised his two arms and black metal instantly covered his entire body. He had activated his law of matter in an attempt to block this stab. Clank! The sharp dagger had been thrust with all of Xia Fei's strength. It was a stab filled with his fury. The metal armor, which had just covered the Shepherdian body, immediately shattered. The blade of the dagger did slightly tilt and stall, but that did not stop the attack. It continued its path down, directly chopping down at the Shepherdian's right arm. Like a dead branch that had lost its ability to photosynthesize, that arm rapidly shriveled up once it was mostly separated from the Shepherdian's body, and the loss of blood caused his already greyish face to turn even deathly pale. Angry Arhat! Using his finger to lightly press on several vital points of his body, the Shepherdian unleashed the martial arts technique he learned from the enemy he had consumed earlier. Ping! A red glow saturated his entire body, and the Shepherdian could distinctly feel his life force being sapped at that moment. As if an Arhat had been revived to life, his combat power surged. Whoosh! Xia Fei shunted to the side, somewhat nervously eyeing the change on the Shepherdian's body. How powerful! Phantom could not help but exclaim. His power increased by at least threefold. Just what sort of technique was that? Bang! The Shepherdian landed somewhere several hundred meters away from Xia Fei, with one arm dangling, immobile. His expression was grim. This was when Xia Fei realized that a green sapling had actually been revealed after the hill mound disappeared. Its upper half had already been destroyed by his law of primal chaos, but new branches were still growing, becoming thicker and more substantial, climbing up to the sky unstoppably. Xia Fei suddenly remembered the children's fairy tale about a magic bean that could lead to the giant's lair in the sky and meet a beautiful princess. Unfortunately, what was happening before him was no fairy tale but a grueling battle, instead. The green plant stopped growing after reaching a height of about 500 meters, and the tip of its branches bloomed a little yellow flower. There seemed to be something golden and shiny on the stamen, a very alluring sight. If Xia Fei could see the characters carved on the ridge, he would understand that this was the secret riddle that Busey had set up. Dragon Ascension Martial Hall apparently really enjoyed setting up secret riddles in their assessments, and it became a time-honored practice of the Martial Hall to do so. Xia Fei had not had the time to observe all these during the battle, and he even thought that he had inadvertently stumbled onto some treasure. The Shepherdian and Xia Fei both discovered the shiny and golden item above their heads at the same time. 4 eyes were locked onto it before exchanging glances with each other as imaginary sparks flew. Foundry City, 4th Great Uncle's comprehensive exchange. While Xia Fei was risking his life fighting against the Shepherdian over at White Horse Constellation, 4th Great Uncle received Law Emperor Yu Hua in his office. The two happily drinking tea as a shop attendant delivered 2 exquisitely crafted boxes before leaving. Yu Hua excitedly made his way over to the table, gingerly lifting their covers. What appeared before his eyes were 2 weapons, both completely black and made of darkness metal. His eyes welled with excitement. The 2 people present were part of the upper echelon, and neither could not help but be moved upon seeing these 2 weapons. It's really darkness metal. Your 4th Great Uncle here has been in business for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen a weapon made from darkness metal. You must have paid quite a handsome price for it, and it must have been worth every cent. 4th Great Uncle Yu spoke animatedly. Yu Hua smiled. He picked up the half-moon knife in his hand. This half-moon knife was also known as Waning Moon's Toll, and the design of its grip was very unique. It was right at the center of the knife, and the blade itself was as dense as moon rock. If not for the fact that this table was made of precious metal, then this knife alone would cause it to give way. I had the greatest master artificer of Foundry City forge that for you in secret. There's no need to speak of its craftsmanship. The most unique trait of that artificer is his tight lips, so you can be rest assured that he won't leak a word to anyone about this, 4th Great Uncle Yu said. Thanks a lot, Uncle. You know as well as I do that darkness metal is greatly sought after, which not even money can buy. I requested secrecy over this for my personal protection. If anyone learns that I have something like this in my hand, there's no doubt that envious eyes will be upon me, Yu Hua said courteously. 4th Great Uncle Yu waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to tell me twice. Only I and that artificer know of this. Even the trusted attendant who delivered these boxes had no idea what was inside. Your 4th Great Uncle here emphasized greatly on my credibility, so you can be rest assured of this fact. Changing the subject, 4th Great Uncle Yu pointed to the other weapon and said, I recognize the half-moon knife, but what is that other strange weapon? Is it not for you? 4th Great Uncle was referring to the much more lightweight weapon aside from Yu Hua's half-moon knife, opting for a more flexible and adaptive style. In terms of weight, the half-moon knife had used about 70% of the darkness metal, while this strange weapon only used 30%. Yu Hua chuckled. This was originally made for a little friend of mine. His martial arts technique is varied, making him most suitable for using this sort of weird weapon. The blueprint for that weapon is something that I inadvertently came upon, called the Ode of 100 Spirits. It is a design from the same weaponsmith who came up with my Waning Moon's Toll. The 4th Great Uncle scratched his head. Hee hee. 4th Uncle here knows nothing about weapons, unlike a successful businessman like you, who also has a Law Emperor cultivation. Even if I'm unwilling, happily being a merchant is my only lot in life. But this little friend of yours that can receive a darkness metal weapon from you must be a very lucky fellow. Anyone knows that you're extremely stingy when it comes to your wealth, not parting with even a cent if you can help it. You must really value that little friend of yours, or else you wouldn't spend so much money into making this weapon out of darkness metal on his behalf. Yu Hua laughed. Well, that is a portion of the darkness metal belonging to him, and forging it into a weapon is something that we agreed upon then. After all, he's done his part when we first located the metal, and it is important for us to uphold our word as a man. It is just a pity that plans simply can't keep up to the randomness of life. 4th Great Uncle was slightly stunned as he lowered his voice. Does that mean that congratulations will soon be in order? Yu Hua flashed this mysterious smile, which betrayed nothing. Perhaps Perhaps not. A conversation between shrewd businessmen would always be very meaningful, and it stopped there. Both were men of intelligence, and they knew very well what should be said outright and what needed not. Putting down a bank card, which contained a large amount of origin crystals, Yu Hua took these two weapons and silently stored them into his spatial ring. Ode of 100 Spirits and the Waning Moon's Toll, why do I feel like these two are more like musical instruments than weapons? Fourth great uncle asked in amusement. Not musical instruments, but truly powerful weapons of death. However, the person who designed these weapons is a music fanatic and likes coming up with such elegant names. That's all, Yu Hua explained. Fourth great uncle's small eyes were spinning. He remembered each word that Yu Hua had said with clarity, originally made for a little friend of mine. The word originally sounded like an opportunity, and his business acumen was telling him that there was easily something else behind this. Yu Hua. Speak, fourth great uncle. If let's say, you fail to give this ode of 100 spirits to your little friend, do you mind placing it in my store as a treasure? Your fourth great uncle has been running his business for so many years in Foundry City, yet I haven't once gotten hold of an item worthy of being called a treasure that can make people's jaws drop, fourth great uncle said softly. Yu Hua thought about it before saying in a somewhat hesitant tone, we'll decide in several days' time. It's still hard to tell what will become of this just yet. The little friend whom Yu Hua was referring to was of course Xia Fei, and this was the piece of darkness metal they had both obtained after killing off two great law emperors at the risk of their lives. The weapons were forged, but Xia Fei had no clue about this. He was still locked in a match of life and death on the strange planet, against the alien Shepherdian. The flower that had bloomed above their heads was a beautiful sight, and a golden item was right in the center of the flower that vividly drew their attention. Snap! The Shepherdian reached out his left hand to tear off his right arm. Xia Fei had severed that arm with blood crystal, and all that remained was a layer of skin that kept it attached to his body, looking like a dead branch. That moment when that severed arm landed on the ground, Xia Fei and the Shepherdian both made their move.